Welcome back to Worlds of Proththea audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Proththea, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Proththea's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Proththean audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofproththea.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Proththea's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Theron. I help Kai button his sleep shirt, his small fingers still learning the intricacies of the carved bone closures. The fabric bunches under his chin as he concentrates, tongue poking out between his teeth. There you go. Almost got it. My large fingers guide his smaller ones. Remember what I showed you? Through the loop and twist. Kai's brow furrows with determination. At 6, he takes every task as seriously as a merchant's contract signing. Mira sits cross-legged on the floor beside us, her silver-white fur catching the lamplight as she makes her stuffed animals dance. The sight of her playing eases something in my chest. She's had a good day. No breathing troubles, no dizzy spells. Soon I'll tuck her in after her brother. But just as I turn my focus back on Kai, a soft thud breaks my concentration. My heart stops as I turn to look at her. Mira lies crumpled on her side, her tiny form unnaturally still against the rug. I'm at her side in 2 strides, gathering her limp body against my chest. Her fur feels cold and clammy under my palms. Mira, baby, wake up. I pat her cheek gently, my hands shaking. Her pulse flutters weak and uneven beneath my fingers. Not again. Please, not again. Papa? Kai's voice wavers. Is Mira? Mrs. Bramble appears in the doorway, taking in the scene with one sharp glance. Come along, Master Kai. Let's get you settled while your father tends to your sister. But now, young sir. Her tone brooks no argument, but her eyes meet mine with understanding. I'll send for a healer, Master Theron. I cradle Mira closer, counting each shallow breath. I gave her tonics earlier that are supposed to help, and yet she's had another episode. It feels like she has one every day. Stay with me, little one, I whisper into her fur. Papa's here, just stay with me. I carry Mira through the dark hallways, her tiny form barely a weight in my arms. Empty portrait frames line the walls, their occupants hidden behind thick cloths. Cassandra's doing. She'd claimed the paintings were too common for her noble sensibilities. I never bothered uncovering them after she passed. What was the point? I was too focused on keeping our daughter alive to worry about my late wife's influence on my home. My hooves echo against the wooden floors as I pass sealed doorways. The music room sits silent, its piano gathering dust. The conservatory remains locked, its flowers long withered. Cassandra had insisted on closing off half the house, claiming it would preserve our status to live modestly. Really, she just wanted to spite me for not being the noble match she dreamed of. Mira whimpers in my arms, drawing me back to the present. Her silver-white fur seems dull in the lamplight, lacking its usual luster. Each breath comes in short, painful gasps that tear at my heart. I shoulder open the door to her room, the massive 4-poster bed. Another of Cassandra's requirements dwarfs Mira's small frame as I lay her down. The pillows nearly swallow her whole. She looks so fragile against the deep crimson bedding, her chest rising and falling in irregular patterns. My hands clench at my sides, hard enough that my nails dig into my palms. What good is all my merchant wealth if I can't help my own daughter? Trade routes and contracts mean nothing when I'm watching my baby girl struggle for each breath, and I can't pay anyone to help her. I adjust her blankets, careful not to restrict her breathing. My fingers brush her forehead, still cold and clammy. Where is that damn healer? I should have found better ones, specialists who understand Minotaur calves. But Cassandra had refused common healers during her pregnancy, insisting only on noble-born Minotaur physicians. By the time we realized something was wrong with Mira's heart, it was too late. The grandfather clock in the hall strikes, its chimes echoing through the empty house. I've never noticed how hollow this place feels until now, watching my daughter fight for air in a bed too big for her tiny body. Mrs. Bramble's hand on my arm guides me from Mira's bedside. I hadn't even heard her come in, but she must have gotten Kai down. My hooves drag against the floorboards as I follow her down the hall to my study, the weight of worry pressing down on my shoulders. The leather chair creaks as I sink into it, my horns scraping against the high back. The rings adorning them catch the lamplight, merchant status symbols that mean nothing when my daughter lies suffering. Master Theron. Mrs. Bramble smooths her pristine apron. There's something we need to discuss. I rub my face with both hands. What is it? There's a healer in the lower town. I've heard from the market vendors about her success with heart conditions. She uses special herbs, therapeutic methods. She might be the only one that can help your daughter. She clasps her hands together. She's seen 3 cases just this month, all improved. My head snaps up. Why didn't you? I've been trying to tell you all week, but you've been buried in those trade contracts. Her tone holds no judgment, just concern. The baker's son had the same symptoms as Miss Mira. He's running around healthy as can be now. The spark of hope feels dangerous. How many healers have we already tried? How many failed treatments and broken promises? The study door creaks open. Kai peers around it, his blue eyes wide with worry. Papa? You should be in bed, son. He shuffles forward anyway, his small horns barely visible above my desk. Is there anything we can do for Mira? My chest tightens at his question. Even at 6, he carries the weight of his sister's illness, just like his old man, taking on burdens too heavy for his shoulders. I reach across the desk and squeeze his hand. I'm going to do whatever it takes to help her get better. I promise. Really? Hope brightens his serious expression. Really? I stand and scoop him up, remembering when he used to fit in the crook of my arm. But first, you need sleep. He wraps his arms around my neck as I carry him back to his room. You promise you'll help Mira? With everything I have, son. With everything I have. I tuck Kai into bed, making sure his favorite book lies within easy reach on the nightstand. His serious expression mirrors my own as I pull the blankets up to his chin. Get some rest, son. I'll look after your sister. Promise you'll wake me if anything happens. His blue eyes, so like his mother's, search my face. I nod, unable to deny him this small comfort. My hand dwarfs his as I give it a final squeeze before heading back to Mira's room. The scratch of my quill against parchment fills the quiet space. My normally bold signature wavers across the bottom of the letter, the ink bleeding where my hand trembles. I pause, jaw clenching as I try to maintain the composure expected of a merchant of my standing. The words blur before my eyes. Mira shifts in her sleep, a tiny whimper escaping her. My free hand abandons the quill to smooth her blankets, checking that she's warm enough. Her silver-white fur feels cooler than it should. I adjust the covers again, though they haven't moved since the last time I fixed them. Mrs. Bramble stands quietly by the door, her experienced eyes taking in everything. I return to the letter, forcing my fingers to grip the quill properly. The second line comes out just as shaky as the first. I stop, drawing in a deep breath that catches in my throat. Perhaps a fresh pot of tea, Master Theron. Mrs. Bramble's suggestion carries years of knowing when to offer distraction. I grunt in acknowledgement, focusing on finishing the letter before my composure cracks entirely. My merchant's seal sits heavy in my palm as I press it into the cooling wax. When she returns, Mrs. Bramble takes the folded parchment with a gentle pat to my arm, pretending not to notice how I immediately return to fussing with Mira's blankets. I'm not sure how long I stay there, the tea Mrs. Bramble brought going cold when I hear her answer the door. I'm stunned to have gotten such a fast response, but I'm glad nonetheless when she appears in Mira's doorway. I take the letter from her, relief immediately pouring through me. Tomorrow morning. Just hours until this healer arrives. My fingers trace the letter's wax seal. Official confirmation she'll come. It's hours before I finally peel myself away from Mira's side, worried my restlessness is doing nothing for her. I find myself wandering the dark halls past the children's rooms where Mrs. Bramble keeps watch instead. My hooves carry me to the solarium's sealed doors. The key feels foreign in my hand. I haven't opened this room since Mother died. Moonlight streams through the dirty glass panels, casting long shadows across the floor. Dead leaves crunch beneath my hooves. Empty ceramic pots line the shelves, their contents long withered to dust. Mother's prized roses once bloomed here year-round, filling the air with their sweet perfume. Now only their thorny stems remain, twisted and brown. My horn rings scrape against a low-hanging chain as I duck through the doorway. The sound echoes in the hollow space, stirring memories of Mother humming as she pruned her plants. She would have known what to do for Mira, would have held my hand and told me everything would be all right. A broken trellis leans against the far wall. I ride it without thinking, muscle memory from countless afternoons helping Mother maintain her garden. The wood feels brittle under my fingers, but the core remains solid. Like my daughter, fragile on the outside, but strong where it counts. Something catches in my chest as I stare at the empty planters. Mother always said gardens could be rebuilt, no matter how neglected. Just needs patience and care, my boy, she'd tell me, while showing me how to coax new growth from dead soil. Maybe this healer can help us rebuild, too. Help Mira grow strong like Mother's roses. For the first time since holding my daughter's tiny form, watching her struggle for each breath, I let myself imagine a future where she runs and plays without fear. The moonlight catches on my merchant's rings, reminding me of promises kept and broken. But this promise, to help my daughter heal, this one I'll keep. Whatever it takes.
Chapter 2. Lyra. I heft my worn leather satchel, double-checking the contents one final time. Dried Waroya for fever, blue frost for sleep, Mekix de bark for pain, each bundle nestled in its own pocket, wrapped in cloth to prevent cross-contamination. The familiar ritual steadies my nerves as I climb the steep path toward the mansion looming above. Black stone walls rise against the morning sky, their imposing facade a stark reminder that this isn't my usual sort of house call. The gardens flanking the entrance tell their own story. Untamed grass creeps between stone pavers, and thorny vines sprawl unchecked across what must have once been neat flower beds. A handful of roses struggle upward, their red blooms defiant against the general air of neglect. My boots crunch on gravel as I reach the massive front door. Before I can knock, it swings open to reveal a human woman. Her neat grey bun and crisp apron a sharp contrast to the wild gardens behind me. The housekeeper's brown eyes scan me from head to toe, and I resist the urge to smooth my travel-wrinkled dress. "Thank the lady you're here. I'm Mrs. Bramble, dear." Her shoulders sag with visible relief. "We've been so worried with how Miss Mira hasn't woken since she collapsed. Come in, come in." She ushers me inside with quick, efficient movements. "How long has she been ill?" I slip past her into a cavernous entry hall, my voice echoing off marble floors and vaulted ceilings. "Oh, Miss Mira was born with a condition. Some days she's up running with her brothers, and others—" She wrings her hands in her apron. "Well, You'll see. This way, please. I follow her brisk steps, noting how quickly she moves despite her age. Every surface we pass gleams with polish, a striking difference from the neglected exterior. Mrs. Bramble may be worried about her charges, but she clearly hasn't let her other duties slip. The tap of Mrs. Bramble's shoes echoes through corridors wide enough for a Minotaur's horns to pass without trouble. My own footsteps sound small and tentative in comparison. Dark wood panels line the walls, swallowing what little light filters through gaps in heavy velvet curtains. I pause at an alcove where sheet-draped shapes hint at statues or busts underneath. My fingers itch to peek beneath the coverings to discover what art lies hidden, but I curl them around my satchel strap instead. A healer's curiosity has its place, and this isn't it. Mind your step here. Mrs. Bramble gestures at a slight rise in the floor. The children's wing is just ahead. The children's wing. As if this place needs wings. My entire cottage could fit in this hallway alone. I duck my head to examine a patch of floor where the runner has worn thin, revealing intricate mosaic work beneath. Even the floors tell stories here, though no one seems interested in listening. Another covered painting catches my eye, this one larger than the others. A corner of the dustcloth has slipped, revealing a gilded frame and the edge of what might be a formal portrait. Before I can make out more detail, Mrs. Bramble clears her throat. Best keep up, dear. The little ones need tending. Of course. I quicken my pace but can't help noticing how the house feels like it's holding its breath. No sounds of servants chatting or dishes clinking from distant kitchens. No squeaking floorboards or creaking doors. Just our footsteps and the whisper of my skirts against the runner. The morning light struggles to penetrate layers of heavy curtains, leaving pools of shadow in corners and doorways. I've treated patients who had money before, though not as much as this family seems to, but never been in a home that felt so deliberately closed off from the world. My fingers find a sprig of dried roast herb in my pocket, drawing comfort from its familiar scent. Whatever darkness haunts these halls, I'm here for the children. Their needs matter more than this house's secrets. Instead of going straight to the young Minotaur's room, Mrs. Bramble takes me to what appears to be a home office. The study door swings open, and I have to tilt my head back to take in the Minotaur merchant who fills the frame. His shoulders nearly brush both sides, black fur gleaming in the dim light. Silver rings catch what little illumination filters through the curtains, winking from horns that curve up and back from his broad forehead. But it's his eyes that hold my attention. Amber irises clouded with a father's fear as they flick between me and the staircase. His massive hands clench and unclench at his sides, betraying an anxiety that his otherwise commanding presence tries to mask. Mr. Blackhorn? I adjust my satchel strap. I'm Lyra, the healer you sent for. A small movement draws my gaze downward. A young Minotaur boy peers around his father's leg, one hand clutching the fabric of those perfectly pressed trousers. His black fur matches his father's, but those eyes, startlingly blue and far too serious for such a young face, study me with careful consideration. I sink into a crouch, bringing myself to his eye level. Both father and son blink at this, sharing a glance that speaks volumes about how few adults bother to meet the boy at his height. Hi, I smile, keeping my voice gentle. I'm Lyra. Kai's grip on his father's trouser leg loosens slightly. I'm Kai. Are you here to treat my sister? His voice carries that same gravity I see in his eyes. I'm really worried about her. Then we should see what we can do about that, shouldn't we? I reach into my satchel and pull out a small wooden charm carved into the shape of a sailing ship. It's in my nature to soothe all pain, and I can't stand seeing this little boy so distraught. But first, would you like to see something interesting? This helps me know which medicines work best. Kai steps forward, those blue eyes widening with curiosity as he releases his father's leg entirely. How does it work? Why don't you hold it while I explain? I offer him the charm, noting how his shoulders relax as he turns the smooth wood over in his hands. He studies it, turning it over in his hands, and I lift an oil from my bag. I pour this oil over it, and based on the illness it detects, it will give off a scent. It tells me what I need to know about a patient. I don't add that it only works on colds and infections. I won't need it for the girl I'm here to see. Is it magic? His eyes are wide and I tense, knowing how much Minotaurs hate magic, but his father doesn't snarl at me. It's like magic, I answer carefully, standing and letting him focus on the tool. I face his father. Is there anything I should know before we go see your daughter? He shakes his head. I think it's best if you evaluate her. I can answer any questions you have after. He nods toward his housekeeper, and I turn, determined to help this child. I follow Mrs. Bramble up a sweeping staircase, my boots silent against carpeted steps. Kai clutches the wooden ship in one hand, his other wrapped tight in his father's massive fingers. The contrast strikes me, those tiny black fingers disappearing into his father's protective grip. The hallway narrows, and Theron has to duck slightly to avoid brushing his horns against crystal wall sconces. His shoulders nearly brush both walls, yet he moves with careful grace, each step measured as if the floor might shatter beneath his weight. Mrs. Bramble pushes open a door decorated with painted flowers, and my breath catches. Silver-white fur gleams against dark sheets, so pale it almost glows in the dim light. The little girl looks lost in the massive four-poster bed, her tiny frame barely making a bump under thick quilts. Mira! Kai scrambles onto the mattress, settling beside his sister with practiced ease. His hand finds hers atop the covers, and she stirs at his touch. I set my satchel on a nearby table, cataloguing symptoms as I move closer. Her breathing comes in short, shallow gasps. Sweat darkens the fur around her temples. When she blinks up at me, amber eyes like her father's struggle to focus. Hello, little one. I keep my voice soft as I perch on the edge of the bed. I'm Lyra. Your brother's been telling me you're not feeling well. Behind me, floorboards creak under Theron's weight as he shifts closer. The movement draws my attention to his shadow falling across the bed, how it seems to curl protectively around both children. His presence fills the room like a physical thing, all that power held carefully in check as he watches me reach for his daughter. Kai never takes his eyes off his sister, his young face set in lines too serious for a child. He holds himself like a shield between her and the rest of the world, even as he makes space for me to work. The wooden ship charm rests in his lap, forgotten in his concern for Mira. I press my fingers gently against her throat, feeling for swollen glands. Her pulse flutters beneath my touch, too fast and irregular for my liking. Heat radiates from her small frame, not just fever warmth, but something deeper. My fingers trace each rib beneath Mira's fur, counting breaths and heartbeats. Her heart skips and flutters like a caged bird, but there's strength beneath the irregularity. The fluid in her lungs hasn't settled deep, caught early enough to treat. I pull back, meeting those amber eyes that watch me with such trust. You're very brave, letting me poke and prod like this. A tiny smile curves her muzzle. Kai says being brave means doing scary things anyway. Kai sounds very wise. I glance at the boy who hasn't left his sister's side. His shoulders straighten at the praise, though worry still clouds those blue eyes. Theron looms closer, his shadow falling across the bed. Well? The word comes out rough, almost challenging. I stand, squaring my shoulders as I face him. Her condition is serious. Panic flashes in his eyes and I raise a hand. But not hopeless. She needs intensive treatment at first. Herbal compresses every few hours, special teas, careful monitoring, but it's manageable. With time and proper care we can get this under control. His massive hands clench and unclench. You're certain? I don't make promises I can't keep, Mr. Blackhorn. I meet his gaze steadily. Your daughter is ill, yes, but not beyond help. Once we establish a routine, she can live a normal life with daily maintenance. Something flickers in those amber depths, hope warring with ingrained skepticism. He glances at his children, at the way Kai has curled protectively around his sister. The sight seems to pain him. I'll need to stay close, I continue softly. It will probably take a few weeks before she's up and moving, and then I can work on conditioning her body to get used to movement she's never had before. I look over at her and her brother. I hope I can give her a semblance of a normal life. Stay. His voice cracks on the word. He clears his throat, drawing himself up to his full height. I mean, I'm offering you a position, live-in healer, whatever salary you... Yes. He blinks, thrown off by my quick response. You haven't heard the terms. I don't need to. I gesture to Mira, to Kai's too serious face, to the sheets draped over every mirror and painting in this too quiet house. They need help, and that's why I became a healer. He studies me for a moment, like he's not sure he can trust me. But I see the weight he carries, the way his children strain under shadows that have nothing to do with illness. Mira will never heal in a home like this, and I am determined to do whatever I can for them. As if his decision has been made, his shoulders drop slightly, just enough to show relief. When can you start? I already have. I turn back to my patients, pulling herbs from my satchel. Now, who wants to help me make some special tea?
Chapter 3. Theron. I lean against the doorframe of my study, arms crossed over my chest as I observe the scene before me. The morning sun streams through the window, casting a warm glow over Lyra as she guides Mira through her morning exercises. My daughter's tiny silver-white form looks even more delicate next to the human woman's copper hair and earth-toned dress. That's it, little one. Deep breath in. Lyra's voice carries the same gentle authority she's shown since arriving. Her small hands support Mira's back with practiced confidence as she helps her move just a little, getting her heart rate up safely and slowly. She says the muscle needs more work, not more rest. I'm terrified of what that will entail. My fingers drum against my bicep. The rings on my horns catch the light as I tilt my head, studying their interaction. Every healer before this has treated Mira like fragile glass or a problem to be solved. But Lyra, she handles my daughter with a reverence that speaks of genuine care rather than professional obligation. It took Lyra no time to move her belongings into a guest room in the children's wing. She gets up with Mira and Kai, making sure that Mira gets the herbs and movement she needs. It's only been a few days, but I'm already seeing the improvement. Like now, as I watch Mira's chest rises and falls in a steady rhythm, no hitching, no struggle. For the first time in so long, she's drifted into peaceful sleep, her tiny form curled trustingly against Lyra's side. The sight stirs something in me I'm not ready to examine. Remarkable, I mutter, the word escaping before I can catch it. Lyra's green eyes flick up to meet mine, a knowing smile playing at her lips. Those gold flecks in her irises seem to dance with quiet triumph. It seems she cares about healing my daughter just as much as I am. I straighten, adjusting my tunic in a futile attempt to regain my composure. The top of Lyra's head wouldn't even reach my chest if she stood, yet somehow she's managed to make me feel off balance in my own home. Professional interest, I tell myself. That's all this scrutiny is. Appreciation for her skill with Mira. Nothing more. I won't let myself think about how I was stunned at her beauty the second she walked in. Not how I find myself studying her copper hair and bright green eyes far longer than I should. No. I just want the best for Mira, and this healer seems to be it. But watching her small fingers stroke my daughter's fur with such tenderness, seeing the peaceful expression on Mira's face, it challenges everything I thought I knew about humans, about capability, about strength. The numbers blur before my eyes as I stare at the ledger. Third time I've tried to calculate this shipment's costs. My quill drips ink onto the page, creating a dark stain that spreads across the careful columns. Damn it. I toss the ruined page aside, running a hand over my face. Through my study window, I catch glimpses of the garden. Mira's silver fur gleams in the afternoon sun as she toddles after Lyra, who's teaching her the names of healing herbs. My daughter's steps are steadier than they've been in months. I grab a fresh sheet of parchment, determined to focus. The Steelhorn contract needs reviewing before... A burst of laughter draws my attention back outside. Kai perches on the garden wall, his gangly legs swinging as he reads aloud from one of his books. His voice carries the animated tone I haven't heard since before Cassandra. I grip my quill tighter. Even Mrs. Bramble has changed, humming as she arranges flowers, actual flowers, in the hallway vases. The house feels lighter somehow. Warmer. All because of one stubborn human woman who dared stand up to me in my own home. Who meets my glare with those fierce green eyes and refuses to back down when she thinks I'm being unreasonable about the children's care. My rings scrape against my horns as I rub them in frustration. I need to get these contracts finished, not waste time watching Lyra's copper braid swing as she demonstrates proper plant harvesting technique, or notice how her small hands move with such confidence, or wonder how those hands would feel. The quill snaps in my grip. Ink splatters across my vest. Get it together, Blackhorn, I growl at myself. She's the children's healer, nothing more. But the warmth spreading through my chest when she smiles at my children tells a different story. One I'm not ready to read. The familiar thud of Dex's footsteps echoes through my front hall, followed by his booming laugh as he shoves my study door open. Only my closest friend would dare to disturb me without an ounce of remorse. So the rumors are true. The great Theron Blackhorn hired a human healer. I shoot him a warning glare as he ducks through the doorway of my study, his bronze horn rings catching the lamplight. Not now, Dex. Oh no, we're definitely discussing this. He drops into the reinforced chair across from my desk, the wood groaning under his massive frame. You, the one who lectured me for an hour about maintaining proper standards when I suggested hiring that human carpenter. That was different. I pour us both a measure of aged whiskey, pushing his glass across the desk. Different how? His green eyes sparkle with mischief as he leans forward. Because she's pretty? The whiskey burns my throat. Because she's qualified. Mira's breathing has improved more over the last week than... A soft knock interrupts us. Lyra enters with the tea service, her copper braid falling over one shoulder as she manages the oversized pot designed for Minotaur hands. My fingers twitch with the urge to help, but I force them still. She'd only scold me again about underestimating her. Evening, gentlemen. She sets the tray down with practiced grace. The kids are napping, and I thought I'd bring you some tea since I was already making some for them. Dex's grin widens. How thoughtful. And how's our little Mira doing under your care? Much better. She pours the tea with steady hands, the delicate movements highlighting how small she is compared to the Minotaur-sized porcelain. Though her father still hovers like I might break her. I do not hover, I growl. Her knowing smile makes my grip tighten on my whiskey glass. The crystal creaks ominously. Of course not. She sets a cup before each of us. You just happened to pass by the garden 8 times during our lesson today. Dex's shoulders shake with suppressed laughter. I resist the urge to throw something at him. Thank you, Miss Moonweaver. I manage through gritted teeth. That will be all. She dips a small curtsy, probably to provoke me, and leaves, the scent of healing herbs lingering in her wake. While she might be good with the kids, she does not fear me, and with each passing day, I don't know how to deal with that. Not one word. I point at Dex's smirking face. I didn't say anything. He raises his hands in mock surrender. Though your cracking glass might... I consider throwing it at him. Instead, I down the damn thing and glare at him. It only makes Dex laugh. He stays a while longer before I finally kick him out. I miss dinner, though that's not unusual. But late into the night, I still can't focus. I finally decide to take a break, knowing I won't be able to sleep, and find myself wandering the halls instead. I pause outside Mira's door, my horns nearly brushing the frame. The house creaks and settles around me, familiar sounds that usually bring comfort during my late-night wanderings. Tonight, they only emphasize the unusual silence from my daughter's room. No labored breathing, no muffled coughs. My chest tightens as I ease the door open. Moonlight spills across Mira's bed, illuminating her silver-white fur. She's curled on her side, one tiny hand clutching her favorite blanket, her chest rising and falling in smooth, even breaths. "By the Lady of Light," I whisper, moving closer. It's the second time I've seen her rest so easy, and I think I could have a lifetime of this and never stop thanking the goddess. Something catches my eye, a leather-bound journal on the bedside table. I recognize Lyra's neat handwriting on the open page. Day 6, Mira's lung capacity improving steadily. Morning exercises showing marked progress. Note: she responds better when we make it into a game. Taught her to pretend she's breathing fire. The visualization helps her focus. Afternoon tea blend adjusted. Added more Filvec to counter the bitter herbs. She drank it all today. Must remember to praise her bravery. The pages are filled with detailed observations, sketches of herb combinations, and little notes about Mira's preferences. Lyra's documented everything from my daughter's favorite stories to which breathing techniques work best when she's anxious. Important. Blue frost tea before bed seems to help most, but only if served in the blue cup with the painted flowers. She says it makes her feel special. My fingers trace the careful diagrams showing optimal sleeping positions. The dedication in these pages. It's not just medical knowledge. Every observation is infused with genuine care for my daughter's comfort, her happiness. Because she's a good healer, I remind myself. Mira stirs slightly, mumbling in her sleep. I freeze, but she just hugs her blanket closer and settles again. The peaceful expression on her face makes my heart ache. I close the journal gently, something unfamiliar and warm uncurling in me as I study my sleeping daughter. For the first time since her birth, she looks truly at peace. Dawn's first light creeps across Mira's floor when Mrs. Bramble's familiar shuffle breaks my reverie. I'm still holding Lyra's journal, my large fingers careful not to crease the pages filled with her meticulous notes. Sometimes the best healing comes from unexpected places. Mrs. Bramble's voice holds that knowing tone she's perfected over decades of service. She adjusts her pristine white apron, her steel-gray bun as precise as ever. I grunt, not ready to examine the truth in her words or why I've spent hours poring over Lyra's careful observations of my daughter. The leather cover feels warm from my grip as I set it back on the nightstand. My hooves are silent on the thick carpet as I leave Mira sleeping peacefully. The walk to my study feels different this morning. Lighter somehow. At the doorway, I pause. My hand hovers over the heavy oak door I've kept firmly shut since Cassandra. The sound of Lyra's voice drifts up from below, bright and clear. "Good morning, Kai. Ready to help wake your sister?" My son's response carries his rare morning enthusiasm. "Can I show her the new book about sea beasts?" "Perfect timing. We can practice her breathing exercises while you read." My fingers drop from the door handle. For the first time in 3 years, I leave it open, letting the life of my household flow in. The morning routine unfolds like a melody. Kai's excited footsteps on the stairs, Lyra's gentle coaxing as she helps Mira start her day, Mrs. Bramble's pots clanking in the kitchen below. I settle at my desk, ledgers spread before me. But instead of shutting out the sounds of my family, I let them wash over me. Through the open door, I hear Mira's delighted giggle as Kai describes some fantastical creature. Lyra's voice guides them both, patient and warm. The house feels alive again. I'm no longer hiding from it. Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofproththea.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Proththea's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 4. Lyra. Through the window, dawn paints the garden in watercolour hues. Mira's already waiting on her cushioned mat when I make it to her room, silver-white fur catching the early light. Her tiny hooves tap an eager rhythm against the floor as I guide her through gentle stretches, something to help her work on stamina, but not push her. Like this. She reaches for her toes, face scrunching with effort. Perfect. I adjust her form slightly. Remember to breathe. Movement at the doorway catches my eye. Kai lingers there, pressed against the frame as if trying to fade into the woodwork. Despite his height, already reaching my shoulders, he hunches inward, making himself small. Mrs. Bramble was the one that got him up today and to breakfast, but I don't think he likes being separated from his sister. Would you like to join us? His blue eyes widen. He shifts from hoof to hoof, gaze darting between me and his sister. Kai, come stretch with us. Mira pats the empty spot beside her, and I stand to get him a mat. He edges into the room, each step careful and measured, as I lay the mat out next to Mira. When he settles in the spot beside her, his lanky limbs fold awkwardly, like he's not quite sure where they belong. Here. I demonstrate the next stretch. This one's good for growing bones. His movements mirror mine precisely, but tension rides his shoulders. I notice how he watches me from the corner of his eye, as if waiting for correction or criticism. Later, as Mira naps, I sort through dried herbs at my workbench. Kai hovers nearby, pretending to read, but stealing glances at my work. Could you help me separate these blue frost flowers? I push a basket toward him. They need sorting by size. The book drops to his lap. You want my help? If you'd like to learn, these herbs might help your sister someday. His fingers, already surprisingly dexterous, pluck through the dried blooms. Each flower he sorts lands precisely in its designated pile. No wasted movement, no childish scatter, just careful, methodical work. When I praise his attention to detail, his smile transforms his whole face. The serious mask cracks, revealing the 6-year-old beneath. But it's the flash of surprise in his eyes that twists something in my chest. As if simple inclusion is an unexpected gift rather than his birthright. Each day reveals new layers to this household's carefully maintained facade. Mrs. Bramble's shoulders drop a fraction when I take over getting both kids up in the morning, though she hovers nearby, dusting the same shelf 3 times while watching us work. Her iron grip on the house's routine softens, just slightly, when I suggest moving Mira's treatments to the garden, where fresh air can reach her lungs. The master usually takes his breakfast in his study, she mentions one morning, hands twisting her apron as I pull back heavy velvet curtains. Sunlight streams across the breakfast table where I start the morning with the kids, catching dust motes in golden beams. But perhaps I arrange fresh-cut flowers in a crystal vase. Maybe he'll want to start his day with his kids. She gives me a grin. If you think it'll help Miss Mira. I nod, giving her a conspiratorial look. I think it will. I'll ask him then. But I'm certain that Mrs. Bramble will not let him say no. Sure enough, the next morning Theron appears in the doorway, filling it completely with his massive frame. He freezes at the sight of us all gathered around the table, Mira perched on her special cushioned chair, Kai methodically arranging his porridge toppings. "Papa!" Mira waves her spoon. "Lyra says sunshine helps make strong bones." His amber eyes meet mine briefly before skittering away. He settles into a chair that creaks under his weight, careful to maintain maximum distance while still being at the same table. But his gaze keeps drifting to Mira's improved colour, the way she actually finishes her breakfast. I try not to let my eyes take in the Minotaur for too long. Even though he's a merchant, he wears a simple tunic and pants, cut close to his frame and blending into his fur. He's massive and muscular, and too often I find myself wanting to run my hands through his fur, find myself provoking him just to see his personality a little more. I shouldn't want to, but I want more of him, though I'm working on squashing that feeling. I finally look away to see Kai watching me with sharp eyes that miss nothing. I try to shake it off as we have a quiet breakfast and then go to the garden, but I can't help studying the little Minotaur, wondering why he acts so different for a 6-year-old. When I ask him to help me organise my herbs while his sister rests, he practically vibrates with eagerness. His questions are precise, thoughtful, each answer carefully stored away like precious gems. "Mother's curtains were always closed," he mentions casually, measuring dried rose her. "She said sunlight faded the furniture." I keep my hands steady, though my heart clenches. Well, some herbs need darkness to dry properly, but others... I guide him to the windowsill, where seedlings stretch toward light. Others need sunshine to grow strong. His small fingers trace a tender leaf. Behind us, I hear Theron's heavy footsteps pause in the hallway, lingering just out of sight. The house seems to exhale around us, dust settling in newly illuminated corners, shadows retreating from fresh air and opened windows. But Kai's words stay with me through the rest of the day. A timid knock breaks the midnight silence. I set aside my mortar and pestle, herbs half ground for tomorrow's treatments. Through the crack in the door, Kai's blue eyes shine wet with unshed tears, his black fur ruffled from tossing and turning. "I had a bad dream." His voice cracks. He stands rigidly as if expecting rejection. "Come in." I pat the massive bed beside me. "I was just working on some healing recipes." He climbs up, his lanky frame making the bed seem even more absurdly sized. His hooves catch in the blankets as he settles, careful to maintain a proper distance. "Would you like to see something special?" I reach for my mother's book, its leather cover worn smooth from years of handling. These are stories about magical creatures my mother collected from other healers. His ears perk forward despite his attempt to maintain his serious expression. I flip to an illustration of a gargoyle, its wings spread across both pages. "This healer visited our camp when I was little." I trace the detailed stone. "She said she helped heal its injured wing." "Really?" He inches closer, forgetting his careful distance. "Wouldn't you be scared to help him?" I'd be terrified. But sometimes being brave means helping others even when you're afraid. He nods solemnly, but his rigid posture slowly melts as we turn pages. His questions tumble out faster now, childish wonder breaking through his usual reserve. When we reach the chapter on sea serpents, he actually giggles at the illustration of one wearing a sailor's hat. "Mother said stories were a waste of time." He freezes, as if expecting punishment for the admission. "Stories helped me learn which herbs heal which creatures." I turn another page. Knowledge comes in many forms. His head droops against my arm as exhaustion finally wins. In sleep, his face softens, those worried lines smoothing away. For once, he looks his actual age, just a small boy seeking comfort in the dark. I continue reading softly, letting the familiar words fill the silence. His breathing deepens. tension draining from his small frame with each exhale. I drape a blanket over Kai's sleeping form, careful not to wake him. His black fur gleams in the lamplight as he curls into a tight ball, making himself small, even in sleep. The massive bed swallows his frame, emphasizing how young he really is beneath that serious demeanor. My herb-stained fingers smooth a wrinkle from the coverlet. Strange how natural this feels, tucking in a Minotaur child who is already nearing my height even at 6 years old. His horn buds peek through his fur, reminding me of spring shoots breaking through frost-hardened earth. Leaving him to sleep, the oversized armchair next to the bed creaks as I settle into it, my copper braid falling over one shoulder. The familiar scent of healing herbs woven into my hair mingles with the leather and ink smell of my mother's bestiary, still open to the sea serpent illustration that made him laugh. That laugh. Such a rare, precious sound from a child who carries himself like a miniature adult. My chest tightens watching his face in repose, all those careful masks stripped away. In sleep, his features echo Mira's innocent trust, rather than their absent mother's rigid propriety. These children need more than herbal tonics and breathing exercises. Mira's condition may have brought me here, but there are deeper wounds festering beneath the surface. Wounds left by a mother's cold words and impossible standards. By loss and loneliness and the weight of expectations no child should bear. Kai whimpers in his sleep, a small sound that pierces straight through my practiced healer's detachment. Before I can think better of it, I reach out and smooth his fur, humming the same lullaby my mother sang during long nights treating patients. His breathing steadies, tension melting from his shoulders. My training taught me to maintain professional distance, to heal bodies without entangling myself in lives. But watching this brave, serious boy finally rest without nightmares, I know it's already too late for such caution. These children have worked their way under my skin like healing roots breaking through stone. And I fear their father is next.
Chapter 5. Theron. I lean against the kitchen door frame, my arms crossed over my chest as I watch Lyra guide Mira's tiny hands in sprinkling herbs over the roasting meat. The kitchen's warmth seeps into my fur, carrying the rich aroma of rosemary and thyme. Like this? Kai stretches up on his tiptoes, carefully measuring dried basilisk root into a wooden spoon. His serious expression mirrors the one he wears during his lessons. Perfect. Lyra's copper braid swings as she nods. I hate how I keep staring at it, how I want to untangle that braid and see her long strands flowing around her face. That'll give the sauce just the right kick without overwhelming it. She winks at him, and a small smile breaks through his solemn demeanor. Damn, that does something to my heart. I help too! Mira bounces on her stool, silver-white fur glowing in the lamplight. Her enthusiasm nearly tips her over, but Lyra's steady hand catches her before I can move. You're my best helper. Lyra adjusts Mira's position with practiced ease. Now, what comes next in our recipe? Salt! Mira claps her hands. That's right, little one. Lyra's green eyes meet mine over Mira's head, warm with understanding. She doesn't coddle Mira like the servants do, doesn't treat her like she might break. Instead, she's found ways to let Mira participate while keeping her safe. Kai shifts closer to his sister, measuring spoon forgotten as he steadies her stool. The protective gesture is so familiar it aches. He's been looking out for her since she could crawl. But tonight, there's something lighter in his movements, less burden and more brotherhood. The tightness that's lived between my shoulder blades since Cassandra's death eases slightly. These dinners used to be exercises in proper etiquette and cold conversation. Now, watching Lyra turn simple meal preparation into an adventure for my children, I realize how wrong I've been to keep their worlds so separate. Papa! Mira waves a herb-covered hand. Come taste. Lyra looks up then, our eyes meeting, and I lose myself in her for a moment, in those bright green irises and that soft smile on her lips. I almost expect a sharp remark from her, something I've come to love, but I shake myself out of it as I step forward and let Mira hold a spoon out to me. Incredible. And I notice how my daughter lights up. I pick her up, spinning her around, and she giggles. Here. Lyra hands me a bowl. This can go in the dining room. I follow Mira into the dining room, my steps measured to match her careful pace. Sunlight streams through the tall windows, catching dust motes that dance in the air. Windows Cassandra kept shrouded in heavy drapes to maintain proper atmosphere. Now the dark wood of the dining table gleams, polished to a shine that reflects the fresh wildflowers scattered across its surface in simple clay vases. Look what I made, Papa! Mira holds up her own bowl, her amber eyes bright with pride. Her silver-white fur practically glows in the natural light, so different from the shadowy formality that used to rule this room. My throat tightens. 3 years ago, servants would whisk the children away before dinner, leaving only the echo of tiny hooves on marble floors. Cassandra insisted proper noble children dined separately until they could maintain perfect table manners. The massive table felt like an ocean between us, drowning conversation in protocol and propriety. Now Mira's taking another step, her movement steady where they once faltered. The sound of Kai's laugh drifts from the kitchen, a sound that used to earn sharp reprimands about proper decorum. I turn toward the window, pressing my knuckles against the cool glass. These walls held so much silence before. Now they ring with life, with the casual clatter of dishes and spontaneous giggles. Everything all right? Lyra's soft question carries from the doorway. I can't face her yet, not with my eyes burning like this. My children are thriving under her care, blooming like the fresh-cut flowers she scatters through our home. The changes run deeper than opened curtains and scattered toys. There's joy here now, real and unrestrained. Papa! Mira tugs at my sleeve. Did I do good? I pick her up, giving her a soft small. You did so good. I settle her into her chair, taking a seat in the center next to her. I don't want to feel an ocean away from my table, and the warmth in me only spreads as Lyra and Kai join us too. Laughter and conversation fill this room as we load our plates. What were you like when you were my age, Papa? Kai's question catches me off guard, his blue eyes, so like his mother's yet filled with such different warmth, fixed on me with earnest curiosity. I set down my fork, the savory aroma of the roasted meat momentarily forgotten. The memories surfaced like bubbles in still water. I spent a lot of time in the kitchen, actually. You did. Mira's amber eyes widen, matching my own. She leans forward, nearly knocking over her cup before Lyra's quick hand steadies it. My mother taught me to cook. The words come easier than expected, loosened by the casual intimacy of the moment. She'd let me stand on a stool just like you did today. Said a merchant should know what goes into everything he sells. Was she tall like you? Kai asks, his serious expression softening with interest. A chuckle escapes me. No, she was barely taller than Lyra, but she could command a room full of traders with just a look. Like how Lyra makes the mean herb seller give her fair prices. Mira pipes up, making Lyra laugh across the table. Something like that. I catch Lyra's eye, appreciating how she listens without pushing, her presence as natural as breathing. Mother's specialty was spiced bread. She'd trade recipes with the caravan leaders, said good food opened more doors than gold. Can we make her bread? Kai's question stirs something deep in my chest. I clear my throat. I haven't thought about that recipe in years. After she died, Perhaps we could try to recreate it together? Lyra's gentle suggestion bridges the sudden silence. But there's such kindness in her eyes as she watches me that it has me swallowing back emotion I thought I'd crushed. Between all of us, we might discover something close. I help, Mira declares, her silver-white fur catching the lamplight as she bounces in her seat. Looking around the table, at Kai's thoughtful nod, Mira's excited wiggle, and Lyra's understanding smile, I realize this room has transformed. No longer a stage for formal performances, but a place where memories can be shared, where new traditions can take root alongside the old. I reach out to ruffle Kai's black fur, so like my own. I think Mother would have loved that idea. Instead of retreating to my study as fast as I can, I linger through dinner and helping get the kids into bed. It's clear to me that so much of the house, so much of them, has started to come back to life. I think that's what possesses me to climb the narrow stairs to the storage room once I leave their beds instead of going to my own, each step creaking under my weight. The lantern's flame casts long shadows across the walls, turning familiar corners into unknown territory. Up here, away from the warmth of the kitchen and the lingering scent of tonight's dinner, the air carries the musty weight of forgotten things. My horn scrapes the low ceiling as I duck through the doorway. Dust particles dance in the lantern light, stirred by my movement through this tomb of discarded memories. Cassandra's influence lingers here, everything meticulously labeled and sorted, even the things she deemed unworthy of keeping. The crate I'm looking for sits in the far corner, marked Common Items KB, in her precise handwriting. My fingers trace the letters before I lift the lid. The wood protests, joints stiff from disuse. Inside, wrapped in yellowed linen, lies the wooden horse. My hands, steady enough to sign contracts worth thousands in gold, tremble as I unwrap it. The carved mane still shows traces of the deep cherry stain Mother used, though the legs are worn smooth from years of play. She carved it during the long winter when fever kept me bedridden, telling stories of wild herds that roamed the northern plains while her knife shaped each detail. Kai had loved it instantly. I remember his tiny hands clutching it during story time, galloping it across his blankets, until Cassandra found him playing with it one afternoon. "A merchant's toy," she'd said, voice sharp with disappointment. "Our son deserves better than common trinkets." The horse had disappeared that day, along with other pieces of Kai's childhood deemed too ordinary for her noble aspirations. I'd let her do it too, worn down by her constant disapproval to fight another battle. I brushed dust from the horse's carved eyes. In the lantern light, the wood seems to hold warmth, as if remembering the small hands that once loved it. The carved horse feels light in my hands as I descend the stairs, my steps quieter than usual despite my size. More treasures fill my arms. A set of painted wooden blocks, a cloth dragon with one wing lovingly mended, a tiny tea set Mother gave me that Kai once served imaginary drinks from. I pause outside Kai's door, arranging the toys in a careful display. The horse stands guard in front, its worn surface catching the hall lamp's glow. My fingers linger on its mane, remembering how Mother would tell me to always sand with the grain. "Like petting a real horse," she'd say, her hands guiding mine across the wood. The floorboards creak under my hooves as I move away. No note needed. Kai will understand. He's always been too perceptive, watching everything with those blue eyes that see far more than a 6-year-old should. The next morning, I leave my study door open, spilling lamplight into the hallway. I reach for the handle out of habit, the motion as familiar as my morning coffee. But my hand falls away. Through the gap drifts Mira's giggle, followed by the gentle murmur of Lyra's voice from downstairs. The sound winds through the house like a warm breeze, carrying the scent of fresh-baked bread and herbs. I step back, studying the heavy oak door that once served as my shield. The brass handle gleams from years of use, polished by countless mornings of shutting out the world. But now it stays open, letting in scattered toy soldiers and crayon drawings, letting in life. My shoulders relax as Kai's voice joins the others, his serious tone giving way to a child's laugh. The sound echoes off walls that used to swallow such joy, transforming my refuge into just another room in a house that's finally becoming a home.
Chapter 6. Lyra. I lean closer to the medical text I got today, my copper braid falling forward as I squint at the faded diagrams. Candlelight flickers across the yellowed pages, casting dancing shadows over detailed illustrations of heart chambers and valves. My small desk groans under the weight of stacked books and scattered papers, each one covered in my hurried notes about Mira's symptoms. My fingers trace the intricate lines of a particularly detailed drawing, following the path of blood flow through a Minotaur calf's heart. Something about this feels familiar. The irregular beats, the shortness of breath, the stunted growth. I grab my notes from Mira's last examination, laying them side by side with the text. "There you are," I whisper, tapping the page. All the symptoms match up. A rare congenital defect, one that twists the heart's chambers during early development. My excitement at the discovery fades as I read further. If caught early, the condition responds well to a combination of herbs and careful monitoring, but left untreated. I push aside several books, reaching for the clinic's archived records. Dust puffs up as I flip through them, making me sneeze. When I find Cassandra's pregnancy file, it's thin, too thin. My heart sinks as I read entry after entry of refused treatments, each one marked with the same note. Patient declines care from healer. It doesn't take me long to realise she only wanted help from noble-born healers. Damn noble pride, I mutter, running a hand through my hair and loosening strands from my braid. The candle gutters, wax pooling on my desk as I stare at the damning evidence. All those months of missed care, of preventative treatments rejected. No wonder Mira struggles so much now. Even if Theron doesn't seem to share the same sentiments, it's an uphill battle for his daughter. I gather my herbs closer, breathing in their earthly scent to centre myself. Getting angry at a dead woman's prejudices won't help her daughter. But understanding the root cause means I can finally build a better treatment plan. I pull a fresh sheet of paper close and begin writing, determined to make up for lost time. I spent all night planning how I want to improve the pathway for Mira, knowing that in the morning I'll have something more concrete to tell her father. That's what has me up before dawn, before the kids are even awake, going to talk to him. I square my shoulders before knocking on the heavy oak door of Theron's study. My research is solid, the evidence clear. Still, my heart pounds as his deep voice rumbles, "Enter." The morning sun streams through tall windows, highlighting the silver rings in his curved horns as he looks up from his ledgers. His amber eyes narrow at the stack of papers clutched to my chest. I found something about Mira's condition. I spread the medical texts and notes across his desk, pushing aside trade manifests. It's a congenital heart defect, one that develops before birth. Theron leans forward, his massive frame making the chair creak. "And you discovered this in human medical texts?" "Yes, but the anatomy is sound. Look." I point to the detailed diagrams. These complications match Mira's symptoms exactly. If it had been caught during pregnancy. "If?" His nostrils flare. "What exactly are you implying?" I take a steadying breath. According to the clinic records, Cassandra refused most prenatal treatments that could have prevented. "How dare you!" He surges to his feet, towering over me. "You have no right to question my late wife's choices." "I have every right when those choices are still hurting your daughter." I slam my palm on his desk, refusing to back down despite our height difference. "Mira's struggling because of the way your wife—" "Enough!" His roar rattles the windows. "You forget your place, human." My place is helping that little girl, regardless of what you or your precious traditions think. I gather my papers with shaking hands. When you're ready to put Mira's health above your pride, you know where to find me. I storm out before he can respond, slamming the door hard enough to make the hinges protest. Only when I'm halfway down the hall do I realise I'm trembling, with anger, with frustration, with something else I'm not ready to name. I thought Theron was different. The rest of the day, I keep my focus on the kids, but I avoid their father. I thought Theron would want to know if I had learned what was wrong with Lyra, how we could help. But it seems his pride is far too strong to take the criticism from a human. Once the kids are asleep, I head back out to the garden, the cool evening air hitting my flushed cheeks. I'm still angry about what happened, as I kneel beside the moonflower bed, their silvery petals unfurling in the growing darkness. The familiar scent of earth and herbs grounds me, slows my racing pulse. Foolish, I mutter, yanking weeds with more force than necessary. Absolutely foolish to challenge him like that. Maybe the problem was because I thought I could. I thought he would actually listen to me. I've gotten far too comfortable. Heavy hoofsteps crunch on the gravel path. My shoulders tense, but I keep working, pretending fascination with a particularly stubborn flower. The steps pause behind me, followed by the rustle of leaves as Theron attempts to navigate between the delicate rows of herbs. A snapped stem makes him curse under his breath. You'll destroy my entire garden at this rate. I don't look up. The moonflowers are sensitive. He clears his throat. I came to apologise for earlier. The words hang between us, unexpected enough that I finally turn. Theron stands awkwardly among my plants, his massive frame seeming somehow smaller in the soft moonlight. His amber eyes avoid mine as he studies the flowers. 7 healers. His deep voice is quiet. 7 of the finest Minotaur healers, and not one could tell me why my daughter couldn't breathe properly, why she stayed so small while other calves thrived. His fists clench. I watched her struggle, day after day, and could do nothing. And I know that Cassandra was wrong. I just didn't want to hear. Well, it was my fault that Mira has turned out this way, that I let her do what she thought was best when I should have pushed her. Here. I pat the ground beside me, surprised when he actually kneels. Hold this basket while I harvest. Moonflowers are strongest when picked at night. We work in silence for several minutes, his large hands carefully steadying the basket as I clip stems and strip leaves. A father's love radiates from every careful movement, every gentle touch, to avoid crushing my herbs. I know you want what's best for her, I finally say. I failed her, he whispers, and the anguish in his voice hurts me too. I didn't mean to bring that on him. By not questioning Cassandra's choices, by not fighting harder for proper care. My fingers brush his as I place another flower in the basket. You're fighting now. That's what matters. A moonflower stem catches my eye, perfect, unblemished petals glowing in the dim light. I reach for it just as Theron's hand extends toward the same bloom. Our fingers collide, his dark fur brushing against my skin. The contact sends a jolt through my arm, like touching a heated stone after a winter chill. His hand dwarfs mine, strong fingers marked with calluses from years of working despite his merchant status. The silver rings in his horns catch the moonlight as he freezes, neither of us pulling away. My pulse quickens at the gentle press of his palm against my knuckles, the careful way his claws avoid scratching my skin. The moonflowers sway in a gentle breeze, their silvery petals dancing around our joined hands. My herbs release their night-sweet scent, mixing with the earthy musk that always surrounds him. Time stretches like honey dripping from a comb, each heartbeat marked by the warmth of his touch. His amber eyes meet mine, something unspoken passing between us. The gruff merchant who bellowed at me hours ago seems transformed in the garden's ethereal light, his features softened by shadows and starlight. It's the first time that I've really been alone with him, and he's even more handsome up close. His fur is so soft, and I want to run my hands through it, to explore his muscular body beneath. But I know I shouldn't. Withdrawing, I swallow hard. Do you want me to show you how to brew some of the medicine? So you know? He nods. I'd like that. We make our way to the kitchen, my basket of fresh moonflowers swaying between us. The familiar space feels different at this late hour, intimate, with only a few oil lamps casting a warm glow over the worn wooden counters. First, we'll need to crush these. I spread my collection across the work surface. Similar to how you'd prepare trade spices, but with a lighter touch. Theron picks up the pestle, his massive hands adjusting their grip. Show me. I guide him through the motions, demonstrating the careful pressure needed to release the moonflower's essence without bruising them. His amber eyes focus intently on each movement, the same concentration I've seen him use when examining trade contracts. Like this? He grinds the pestle with surprising delicacy, his black fur stark against the silvery petals. Perfect. I measure out dried herbs from my stores. Now we'll add Waroya. The proportions must be exact. He nods, reaching for the measuring spoons. His merchant's precision serves him well as he portions each ingredient, checking twice before adding them to our mixture. The familiar scents of my workroom blend with his earthy musk, creating something new and unexpectedly pleasant. You're a natural, I say, watching him stir the brewing tea. Most people rush this part. Trading taught me patience. His deep voice softens, though apparently not enough to listen when a healer tells me uncomfortable truths. I touch his arm briefly. You listened when it mattered. As we work, I notice how he remembers each step after being shown only once, how his massive hands handle my delicate tools with the same care he shows his daughter. This proud merchant, who hours ago roared at me for questioning his traditions, now stands in his kitchen learning what he can for his daughter. Later, in my small study, I open my treatment journal. By candlelight, I add a new entry, but I find it hard to focus when all I can think about is Theron's gentle touch and the kind nature that seems to be hiding beneath his gruff exterior. It makes me want to know more.
Chapter 7. Theron. I adjust my formal jacket for the 100th time, the fine fabric suddenly feeling too tight across my shoulders. The quarterly Merchants' Guild dinner always brings out the worst of the politics, and Marcus will be circling like a vulture. He's been insufferable since securing that spice contract with the Southern Territories. He thinks it makes him a better merchant than me, but he's really just an ass. Papa? Is your neck itchy too? Kai tugs at his own stiff collar, his young face scrunched in discomfort. Despite his tender age, he stands straight-backed in his formal attire, trying to mirror my posture. Here. I kneel down, loosening his top button. Better? He nods, then his blue eyes dart to the staircase. Oh. I follow his gaze and forget how to breathe. Lyra descends the stairs in the green silk gown I'd commissioned on impulse last week when I decided to take the whole family with me. It's not uncommon for others to. I've just never done so. The deep forest color catches the lamplight, making the fabric shimmer like sunlight through leaves. Her copper hair, usually practical in its herbal-woven braids, falls in loose waves past her shoulders. She's left most of it free, with just 2 small braids crowned around her head. My chest constricts at how the gown highlights her petite frame, while somehow making her seem taller, more regal. The effect is devastating. How am I going to be able to do anything but stare at her all night? Mira squeals from her perch on the bottom step, her silver-white fur gleaming against her purple dress. You look like a princess. She claps her small hands together. Kai, ever serious, shakes his head. No, she looks like one of the forest spirits from her healing stories, the ones who help lost travelers. A blush colors Lyra's cheeks, but her chin lifts with characteristic determination. Well, I feel more like a child playing dress-up. Her green eyes meet mine, gold flecks dancing. Though I suppose that was the point. To look the part of a proper merchant. She trails off, uncertainty flickering across her face. The word wife hangs unspoken between us. My hands itch to touch her, to trace the curve where the silk hugs her waist. Instead, I clear my throat. You look beautiful, enchanting, perfect, suitable for the occasion. Her eyebrow arches, a familiar spark of challenge in her expression. Before she can respond, Mira tugs at the gown's skirt. Can I have one just like it when I'm big? I lift her into my arms. You can have whatever you want. I know I spoil her, but I can't help it. Not when I know I won't have to worry about her collapsing from excitement tonight. All because of Lyra. I look over Kai and back up to Lyra, swallowing hard. She looks even more beautiful now. This is going to be a long night, but I'll try to hold it together. Let's go. The dining hall buzzes with the usual mix of business talk and barely concealed rivalries. Marcus settles into the seat across from me, his steel-gray fur immaculate as always. Those gold rings in his horns catch the light with each calculated tilt of his head. Theron, I heard the southern root's been giving you trouble. His cold blue eyes flick to Lyra beside me. Though I suppose with your domestic situation, business concerns might take second place these days. I grip my fork tighter, but Lyra's hand brushes my arm under the table. The touch steadies me. Actually, Lyra leans forward, her voice carrying just enough to draw attention without seeming to try. I've been fascinated by the trade implications of the southern healing houses. Their method of processing gold root bark preserves the medicinal properties far longer than traditional techniques. Marcus blinks, clearly thrown off script. Other merchants pause their conversations, turning to listen. The preservation method doubles the herb's shelf life, she continues, which means ships could transport larger quantities without risk of spoilage. Particularly useful for those longer southern routes, wouldn't you say? I hide my smile behind my wine glass. She's been paying attention to more than just my children's scrapes and fevers. Old Hornsworth, 3 seats down, strokes his graying beard. You know your herbs, young lady. We lost a whole shipment last season to moisture damage. Perhaps. Lyra's eyes sparkle with that fierce intelligence I've come to admire. A partnership between healing houses and merchant vessels could benefit both. The houses get wider distribution. The merchants get expert advice on proper storage. The conversation flows from there, with even the most traditional merchants leaning in to hear her insights. Marcus sits back, his carefully planned barbs forgotten as trade possibilities are discussed. I should be watching my rivals, reading their reactions, planning countermoves. Instead, I can't take my eyes off Lyra. She moves between conversations with grace, equally comfortable discussing treatment methods with the human merchant's wife to her left and debating profit margins with the Minotaur trade minister across the table. The green silk of her gown shifts like living leaves as she gestures, her copper hair catching the lamplight. She belongs here, I realize, not because she's trying to fit in, but because she's carved out her own space between our worlds. The musicians strike up a familiar tune, and Mira's amber eyes light up. She tugs at my sleeve, her silver-white fur practically glowing in the warm lamplight. Papa, can we stay? Please? Just one dance? I should say no. She's had a long day, and her heart condition means we need to be careful. But there's such hope in her small face, such yearning to be part of this world that often excludes her. Very well. One dance. I scoop her up, setting her tiny hooves on my feet. I'll teach you the warrior's welcome. It's slower than the others. Lyra watches from her seat, lips curved in a soft smile as I position Mira's arms. Keep your right arm up like you're holding a shield, I explain. The left arm sweeps out. That's your sword arm. Mira giggles as we begin the basic pattern. Her small form trembles with excitement, but I support most of her weight, letting her focus on the movements rather than staying upright. Now we turn, slowly, and the shield arm comes down while the sword arm rises. I guide her through the motion, Her silver-white fur brushes against my black as she follows my lead, concentrating with all the seriousness a 3-year-old can muster. Like this. She sweeps her arm in a careful arc. Perfect. The pride in her eyes makes my chest tight. We move through another turn and her breathing stays steady. No wheezing, no strain, just pure joy as she masters each new step. Kai appears at my elbow, his natural grace making the dance look effortless as he demonstrates the next part for his sister. See? The shield becomes the sword and back again. It's about balance. Mira copies him, her movements growing more confident. When we complete the pattern, she beams up at me. I did it! I really did it! For this moment, she's not the fragile daughter everyone whispers about. She's just my little girl, dancing with her father, her face glowing with accomplishment. The movement catches my eye. A flash of green silk and copper hair. Lyra watches us from across the room, her fingers twisted in her skirts. The expression on her face steals my breath. Raw longing mixed with something deeper, more vulnerable than I've ever seen her allow. Her usual quick wit and sharp comebacks are stripped away, leaving only pure emotion as she watches me dance with my children. When our eyes meet, she startles like prey sensing danger. Her gaze drops to her lap, a blush staining her cheeks. But that unguarded moment burns in my memory, lodging somewhere beneath my ribs. The evening winds down and we pile into the carriage for home. The gentle sway of motion soon has both children nodding off. Mira curls against Lyra's left side, silver-white fur stark against the green silk. Her small hand clutches a fold of Lyra's dress even in sleep. Kai leans against Lyra's right shoulder, his usual serious expression softened in slumber. The lamplight through the carriage windows catches the copper highlights in Lyra's hair as she absently strokes Mira's head. Her other hand rests on Kai's shoulder, thumb moving in small, soothing circles. The sight hits me like a physical blow. She's not just their healer. She hasn't been for a long time. The truth I've been avoiding rises up, impossible to ignore. This small human woman with her fierce independence and gentle hands has become essential, not just to my children's well-being, but to mine. The way she challenges me, matches my temper with her own fire, soothes hurts I didn't know I carried. It's woven itself into the fabric of our daily life. The comfortable fiction that she's merely an employee, a caretaker for my children, lies in ruins. Now I have to decide what to do about it. If I want to act on the thoughts that have been swirling in my head all night, or keeping that distance between us. I carry Mira first, her silver-white fur ghostly in the dim hallway light. Her small form weighs nothing in my arms, lighter than any Minotaur child should be. She doesn't stir as I lay her in bed, tucking her favorite quilt around her shoulders. My hand dwarfs her face as I brush back a stray tuft of fur. Kai proves trickier to manage. Even at 6, he's all gangly limbs and sharp angles. I shift him carefully against my chest, mindful of my horns as I navigate the doorway to his room. He mumbles something about books as I set him down, his serious expression finally peaceful in sleep. As I come back out, I find Lyra in the hallway, her copper hair falling in those beautiful waves I want to run my hands through. She's removed her shoes and looks more relaxed now, nearly disheveled in her gown and mussed hair. Those bright green eyes meet mine for a heartbeat before darting away. They didn't even stir? Her voice comes soft, mindful of the sleeping children. Out cold. Mira's breathing was steady all evening. Good. The new tonic seems to be helping. We stand there, the space between us charged like the air before a storm. The hallway feels too narrow, too intimate. Her scent, herbs and honey and something uniquely Lyra, fills my lungs with each breath. Well, she shifts her weight but doesn't move. Good night, then. Good night. I don't move either. 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. Her fingers tighten on her shoes. My hands ache to reach for her. Finally, she turns toward her door. I force myself to
escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
imagine not just one, but 100 stories where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 books from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion. Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 books for the price of 10.
400 hours of reading where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Proththea are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing, and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance. Prothea's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 8. Lyra. The bell above Maya's shop door chimes as I enter, bringing the familiar scent of dried herbs and fresh earth. Bundles of plants hang from the rafters, their shadows dancing across worn wooden shelves in the afternoon light. Maya looks up from behind her counter, silver blonde hair catching the sun. But her smile makes my heart leap. She's practically my sister, having grown up together in the travelling band of humans, where we both learned about herbs. But where I went on to heal, she started to garden, and we both ended up in the capital city, setting up our practices. Her practical cotton apron bears fresh dirt stains. She must have just come in from harvesting. Let me guess. Another healing consultation? Not exactly. I weave between displays of jarred remedies. It's about Kai. His nightmares are getting worse. Maya's grey eyes sharpen with interest. I've told her all about the family I'm helping, and even she seems invested now. She gestures me toward her workbench, clearing space among scattered leaves and stems. Tell me more. He won't admit it, but I hear him at night. Some nights Theron has to sit with him until he falls back asleep. My fingers trace the edge of a mortar and pestle. Last night I found them both passed out in Kai's room. Theron was slumped in this tiny chair, looking so uncomfortable, but refusing to move in case it woke his son. Maya's knowing smile makes heat creep up my neck. And how often are you checking on them at night? That's not, I grab a bundle of resin herb, focusing on the dried blooms. I'm just concerned about Kai. Of course. Maya's scar flashes white as she reaches for her reference book. Nothing to do with his very protective, very single father. Maya? What? I've seen that look on your face when you talk about him. She flips through pages with practiced efficiency. And the way his eyes lit up when you brought him in last week. He does not. I stop myself, cheeks burning. I only brought him here so he knew where to get what he needed when I'm longer Mira's caregiver. Can we focus on the herbs? Fine. But that smile lingers as she writes out a recipe. Take a satchel. She places a box of them on the counter before me. Steep it in hot water before bed. She tears out the page. Though I suspect having both you and his father nearby does more good than any tea. I snatch the paper, stuffing it into my pocket. I should head back. It's getting late. Give the children my love. Maya's voice follows me to the door. And Theron too, while you're at it. I hurry out, pretending not to hear her laugh behind me. But my thoughts start to drift as I head back, the stars above lighting up the city and making me wonder if maybe... She's right. The acrid smell of smoke hits me before I even reach the front door. My heart leaps into my throat as I rush inside, following the sound of Mira's sobs echoing through the halls. I find them in Kai's room, or what's left of it. Black soot streaks up one wall, the elegant wallpaper Cassandra had chosen now curling and peeling. Theron stands in the centre, his massive frame somehow smaller as he looks between his children. Mira clings to his leg, tears leaving tracks in her silver-white fur, while Kai huddles in the corner, making himself as small as possible. What happened? I drop my bag, already moving toward Kai. The lamp! Theron's voice cracks. He was having a nightmare and... He gestures helplessly at the scorched bedding and charred bedpost. I kneel beside Kai, careful not to touch him yet. His blue eyes, so like his mother's, are wide with fear. I didn't mean to, he whispers. Of course you didn't. I keep my voice soft, steady. Everyone has nightmares sometimes. But I ruined everything. His small fists clench. Mother picked all this out and now we have a chance to make this room yours. I glance around at the formal furnishings, all dark woods and muted colours, nothing a 6-year-old would choose. What if we cleaned this up together? Made it a place you'd actually want to sleep in? Theron steps forward, Mira still attached to his leg. You'd help with that. Of course. I stand, brushing soot from my skirt. Kai, what's your favourite colour? Blue. He uncurls slightly, like the sky. Perfect. We could paint the walls, get new bedding. Can I help too? Mira's tears slow as she peeks out from behind Theron. We need all hands on deck. I hold out my arms and she runs to me, burying her face in my dress. Even your father can help, if he's not too busy being a proper merchant. Theron's amber eyes meet mine, gratitude and something warmer flickering in their depths. I suppose I could roll up my sleeves. Good. I squeeze Mira close, offering Kai a smile. Kai, you can come sleep in my room and tomorrow we'll set up your new space. It takes a little more convincing, but soon I've got Kai tucked in my bed with me curled into the armchair next to him. He sleeps fitfully, and I spend most of the time thinking in my journal of how to make him more comfortable in the house. The next morning after breakfast, we tackle Kai's room like a well-coordinated team. The windows protest with years of disuse, but Theron's strength makes quick work of the stubborn latches. Fresh air rushes in, carrying away the lingering smoke and stuffiness that had permeated the space. I gather the smoke-damaged curtains, which were too heavy and dark for this room anyway. Mira sorts through her brother's toys with surprising organisation, creating neat piles of keep and maybe while humming to herself. Her silver-white fur catches the afternoon light, making her look almost ethereal. These tapestries are ridiculous, Theron mutters, yanking at an elaborate hunting scene. Who puts scenes of bloodsport in a child's room? Someone more concerned with appearances than comfort. The words slip out before I can stop them. His amber eyes meet mine, understanding passing between us. Help me with this one? We work in tandem, his height and my dexterity making short work of the heavy fabric. As we reach for the same curtain tie, our hands brush. His fur is surprisingly soft against my skin, and neither of us pulls away. Heat blooms where we touch, spreading up my arm and across my chest. Time seems to stretch, marked only by our breathing, and Mira's quiet humming in the background. As I pull away, my hand tingles with phantom warmth where his fur brushed against it. Instantly, I miss his proximity, the way his massive frame made me feel simultaneously safe and breathless. But I shake that off as I go to get herbs to help with any lingering smoke smell. I pause in the doorway, watching how Theron studies the walls with an intensity usually reserved for trade contracts. We should redo the whole house. He turns at my footsteps, his massive frame blocking the sunlight. Not just Kai's room, make it less. He gestures at the formal decor. Less like a museum and more like a home. Exactly. His amber eyes light up. The children should be able to run without worrying about breaking some priceless vase. As if summoned, Mira races in, her silver-white fur glowing in the morning light. Can I pick my room colour too? Of course, little one. Theron scoops her up with one arm, making her giggle. What colour would you like? Yellow, like sunshine. Mrs. Bramble appears in the doorway, arms laden with cleaning supplies. I heard talk of redecorating. Her eyes twinkle as she sets down her burden. About time, if you ask me. This house needs more life in it. We split into teams, evaluating each room. Somehow Theron keeps ending up wherever I am, his broad shoulders filling doorways as I measure windows for new curtains. He reaches above me to pull down dusty decorations, his chest brushing my back. Each time my breath catches. Lunch! Mrs. Bramble's voice echoes through the halls. She's set up an impromptu picnic in Kai's half-finished room, complete with sandwiches and fresh lemonade. Kai sprawls on the floor, carefully arranging his toy soldiers in formation. Can we put up my drawings instead of the tapestries? An excellent idea. I help Mira wipe juice from her chin. Your art should be the first thing people see. By sunset, Kai's room has transformed. Gone are the heavy curtains and formal furniture, replaced by bright blue walls and shelves displaying his treasured collections. His drawings create a colourful border near the ceiling, and his bed sports new covers decorated with stars. Even his toy chest has been repainted, though Theron's attempt at artistic clouds looks more like wool tufts. It feels different. Kai touches the walls wonderingly. Like it's really mine now. That's because it is. Theron rests his hand on his son's shoulder, pride evident in his stance. Mira has fallen asleep in his arms. I step back to admire our work, only to bump into Theron's solid chest. His hands steady me, lingering longer than necessary on my waist. The warmth of his touch seeps through my dress, making it hard to focus on anything else. Do you think... Kai looks to me. Do you think I won't have nightmares anymore? It hurts my heart, and I think we need to talk. Let's have some tea before bed. Kai goes with me to the kitchen while Theron lays Mira down before joining us. Steam curls from our mugs as I stir honey into the tea, the spoon clinking softly against ceramic. Warm lamplight softens the edges of worry on everyone's faces. Kai sits between Theron and me at the worn wooden table, his small hands wrapped around his cup. Kai, why don't you tell us what it is you are having nightmares about? I lean forward, drawing soothing circles on his back. I keep seeing her. Kai's voice barely rises above a whisper. Mother. She's standing in my doorway looking at me like... He swallows hard. Like I'm not enough. Never enough. Theron shifts in his chair. Son, they're just dreams. I touch his arm, feeling the tension in his muscles. Dreams often tell us what our hearts need to process. My fingers linger on his fur before pulling away. What else do you see, Kai? Sometimes Mira's crying, and I can't reach her. Kai's blue eyes fill with tears. I try to run, but my legs won't move. And Mother just watches, saying I'm too common to be any real help. Night terrors give voice to our deepest fears. I lean forward, meeting Kai's gaze. They're not just random dreams, they're your mind trying to make sense of difficult feelings. Missing your mother, wanting to protect Mira, feeling pressure to be perfect. These are heavy burdens for anyone, especially someone so young. Theron's breath catches. His massive frame seems to collapse in on itself as he pulls Kai into his arms, cradling both children against his chest. I never knew. I should have. You're here now. We're both here now, and you don't have to be afraid, Kai. I reach across the table, squeezing his hand. That's what matters. Later, we tuck Kai into his new bed, his frame dwarfed by the star-covered blankets. Kai's eyes meet mine as I smooth his covers. Will you stay? Just until I fall asleep. Of course. I settle into the chair beside them, aware of Theron's solid presence behind me. As long as you need. And I realise I'm starting to really mean that. They have stolen my heart, and I think it will be permanent.
Chapter 9. Theron. The cards snap against each other as I shuffle with more force than needed, Dex's knowing smirk burning into my skull from across the table. Steam rises from our untouched ales, the tavern's usual evening crowd providing a comfortable background noise. You're going to bend those cards if you keep that up. Dex leans back, his bronze horn rings catching the lamplight. Though, I suppose anything's better than listening to your try and act like you can't stand the presumptuous human healer who's taken over your household. My hand still. I don't rant. Oh. He scratches his chin, green eyes twinkling. What was it you said last month? That woman reorganized my entire kitchen without asking. And the month before that, she's teaching my children herbs instead of their lessons. His impression of my deeper voice is terrible. Funny how I haven't heard a single complaint lately. The deck creaks under my grip. She's competent. Competent! Dex's massive frame shakes with laughter. Your house hasn't looked this alive since... He stops, his expression softening. Well, it's been a while. Don't it? Theron. He leans forward, lowering his voice. It's been nearly 4 years. Cassandra wouldn't want... You don't know what she'd want. The words come out as a growl. Maybe not. Dex's usual playful demeanor falls away. Or maybe I'm right, and she wants for you to love those kids enough for both of you. But loving them doesn't mean you have to stay alone. And don't tell me you haven't noticed how Lyra looks at you. She's human. I deal the cards with sharp movements. And times are changing, old friend. Besides... He picks up his cards, arranging them with careful precision. When was the last time you smiled before she came along? Really smiled? The question hits harder than I expect. My chest tightens as I think of Lyra's laugh this morning, the way she'd stood toe-to-toe with me despite barely reaching my chest, insisting the children needed more time outside. It would dishonor Cassandra's memory. Dex slams his cards down. That's nonsense. You know what would dishonor her memory? Letting guilt over a marriage neither of you wanted keep you from finding happiness. I stare at the forgotten cards, my throat tight. The tavern's warmth suddenly feels stifling, and I loosen my collar. That's not the guilt that eats at me, I finally admit. It's that I never loved her. And I know that if I replace her, I'll feel nothing but relief. That would dishonor my late wife's memory. The words hang between us, heavy with years of unspoken truth. My fingers trace the silver rings on my horns, merchant's marks that Cassandra had sneered at during our wedding day. She was so proper. Every gesture calculated, every word measured, even with the children. I take a long drink of ale. I'd come home to find Kai hiding in the study because his mother said his laughter was unseemly. Found Mira's drawings crumpled in the waste bin because ladies don't sketch. Dex's usual jovial expression softens. I remember. You started wearing those high collars, speaking like some stuffed horn nobleman. Had to. The memory stings. She'd correct my common speech at dinner. Said I embarrassed her in front of the other merchants' wives. And now, my chest tightens as I think of breakfast this morning. Lyra perched on 2 cushions to reach the table properly, teaching Kai to braid herbs while Mira giggled at her brother's clumsy attempts. The way she'd touched my arm, casual and warm, when asking me to pass the bread. That's what makes it worse. I drag a hand down my face. With Lyra, it feels real. Like I finally understand what everyone else meant about family. And I can't... My voice breaks. I can't stop feeling guilty that my children are happier with a stranger than they ever were with their own mother. Theron. Dex's massive frame leans forward, his green eyes serious. I watched you disappear behind those merchant masks, watched you measure every word, every gesture, until I barely recognized my friend. But now... He gestures at my rolled sleeves, my loosened collar. When's the last time you worried about looking common before Lyra? The question hits like a physical blow. I can't remember. I leave the tavern before Dex can pry open any more wounds. The walk home through darkened streets does nothing to settle my thoughts, each step echoing with uncomfortable truths. The manor's familiar silhouette looms ahead, but something's different tonight. Light spills from the library windows, painting golden rectangles across the front garden. Strange. The children should be in bed by now. My boots fall silent as I approach the open library doors. The sight inside freezes me mid-step. Lyra's curled in my mother's ancient reading chair, copper-red hair escaping its practical braid. Her usual earth-tone dress is wrinkled, pockets still bulging with the day's collected herbs. Both children nestle against her like puzzle pieces finding their home. Kai's black fur contrasts sharply with his sister's silver white, his gangly frame protective even in sleep. Mira's tiny hand clutches Lyra's skirts, her face peaceful in a way I rarely see. A massive tome about magical beasts lies open across Lyra's lap, her fingers still marking their place. Several more books scatter around the chair's base, evidence of an impromptu story session. My chest constricts. This is everything I'd wanted for them, everything Cassandra could never give. The warmth, the casual intimacy of family, not the rigid formality of our previous life. Lyra's head rests at an awkward angle that will hurt come morning. A strand of copper hair falls across her face, and my fingers itch to brush it away. The gold flecks in her eyes are hidden now, but I remember how they spark when she challenges me, how they soften when she tends to Mira's weak heart. I shouldn't want this, shouldn't crave the way she's carved out space in our lives, filling corners I didn't even know were empty. But watching her breathe slowly, my children secure in her embrace, I can't remember why. A floorboard creaks behind me, and I catch Mrs. Bramble's familiar scent, rearsed herb soap and fresh bread, before she speaks. They've been like that for hours. Her whisper carries decades of affection. Miss Lyra insisted on reading just one more story until they all dozed off. My throat tightens. I should get them to bed. She's nothing like Cassandra. Mrs. Bramble's words slice through my defenses with surgical precision. That's what's got you standing here instead of going in, isn't it? The truth of it hits like a physical blow. Where Cassandra maintained careful distance, Lyra draws them close. Where my wife measured affection in proper doses, the small human woman gives it freely, abundantly. That's what terrifies me, I admit, the words barely audible. Mrs. Bramble's weathered hand pats my arm. Good. Means you're finally waking up. I move before the emotion can overwhelm me. Kai stirs as I lift him, his gangly limbs arranging themselves around my neck with practiced ease. His blue eyes, Cassandra's eyes, flutter open briefly. Papa, he mumbles. We were learning about healing herbs. Sleep, little warrior. My childhood nickname, the one that my mother would call me in moments like this, slips out naturally now. When had that happened? Lyra's eyes open as I return for Mira. The gold flecks catch the lamplight as she carefully extracts herself from my daughter's grip. I'm sorry, she whispers, voice husky with sleep. They wanted stories about healing plants, and time got away from us. Mira's slight weight settles against my chest, her silver-white fur gleaming. She burrows closer, small fingers curling into my shirt, and I savor it. I savor every moment that I feel like I'm finally doing right by her. Here, let me help. Lyra's already moving toward Mira's room, pulling back covers and arranging pillows. Her hands are sure but gentle as she helps me tuck my daughter in, checking the charm that monitors Mira's heart with practiced care. Our fingers brush as we smooth the blanket. The contact sends warmth shooting up my arm, and I let it linger longer than necessary. But Lyra is exhausted, and soon I'm tugging her to her own room, bidding her good night. Back in my study, I sink into the leather chair that's absorbed countless hours of paperwork and lonely nights. The small drawing sits propped against an inkwell, edges already worn from frequent handling. Kai's careful lines capture more truth than any expensive portrait, our family as he sees it. My fingers trace the copper-colored strands he'd given Lyra's hair, using the special ink my mother had loved. He'd asked permission first, solemn blue eyes wide with worry about using something so precious. But there was no hesitation in how he drew her, standing between Mira and me, her hand linked with mine while Mira hugs her legs. The copper ink catches the lamplight, and suddenly I'm remembering my mother's voice. Love isn't a business transaction, my bull-headed son. You can't calculate its worth or minimize its risks. She never wanted me to marry Cassandra, but her sisters pushed her. I agreed for the good of my family, and I paid the price over the years. My collar feels too tight again. I yank it loose, letting it fall open like I never would have dared with Cassandra watching. The silver merchant rings on my horns catch my reflection in the window, symbols of status that had meant everything to her, and nothing to Lyra. The drawing blurs. Kai hadn't included Cassandra. He'd had every opportunity. Her portrait hangs in the main hall, proper and distant even in oils. But in his truth, drawn with a child's untainted honesty, our family has copper hair and herb-stained fingers and laughter that fills empty corners. I press my palms against the desk, feeling the smooth wood groan under my grip. I've spent years being closed off, pushing everyone away. Somehow, in 2 months, this tiny human woman has dismantled every wall with nothing but gentle hands and stubborn determination. The choice stretches before me like a merchant's crossroads, the safe, familiar path of isolation, or the terrifying unknown of letting someone in, of letting myself want more than duty and proper appearances. Kai's drawing watches me, copper ink gleaming.
Chapter 10. Lyra. The morning sun filters through the freshly cleaned windows, casting long shadows across the manor's entrance hall. I adjust my grip on Mira's small hand as we begin our daily exercises, her silver-white fur soft against my palm. Ready for our morning adventure? I keep my voice light, though my heart aches at how her tiny frame trembles with each step. Mira's amber eyes sparkle. Can we try the big stairs today? I hesitate. We've been working up to this, but the main staircase is steep. Are you sure? She squares her shoulders, chin lifting in a gesture so like her father's. I want to show Papa I can do it. I grin. Normally Kai would be here too, but he had a lesson outside the home today. It's surprising to me that I miss him with an ache like he's my own son. One step at a time then. Remember what we practiced. Hold the rail and tell me if you need to stop. Her determination shows in each careful movement. Left foot up, right foot joining it. Another step. Her breathing stays steady, a marked improvement from when I first started treating her. The exercises and herb-infused teas are working. Halfway up, heavy footsteps echo from above. Theron appears at the top of the stairs, adjusting his formal vest. He freezes mid-motion, amber eyes widening as he spots us. Papa, look! Mira's voice rings with pride. I watch his massive hands grip the banister, knuckles pale beneath his black fur. His chest rises and falls in time with each of Mira's steps. 3/4 up now. Sweat dampens Mira's fur, but her pace never falters. The morning light catches her unusual colouring, turning each strand to liquid silver. Almost there, little one. My whisper carries in the hushed hall. Final step. Mira plants both hooves firmly on the landing, her smile radiant. I did it. Theron's hands tremble as he kneels before her, his imposing frame somehow gentle. His voice comes rough with emotion. You certainly did. He hugs her close, and I smile at them until he pulls back. Then I reach for Mira's hand. Were you going somewhere? He looks to be dressed for a meeting. Theron looks from me to Mira and then shakes his head. He picks her up, and I step back. Number, I want to spend the morning with both of you. Mira cheers as I laugh at them, leading him out to the garden where we typically stretch after the exercises. Here, watch this one. I guide Mira's arms up in a gentle stretch. See how we reach like we're trying to touch the clouds. Theron settles into a chair, his massive frame making the sturdy furniture seem delicate. His merchant's coat lies forgotten on the banister, vest half unbuttoned. The morning sun catches the silver rings in his horns as he leans forward, amber eyes intent on every movement. Now we're going to be trees in the wind. I demonstrate the side-to-side motion that helps strengthen Mira's core. Remember to breathe like we practiced. In through my nose, out through my mouth. Mira's silver-white fur gleams as she sways, like the wind in the branches. That's my clever girl. My praise makes her beam. The breathing helps when my chest gets tight, Papa. Mira turns to her father. Lyra says it's like giving my heart a gentle hug from the inside. Theron's throat works. Does it now? I guide Mira through another stretch. The key is making it fun. All these movements help build strength, but she just thinks we're playing. And the herbs you've been giving her? Mixed into her morning tea. Speaking of which, I reach into one of my dress pockets, pulling out a small wrapped bundle. I've prepared a fresh batch. His large fingers brush mine as he takes the package, sending an unexpected warmth up my arm. You've done more for her in these 2 months than all the healers before. It's not just me. Mira works hard. I catch his eye. She wants to make you proud. Something shifts in his expression, a softening around his eyes, a gentleness I wouldn't have thought possible in such an imposing figure. He watches as Mira demonstrates her favourite wing stretch, her giggles filling the sun-warmed room. Papa, you try! I don't think... Please? Mira's amber eyes, so like her father's, go wide with hope. To my amazement, Theron rises and mimics the movement, his massive frame following his daughter's lead. The sight of this powerful Minotaur merchant doing delicate arm circles brings a smile I can't suppress. Damn, that is doing something to my heart I can't take. Mrs. Bramble appears at the door to the garden, interrupting our morning routine as she shouts for Theron. He grins and ushers me and Mira to follow him. 2 Minotaur craftsmen lumber in, carrying what looks like furniture wrapped in thick canvas. Your commission, Mr. Blackhorn. The shorter of the two, though still towering over me, sets down his burden with surprising grace. Theron's ears perk forward. Ah, yes, perfect timing. He turns to Mira. Close your eyes, little one. She obeys, bouncing on her toes. The craftsmen make quick work of the wrapping, revealing an exquisite child-sized desk and chair. The wood gleams golden in the morning light, its surface carved with delicate leaf patterns. The chair looks sturdy but lightweight, perfect for Mira's small frame. Open them now! Mira's gasp echoes through the hall. Is it really mine? All yours. Theron's voice rumbles with pleasure. So you can sit and draw like your brother. Something I imagine was difficult for her to do before when her father was worried about her collapsing. I watch as father and daughter arrange the desk near the window. Theron's massive hands dwarf the art supplies he unpacks. Crisp sheets of paper, colourful inks, delicate brushes. Each item is placed with deliberate care, his movements gentle despite his size. Mira directs him with all the authority of a ship's captain, her silver-white fur practically glowing with excitement. "The light's better over here, Papa." She tugs his sleeve until he shifts the desk slightly left. "Lyra says morning sun is best for working." "Does she now?" His amber eyes meet mine, something warm in their depths. Mira wastes no time claiming her new seat, already reaching for the inks. "I'm going to draw our family first." I move to leave them to their moment, but her voice stops me. "Stay, Lyra. I need to get your hair right." So I settle nearby, watching her tiny hands work with fierce concentration. Her tongue pokes out slightly as she draws, another gesture borrowed from her father, though I doubt he realises it. The paper fills with bold strokes. Theron's impressive horns, her brother's gangly limbs, her own distinctive fur. And there, between the towering figures of father and daughter, a smaller form with copper-red hair. When she proudly displays the finished piece, showing us all holding hands, neither Theron nor I mention how she's drawn me pressed close to his side. But I notice how his fingers tremble slightly as he praises her work, and how carefully he sets it aside to dry. They spend the rest of the day drawing, Kai joining when he returns, and I can't draw myself away, not when I'm falling so hard for this little family. After dinner, I follow Theron into his study, settling into the chair I started to claim a few weeks ago when we started a regular routine of discussing Mira's progress at night. The leather creaks beneath me, still too large despite the weeks I've spent here. Everything in this room speaks of him, from the meticulously organised ledgers to the subtle scent of pine and leather that seems to follow him everywhere. Her breathing was stronger today. I pull out my notes, trying to focus on the careful script instead of how the firelight plays across his dark fur. The exercises are building her stamina. I noticed. Theron moves his chair closer, supposedly to better see my documentation. His presence fills my awareness, the subtle shift of muscle beneath his white shirt, the gentle click of his horn rings as he leans in. The desk was meant to be a reward for her progress. It's perfect for her. The warmth in my voice surprises me. Did you see how straight she sat? That posture will help her lungs. His massive frame settles beside me, close enough that his arm brushes mine when he reaches for the treatment schedule. Tell me more about these new herbs you're considering. I explain the properties of each plant, but my usual clinical detachment wavers. There's something intimate about sitting here, planning his daughter's care together, watching his strong hands trace the careful diagrams I've drawn. It feels right, like coming home after a long journey. It's getting late. I stand reluctantly, gathering my papers. I should... His hand catches mine. My breath catches as his thumb traces my palm, the gesture impossibly gentle for someone so powerful. Heat blooms where he touches me, spreading up my arm and through my entire body. His amber eyes hold mine, dark with an emotion I'm afraid to name. I should pull away, should maintain professional distance. Instead, I stand frozen, hyper-aware of every point of contact between us. His rough palm against my smooth one, the slight tremor in his fingers that matches my racing pulse. The moment shatters as Kai appears in the doorway, his lanky frame trembling. Tears mat the black fur around his eyes. Papa, I had the dream again. Theron's hand releases mine, but the warmth lingers. He crosses to his son in 2 long strides, kneeling to meet those haunted blue eyes. Come here, little warrior. Can we... He turns to look at me. Can we read a story? I nod. Of course. I'll meet you both in the library. I go to the kitchen first to get hot tea for the 3 of us, and when I return to the library, I find Kai settled on the couch beside his father. The one about the forest spirit. Kai's voice steadies as he settles into the window seat with Mira. I hand him a cup, noting how his grip has grown stronger these past weeks. Actually, I know a story about two brave Minotaur children who helped their father build the greatest trading fleet in all of Milth. Theron's sharp intake of breath makes me glance up. His amber eyes catch mine across the room, filled with something that makes my heart stutter. He knows this tale. It's his own family's history, one I've carefully researched to help his children connect with their heritage. As I weave the story, Theron's deep voice occasionally joins mine, adding details about his grandfather's adventures. Kai's eyes grow heavy, his teacups empty as he shifts into his father's side. Later, after we've tucked him back into bed, I return to Theron's study to collect my forgotten notes. There, pinned prominently above his desk, is Mira's drawing. The four of us stand hand in hand, rendered in bold strokes and bright colours. My copper hair blazes next to his black fur, our fingers intertwined on the page as they were moments ago in reality. My throat tightens. No herb or potion could capture the feeling blooming in my chest as I trace the careful lines of our joined hands.
Chapter 11. Theron. The morning sun barely crests the horizon when Mira bursts into my study, her silver-white fur practically glowing in the early light. "Papa, can we go to market? With Lyra, too?" Her amber eyes, so like my own, shine with hope. My quill pauses over the ledger. The thought of being seen publicly with Lyra makes my chest tighten. Not because I'm ashamed, far from it, but the whispers will start again, and I've spent years building walls against those voices. "Please?" Mira tugs at my sleeve. "Kai wants to learn about herbs, and I want to see the ribbons." I glance at my daughter's eager face, then to Kai hovering in the doorway. His serious expression softens when our eyes meet. "Lyra said she'd teach me which plants help Mira breathe better," Kai adds quietly. And just like that, my resistance crumbles. "We'll ask her when she wakes." "I'm up." Lyra comes into view behind Kai, and damn, seeing her is like being punched in the gut. She's so damn beautiful, and I would love to go. One look at that smile, at my kids' begging faces, and I'm up, getting us all ready to leave. Because for the first time I realize that making them happy is all I want. The market square buzzes with activity as we make our way through the stalls. Lyra's arm fits perfectly through mine, her copper hair catching the sunlight. She's so small beside me that I find myself shortening my stride to match hers. Mira perches on my shoulders, her tiny hooves occasionally drumming against my chest in excitement. "Look, Papa, the ribbon merchant has silver ones today." "Perfect match for your fur, little one," Lyra calls up, reaching to steady Mira when she leans too far forward. Kai walks beside Lyra, pepper-bombing her with questions about every herb and root they pass. His black fur, so like mine, bristles with concentration as she explains each one's properties. "This one helps with chest congestion," Lyra points to a purple-stemmed plant, "and these berries boost the blood." I catch myself watching her more than the market, the way she seamlessly handles both children's questions, how naturally she moves beside me. The stares from other market-goers fade into background noise against the sound of my children's laughter and Lyra's gentle voice. "Papa, down please," Mira pats my horns. "I want to look at the ribbons with Lyra." A flash of movement catches my eye. Marcus Steelhorn and his cronies lounging by their stalls, their gazes fixed on Lyra with predatory interest. My jaw clenches. The silver rings on my horns catch the light as I shift, angling my body between them and her. "Such a pretty little thing," Marcus drawls loud enough to carry. "I'm surprised you still have the human pet, Blackhorn." My fingers tighten around Mira's legs where she still sits on my shoulders. Her tiny hooves press against my chest, sensing my tension. The market's cheerful buzz fades to a dull roar in my ears. Papa? Kai's voice wavers, his black fur bristling as he picks up on the threat. A warm touch on my forearm draws my attention down. Lyra's green eyes meet mine, flecks of gold catching the sunlight. Her fingers squeeze gently, grounding me. They're not worth it, she murmurs, lips curving into that knowing smile that makes my chest ache. Besides, I believe someone promised to show me the best herb stall in the market. The tension bleeds from my shoulders despite myself. She's right. Starting a fight in the middle of the market would only prove what the whispers say about me. That I'm nothing but a common merchant who married above his station, too rough for proper society. Mira's excited squeal breaks through my dark thoughts. Lyra, look! The ribbon merchant has ones with little flowers stitched on them. Those would look lovely in your fur, dear heart. Lyra's voice carries nothing but warmth, as if Marcus and his sneers don't exist. Her hand stays on my arm, thumb tracing small circles that ease the last of the growl from my throat. I force my grip on Mira to gentle, though I can't quite make myself step away from my protective stance over Lyra. Her quiet strength beside me speaks louder than any cutting remark from Marcus ever could. The children's clothing stall beckons with its colorful display of tunics and small boots. Mira tugs Lyra toward a dress with silver embroidery, while Kai lingers by the practical wear, his eyes fixed on a sturdy leather vest. A group of young Minotaurs loiters near the stall's edge, all from prominent families based on their horn rings and tailored clothes. My shoulders tense as their gazes lock onto my children. Look who it is, one of them sneers. The commoner's brats. Kai's ears flatten against his head. Mira shrinks behind Lyra's skirts. Heard your father's taking up with a human now? Another youth steps forward, his steel-gray fur marking him as Marcus's eldest. Guess it makes him feel better about his water-thin blood. My blood boils. One step and I'll... But Kai moves first. My son draws himself up, shoulders back, chin lifted. A mirror of my own stance in the trading halls. His small horns catch the sunlight as he faces down the bullies. My family's different, he declares, voice clear and strong. And we're happy, which is more than I can say for yours always complaining about your father's temper. The words hit like a physical blow. Not at the bullies, but at me. When did my serious, quiet son grow so fierce? So proud? Lyra's hand finds Mira's, drawing her forward to stand beside her brother. My daughter's silver-white fur gleams as she straightens her spine, tiny face set in determination. The sight steals my breath. These are my children, not broken by whispers and stares, but stronger for them. And there's Lyra, her copper braids swinging as she steps behind them both, one hand on each child's shoulder. The three of them form a perfect picture, one that makes my chest ache with a feeling I haven't dared name. Somewhere between herb lessons and market visits, between nightmares soothed and scraped knees bandaged, we've become more than just a household. We've become a family. Marcus's son scoffs, but the group slinks off, leaving the rest of us alone, and I stare at my son in awe. I guide us toward the art merchant's stall, watching Kai's eyes light up at the display of charcoal sticks and thick paper. Cassandra always insisted drawing was beneath a proper Minotaur's dignity, but I can't forget finding his hidden sketches tucked between ledger pages, quick studies of ships and seabirds that showed real talent. Which ones would you like? Lyra kneels beside him, her fingers tracing the different qualities of paper. These thicker sheets would hold up well to charcoal. Kai hesitates, his black fur ruffling. Are you sure it's okay, Papa? More than okay. I rest my hand on his shoulder. Art is as much about precision as trading, good practice for both. Mira bounces on her toes. Can I have colors? Please. Of course, little one. Lyra helps her examine the pigment sticks, explaining how each shade is made. Her copper braid falls forward as she bends to Mira's level, and something catches in my chest at how naturally she touches my daughter's hand, guides her small fingers over the supplies. No flinching from Mira's hooves. No awkward distance like the tutors who treated my children as obligations. Just pure, gentle attention as she helps Mira select her favorites. "Look, Papa!" Mira holds up a silver stick that matches her fur. "Lyra says I can draw our family. Our family." The words echo as I watch Lyra help her into a new dress at the clothing merchant's stall, her movements sure and tender. She adjusts the fabric with practiced ease, never treating Mira's small size as a flaw to be hidden. When my daughter twirls, making the skirt flare, Lyra's laugh rings clear and true. No trace of shame at being seen caring for a Minotaur child in public. She fits with us, I realize. Like she was meant to be here, teaching Kai about herbs and helping Mira find her confidence. The thought spreads warmth through my chest, dangerous and sweet as honey wine. By the time we get home, everyone is exhausted. Lyra disappears with the kids so they can take a nap before dinner, and I'm not too eager to let them go. But I force myself to put away my new items instead. I'm arranging the day's purchases in my study when a small package catches my eye, wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine. My fingers brush the careful knots as I unfold the note tucked beneath. "For your mother's garden. L." The paper falls away to reveal seeds. Not just any seeds, but the exact variety of climbing roses my mother cultivated before her death. The ones I'd mentioned in passing weeks ago while showing Lyra the overgrown garden beds. My throat tightens. I'd been staring at those thorny vines during our walk, remembering how Mother would weave the blooms into elaborate displays for feast days. Lyra had listened, really listened, as I described the way the petals caught morning light. The seeds rest in my palm, so small yet weighted with memory. Mother would have liked Lyra, I realize. Would have appreciated her quiet strength, her way of healing not just bodies, but hearts. Like how she steadied Mira's hands at the market today, showing her how to tie ribbons in her fur without once mentioning that most Minotaur children her age would have mastered it already. Or how she drew Kai out of his shell with questions about his drawings, treating each sketch like a masterpiece worthy of study. I sink into my chair, rolling the seed packet between my fingers. The study feels different now, less a refuge from whispers and more a space where new memories wait to be made. Where Lyra's copper braid catches lamplight as she sorts herbs at my desk, where my children's laughter echoes instead of silence. When did this happen? When did this tiny human woman with her herb-stained fingers and knowing smile become as essential as breathing? The question hangs in the quiet evening air, unanswered but undeniable. The seeds crinkle in my grip. Such a small thing, yet it speaks volumes about how deeply she sees, how carefully she listens, how naturally she's woven herself into the fabric of our lives.
Chapter 12. Lyra. The morning dew clings to my herb garden, droplets sparkling like tiny crystals in the early sunlight. I guide Mira through her daily stretches, her silver-white fur almost luminescent against the backdrop of green plants. Her small frame moves with careful determination as she reaches toward her toes, each motion designed to strengthen her heart. "That's perfect, sweetheart. 3 more and we're done." Kai sits cross-legged on a nearby bench, his practice slate balanced on his knees. His black fur ruffles in the breeze as he scratches out letters with intense focus, tongue caught between his teeth. Every few minutes, his blue eyes dart up to check on his sister. "Look how high I can reach." Mira stretches her arms skyward, her amber eyes bright with pride. "You're getting stronger every day." I adjust her stance slightly. The garden fills with birdsong and the gentle rustle of leaves. Mira moves to her next exercise, taking careful steps along the garden path. Her hooves click against the stone as she practices her balance. A loose paving stone shifts beneath her weight. She stumbles, pitching forward onto her knees. "Mama!" The cry bursts from her as she scrambles up and throws herself into my arms. Her small body trembles against mine. The garden stills. Even the morning breeze seems to hold its breath. Kai's slate clatters to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. My heart pounds as I hold Mira close, feeling her tears dampen my dress. The weight of that single word hangs in the air between us. I meet Kai's gaze over his sister's head. His young face carries an old pain, and I see his fingers clench around his fallen slate. The silence stretches, broken only by Mira's sniffles as I check her scraped knee. My hands tremble slightly as I clean Mira's scraped knee with the herb-infused cloth from my pocket. The familiar motions ground me, dab away dirt, check for deeper cuts, apply healing salve. But my mind whirls with the echo of that word. Mama. Through the garden archway, Theron's massive frame fills the doorway. His amber eyes lock with mine, intense and unblinking. The silver rings in his horns catch the morning light as he grips the doorframe, wood creaking under his strength. Mrs. Bramble appears at his elbow, her neat bun slightly askew. Her weathered hands twist her apron as she watches the scene unfold. The worry lines around her eyes deepen. There we go, all clean. I wrap a small bandage around Mira's knee, trying to steady my voice. She clings to my dress, her silver-white fur soft against my hands. You were very brave. Kai slides off his bench, approaching with careful steps. His lanky frame seems to fold in on itself, making him appear smaller than his already young age. Those blue eyes, so different from his father's, search my face. Can we? He swallows hard, glancing between his father and me. Can we call you that? The question hits like a physical blow. Mornings of stretches, nights filled with bedtime stories, wiped tears and shared laughter crystallize in this moment. I pull him close with my free arm, feeling his slight tremors match my own. My throat tightens around the words. Theron's presence looms larger, though he hasn't moved from the doorway. His expression remains carefully neutral, but his tail lashes once, betraying his tension. Mrs. Bramble's hands still on her apron as she holds her breath, waiting for my answer. The whole garden seems suspended, even the morning breeze dying away as if listening. You can call me whatever you like. I pull them both into me. Let's go eat, Both the children jump up at that, and I follow them inside to the table. Theron catches my eye as I walk in, surprising me by joining us. I settle into my usual seat at the dining table, the familiar warmth of polished wood beneath my hands, doing little to calm my nerves. The sun streams through tall windows, catching the silver rings in Theron's horns as he cuts Mira's meat into tiny pieces. His movements are precise, methodical, but I notice the slight tremor in his massive hands. And then the thalivern landed right on my nose. Mira waves her fork, her silver-white fur glowing in the sunlight. It had purple wings just like my dress. Careful with your fork, little one. I reach over to steady her hand. Our fingers brush, and she beams at me with such pure joy that my chest aches. Kai pushes his vegetables around his plate, his black fur a stark contrast against the crisp white tablecloth. His blue eyes dart between his father and me, weighing each gesture, each silence. He has his father's way of reading a room, sensing the currents of unspoken words. Theron's amber gaze finds mine across the table. Something raw and uncertain flickers there, before he looks away, focusing intently on cutting his own meal. His tail twitches against his chair. A tell I've learned means he's wrestling with emotions he'd rather not show. Papa, may I have more bread? Mira's voice breaks through the tension. Theron reaches for the basket, his massive frame making the dining chair creak. Here, little heart. His deep voice is softer than usual. I catch him watching me again as I help Mira spread butter on her bread. His expression reminds me of that first day in his study, vulnerable despite his imposing size, afraid to hope. The word mama echoes in my mind, making my hands tremble slightly as I set down the butter knife. Mrs. Bramble moves around us like a silent shadow, refilling water glasses and adjusting plates. Her knowing eyes miss nothing as she pauses behind Theron's chair, one weathered hand resting briefly on his shoulder before she continues her rounds. The rest of the day feels stilted until I get the children in bed. Needing a second to breathe, to think over everything that has happened, I head outside. The moon hangs heavy in the night sky as I slip through the garden gate. My bare feet brush against the cool grass, each step carrying me deeper into the sanctuary where everything changed. Here, among the climbing roses and herb beds, I first saw past Theron's gruff exterior to the tender heart beneath. Our roses reach toward the stars, their blooms unfurling in shades of crimson and blush. I trace a velvet petal, remembering how his massive hands looked so gentle as he helped me plant these very bushes. The night air fills with their sweet perfume, mixing with the herbs I've braided into my copper hair. My fingers catch on a thorn, and I welcome the sharp sting. Physical pain feels simpler than the ache in my chest, the weight of Mira's mama still echoing in my ears. I knew I was falling in love with these two children who deserve the world. I just hadn't realised they had been doing the same. I sink onto the stone bench where I've sat with Theron from time to time, when some nights I can see his fear of failing his children come out. Now I understand that bone-deep terror of not being enough. What right does a human healer have to mother Minotaur children? To love their father with an intensity that steals my breath. The roses sway in the night breeze, their shadows dancing across the garden path. Like the flowers, my feelings have grown wild and unstoppable, taking root in every corner of my heart. I've poured myself into nurturing this family, knowing I might never truly belong. Yet here I am, crying in a moonlit garden, wanting nothing more than to be theirs completely. A twig snaps behind me. Even after so many nights out here, the sound of his hoofsteps sends a shiver down my spine. I don't turn around, letting the tears fall freely as Theron's presence fills the garden. The silver rings in his horns catch moonlight as he moves closer, each step deliberate, giving me time to compose myself or flee. I do neither. His warmth radiates against my back before his arms wrap around me. No hesitation this time, no careful distance maintained. He pulls me against his chest, my head tucking perfectly beneath his chin. His black fur is soft against my tear-stained cheeks. My hands grip his forearms, feeling the strength coiled beneath. He could break me without effort, this massive merchant who commands respect in every room. Yet his touch remains gentle, almost reverent, as his fingers spread across my waist. The roses sway around us, their perfume mingling with the herbs in my hair and the earthy scent that is uniquely Theron. His heart thunders against my back, matching the rapid flutter of my own. Neither of us speaks. We don't need to. He draws me impossibly closer, and I give in to the way I've been wanting him for the moment, sinking into his hold. The gesture speaks volumes. Possession, protection, promise. Everything we've left unspoken these past years flows between us in this moonlit moment. I feel the slight tremor in his massive frame, the way his breath catches when I lean fully into his embrace. For all his imposing presence and gruff exterior, Theron holds me like I'm something precious, something he's afraid might slip away if he loosens his grip. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance It features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Proththea's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 13. Theron. The moon hangs high outside my study window, but I can't focus on the trade agreement spread across my desk. All day, Lyra's presence has pulled at my attention like a lodestone. The way she played with the kids in the garden, making them laugh as they ran around together. How she'd organized the kitchen stores with quiet efficiency, bringing order to chaos. Even now, the memory of her copper braid catching sunlight as she hung herbs to dry makes my fingers twitch. It's been a few days since Mira called her mama, and while I can tell that it got to her, especially when I sat in the garden as she cried, I don't think she's taken it lightly. They mean just as much to her as she's come to mean to them. With all my thoughts tied up in Lyra, I know sleep won't come. I push back from my desk and head downstairs instead, drawn by the warm glow spilling from the kitchen doorway. The wooden floors creak beneath my hooves. They always do, no matter how carefully I step. Lyra stands at the counter, her hair falling in waves around her shoulders. She shed her practical day dress for a simple nightgown, and something primitive in my chest growls at the sight of her so unguarded in my home. The curves of her shoulders catch the lamplight as she reaches for herbs hanging from the ceiling rafters. Can't sleep? Her voice is hushed, mindful of the children upstairs. Too much on my mind. I lean against the doorframe, crossing my arms. The kitchen feels smaller with both of us in it, though I tower over her slight frame. She turns, a steaming cup in her hands. Tea helps. Would you like some? I nod, watching as she pours a second cup. When she hands it to me, our fingers brush. The contact sends electricity racing up my arm. Her bright green eyes meet mine, flecks of gold catching in the lamplight. Neither of us moves. Neither of us looks away. The cup trembles slightly in her grip. My thumb brushes against her knuckle and her breath catches. The kitchen feels too warm, too close, too intimate. We settle at the kitchen table, the tea warming my hands. Lyra sits close enough that her scent, herbs, and sunshine mingles with the steam rising from our cups. We've spent countless nights together in the garden, talking about little things. So I'm not surprised when she turns to me and says, "How did you and Cassandra meet?" I wonder if she's trying to see if I miss my late wife, or if I'm just hoping she wants to know. Our families planned our engagement. I met her at the party. Lyra's face is shocked, and I can't help but laugh. It makes it easier for me to keep talking, for me to tell her something that I think she needs to hear. So she knows that there is no one else I want but her. I never wanted an arranged marriage, I find myself saying. The words spill out before I can stop them. But that's what was expected. Join two trading houses. Secure both our futures. Lyra's fingers curl around her cup. She doesn't interrupt, doesn't offer empty platitudes. Just listens. Cassandra came from old money, old traditions, the kind of family that traces their bloodline back generations. I take a long drink, letting the herbs soothe my throat. Being married to a new merchant, even a successful one, was beneath her. I still had common blood. That must have been difficult. Lyra's voice carries no judgment, just quiet understanding. She never let me forget it. Every dinner, every social gathering, every moment we shared, there was always this wall between us. My grip tightens on the cup. She'd been promised to Marcus Steelhorn since childhood. When our families arranged our match instead, the bitterness of those memories rises like bile. She made sure I knew I was her second choice. He's never gotten over it, either. Lyra reaches across the table, her small hand resting near mine. Not touching, but close enough that I feel her warmth. The worst part? My voice roughens. When she was dying, After Mira came into this world, her last words weren't about love or regret. She asked me to love our children enough to make up for her, and I don't think she meant because she was going to be gone. I think she was finally admitting she never had. Oh, Theron. The way she says my name, soft, aching, breaks something loose in my chest. Lyra has always had an effect on me no one else has, and it's only getting worse. I've never told anyone that. I stare into my cup, watching ripples form in the amber liquid. How do you tell people the mother of your children couldn't love them? By trusting someone enough to share the weight. Lyra's fingers brush mine, feather-light. You don't have to carry it alone anymore. The kitchen windows begin to lighten, hinting at dawn's approach. Our tea has long gone cold, but neither of us moves to leave. Something in the quiet hours has cracked open between us, letting truth spill out. Lyra tells me about traveling with a band of humans and learning about herbs, about saving anyone who needs it regardless of race or status. I tell her about my mother and what it was like growing up for me. I always wanted to make my family everything. A home where children's laughter echoed through every room, where meals weren't formal affairs with perfect manners, but chances to share stories and plans. My throat tightens, where love wasn't measured by bloodlines or tradition. You've given that to Kai and Mira. Lyra's eyes hold mine, fierce and certain. I see it every day, in how you listen to Kai's endless questions about trade routes, how you carry Mira on your shoulders even after exhausting days. Not enough. They deserve... I swallow hard. They deserve someone who can give them more than what I can. Because I'm too broken to do so properly, to even save my own daughter. Lyra leans forward, close enough that I catch the gold flecks dancing in her green eyes. Do you know what Mira told me yesterday? She said helping me gather herbs made her feel like she had a mother again. Her voice softens. I've spent years moving between settlements, healing whoever needed me. But I never felt like I belonged until... She catches her breath. Until your children started running to greet me every morning. Until Kai began saving interesting rocks to show me. Until Mira started falling asleep in my lap during story time. Morning light spills through the windows now, painting everything in soft gold. It catches in Lyra's hair, turns her skin luminous. She's so close, I can see the slight tremble in her lips as she speaks. I've always wanted a family to pour my heart into, she whispers. Not just patience to heal and move on from. A home, children to love, a place to plant roots and watch them grow. I'm about to tell her she has that here, that maybe she could have so much more here with them, with me, but I don't get the chance. The kitchen door creaks, and Mrs. Bramble's familiar footsteps break our moment. Her steel-gray bun appears first as she bustles in, already wearing her pristine black dress and white apron despite the early hour. Oh! She stops short, but the surprise in her voice doesn't match the knowing gleam in her brown eyes. I didn't expect anyone to be up yet. Lyra rises from her chair, smoothing her nightgown. I should get ready. The children will be awake soon. My skin burns where her hand brushes my shoulder as she passes. The touch lingers, ghost-like, even after she's gone. I grip my teacup harder, trying to ground myself in its solid weight. Mrs. Bramble hums as she starts her morning routine, pulling out pans with practiced efficiency. The sound is too cheerful, too knowing. She's worn that same expression since Lyra first arrived, like she's watching seeds she planted finally break soil. Don't start, I growl, but there's no heat in it. I haven't said a word, Master Theron. She cracks eggs into a bowl, her movements quick and sure. Though if I did, I might mention how nice it is to see you sharing tea with someone again. The kitchen's been too quiet these past years. I push back from the table, my chair scraping against the floor. Standing doesn't help. I can still feel the phantom warmth of Lyra's presence. Still smell herbs and sunshine in the air. The walls of pretense I've built crumble like sand. Every smile she's given my children, every gentle touch as she tends Mira's heart condition, every quiet moment of understanding between us, they've all been hammer blows to my defenses. Damn it all! I can't keep pretending this is just gratitude anymore, especially not hours later when I go in search of Lyra and my kids. I'm tired of staring at trade routes and staying away from them. I don't care about what's proper, or if I feel like Lyra is far more worthy of their attention than I am. I want to spend time with them. Once I find them, I pause in the doorway, sun warming my back as I take in the scene before me. The solarium, once my mother's pride, has transformed under Lyra's care. Green tendrils climb the latticed windows, and potted herbs line shelves that stood empty for years. The musty air that lingered here has been replaced by the scent of growing things and fresh earth. I didn't even know she had been doing this. Lyra sits cross-legged on a worn cushion, copper hair escaping her practical braid as she gestures with the book in her lap. Mira leans against her side, silver-white fur gleaming in the sunlight, while Kai sprawls on his stomach at her feet. Their faces are rapt as she gives each character a different voice, bringing the story to life. But the merchant's daughter was clever, Lyra reads, her eyes sparkling. She knew the dragon's weakness wasn't gold or jewels, but riddles. Mira bounces, then catches herself as Lyra steadies her with a gentle hand. That's right, little one. Lyra tucks a strand of hair behind Mira's ear, so natural it makes my chest ache. Always remember, strength comes in many forms. Kai props his chin on his hands. Like how you're strong because you know which herbs heal people. Exactly. She ruffles his black fur, and he doesn't pull away like he usually does with others. And you're strong because you take such good care of your sister. The scene strikes something deep in my heart. It's not just how she tends Mira's condition or guides Kai through his questions. It's the way she's woven herself into our lives, bringing warmth to cold corners. How she matches my children's needs without dimming their spirits. The solarium itself stands as proof. She hasn't erased my mother's memory, but honored it by bringing life back to her favorite space. I lean against the doorframe, unwilling to break the moment. Lyra glances up, catching my eye. Her smile, soft and unguarded, hits me like a physical force. Gods help me, I'm falling for everything about her. Her fierce independence, her gentle strength, the way she's made my house feel like a home again.
Chapter 14. Lyra. The day flows like honey, sweet, languid moments stretching between my duties. At breakfast, Theron's massive hand brushes mine as he passes the bread basket, sending sparks racing up my arm. During Mira's lesson, which I've started helping her with, I catch his amber eyes watching me from across the room, the intensity of his gaze making my cheeks flush. Evening settles over the manor, and I slip into the library to return a text on cardiac conditions. The scent of leather-bound books and aged paper wraps around me as I navigate the towering shelves. My fingers trail along the spines, searching for the right spot. Heavy footsteps echo behind me. I turn to find Theron filling the space between the shelves, his broad shoulders nearly touching both sides. The lamplight catches the silver rings in his horns, casting dancing shadows across his face. I thought I might find you here. His deep voice rumbles through my chest. The tension between us has been threatening to overwhelm me. I spend more and more nights talking to him, more and more days stealing little touches, and I am desperate at the point for more. Just returning this. I hold up the book, my hand trembling slightly. He steps closer, and I lean into the shelf behind me. His black fur gleams with that subtle silver sheen as he lowers his head, bringing those striking amber eyes level with mine, and I know he feels it too. Maybe he's finally giving in. Lyra. My name comes out as a growl that makes my breath catch. I reach up, letting my fingers sink into the soft fur at his neck. He shudders at my touch, his massive hands coming to rest on either side of my head. "Tell me something," I whisper like it's every other night and we are sharing stories. "Anything." His eyes shine bright like he means it. "Am I wrong?" I move closer, pressing into his chest. "Or do you feel this too?" It's a risk, but I've been waiting for so long. I tried to hedge around it. I tried to tell him that this feels like home for me, to see how he would react. But now, I want to take my chances. His response is to close the remaining distance. The first brush of his lips against mine is achingly gentle, as if he fears I'll shatter. I press closer, rising on my tiptoes to show him I won't break. His arms wrap around me, lifting me effortlessly until we're properly aligned. The book tumbles forgotten from my grasp as I wind my arms around his neck, letting my fingers tangle in his fur. The kiss deepens, and I feel the restraint in his touch, the careful way he holds me, the measured pressure of his lips. I nip at his bottom lip, drawing a startled grunt from him. "I've felt it from the first second that you entered my home," he whispers against my lips. Theron's lips trail down my neck, each kiss a spark igniting my skin. "I want every taste of you, Lyra," he growls, his voice a low rumble that sends a shiver down my spine. "Take it," I whisper, tilting my head back to expose more of my throat. His lips curve into a smile against my skin, and then he's lifting me, cradling me against his chest as if I weigh nothing. The library blurs around us, the scent of old parchment and leather filling my senses as he carries me to the couch tucked in the corner. He lays me down, the cushions soft beneath me, and then he's standing over me, his amber eyes gleaming with hunger. His hands, massive and gentle, skim over my body, undressing me with a patience that makes my heart pound. Each layer of clothing falls away until I'm bare beneath him, the cool air of the library raising goosebumps on my skin. "You're perfect," he murmurs, his gaze roving over me like a caress. I reach up, letting my fingers trace the silver rings in his horns, drawing him closer. "Show me," I say, my voice barely a whisper.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofproththea.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Proththea are waiting for you.
Prothea's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. In my room, sleep evades me. I trace my swollen lips, remembering the press of his against mine, the way his fur felt between my fingers. The memory of his touch burns through me. My body aches in the most delicious way, but it's my heart that feels the fullest. I roll to my side, watching moonlight paint silver patterns on my wall. 3 months ago, I arrived here as a healer, determined to help a sick child. Now I can't imagine my life without Mira's bright laughter, or Kai's gentle spirit, or Theron's quiet strength. Every morning spent teaching Mira her letters and reading with Kai. Every evening sharing stories with Theron. They've woven themselves into the fabric of my heart. My fingers find the dried herbs braided into my hair. My mother always said a healer's heart must be as open as their mind. I never understood until now, lying here, realizing I've fallen completely in love with this unlikely family. Dawn breaks too slowly. When I finally open my door, something catches my eye. There, on the floor, lies a single rose. Its petals are the deep crimson of the bush we've been nurturing together in the garden, the one Theron claimed would never bloom again. I lift it to my nose, breathing in its sweet fragrance. The thorns have been carefully removed, but one tiny leaf remains attached to the stem. I recognize it as the same leaf I pointed out to him last week, explaining how its unusual shape meant the plant was finally healing. He remembered. Of course he did. My heart swells as I cradle the rose. This isn't just a flower. It's a promise, blooming against all odds, just like us.
Chapter 15. Theron. The morning sun filters through my study window, casting long shadows across the financial ledgers spread before me. My quill hovers above the parchment, thoughts drifting to soft copper hair and determined green eyes rather than focusing on the columns of numbers. I growl and push back from the desk, my chair scraping against the wooden floor. The accounts can wait. My feet carry me to the window overlooking the garden, where movement catches my eye. Lyra kneels beside my prized roses, quickly becoming our prized roses, her small frame dwarfed by the towering bushes. My chest tightens just like it always does when I see her out there working on them. But Lyra's hands move with practiced grace, checking the soil, gently pruning dead leaves. Her fingers trace the edge of a petal with such care, it makes my throat close up. The morning light sets her hair ablaze, turning copper to liquid fire. The kids are not too far from her as they play in the garden, too. She's humming something, quiet melody that carries through the open window. The sight of her there, so at home among mother's roses. A pounding at the front door shatters the moment. "Lord Blackhorn! Emergency at the docks!" Damn it all. I grab my coat, shrugging it on as I descend the stairs. Through the window by the door, I catch another glimpse of Lyra. She's moved to the white roses now, speaking softly to them as she works. Something inside me rebels at leaving. "The shipment from the Cane Vu, sir. There's been an incident." "I'm coming," I snap, yanking open the door. The messenger, one of my dock supervisors, takes a startled step back. Can't blame him, I must look like thunder. My gaze strays one last time to the garden. Lyra's lifted her face to the sun, eyes closed, peaceful. Small, capable hands rest in her lap, stained with earth. The urge to stay, to walk out there and pull her into my arms, nearly overwhelms my sense of duty. Instead, I follow the messenger, each step away from her harder than the last. The roses will keep. They always have. But for the first time since Mother died, I think they might actually thrive. The Cane Vu silk shipment lies ruined before me, water damage turning the once vibrant fabric into muted shadows of their former glory. My dock workers hover nearby, waiting for instructions, but my mind keeps drifting to copper hair and gentle hands tending roses. I should care more about this, but I don't. I rub my horns, the silver rings clicking against each other. Send a full inventory to my office by sunset. "About the Merchants Guild meeting," another voice pipes up. I blink, trying to focus. The Guild. Right. Crucial trade negotiations today. But all I can think about is Lyra in the library, spread out beneath me. "The merchants are waiting, my friend." Dex's familiar bulk appears beside me, his green eyes twinkling with amusement. "Unless you'd rather stand here daydreaming about a certain redhead?" I shoot him a glare, but he just chuckles. Sighing, I leave the dock workers to clean up and catalog the shipment for me to go over later and let Dex drag me off. But the meeting goes poorly. I fumble basic contract terms, nearly agreeing to a ridiculous markup on spice imports until Dex smoothly interrupts. What my distinguished colleague means... He launches into negotiations while I struggle to pay attention. His copper-ringed horns catch the light as he leans forward, using his considerable charm to salvage the deal. After he corners me in my study. "It's been a long time since I've had to save your hide. You've got it bad, old friend. I don't know what you're talking about." "Please, you're about as subtle as a beast in a pottery shop." A knock interrupts his teasing. Mrs. Bramble is standing in the door, her face drawn. "Master Theron, I've just come from the market, and it seems that Miss Lyra has been drawing attention. I heard Marcus Steelhorn has been making inquiries about your household, specifically about a human healer. My fists clench. What kind of inquiries? Her background, sir. Where she came from. Who her family is. My vision edges with red. Marcus. That manipulative bastard always searching for weakness. The memory of what he did to Dex's wife burns fresh. He won't touch her. The words come out in a growl. No, Dex agrees, his jovial manner vanishing. He won't. Gritting my teeth, I leave Dex and Mrs. Bramble, needing to see Lyra. But as I go in search of her, I can't help but notice that the house feels different. Warmer somehow. The scent of dried herbs and honey wafts from the kitchen, along with the sound of childish laughter. I freeze in the doorway. Kai stands on a wooden stool at the counter, his small face scrunched in concentration as he grinds herbs with a mortar and pestle. His movements are precise, methodical, just like everything else he does. Like this? He looks up at Lyra. Perfect. She shifts Mira on her hip, my daughter's silver-white fur stark against Lyra's earth-toned dress. Now add 3 drops of honey, just like I showed you. Mira's tiny hands pat Lyra's cheeks. Can I taste? Not this batch, sweetheart. This is for Mrs. Bramble's headaches. Lyra tucks a strand of copper hair behind her ear, leaving a smudge of dried rersed herb on her cheek. But maybe we can make some sweet tea later? With extra honey? Mira's amber eyes light up. Don't let her fool you, Kai pipes up, carefully measuring honey drops. She already had 2 cookies. Tattletale! Mira sticks out her tongue. The scene before me, my serious son relaxed and focused, my fragile daughter glowing with health, both of them orbiting around Lyra like she's their son. It hits me like a physical blow. This is what home should feel like. Lyra turns and spots me. A blush creeps across her cheeks, highlighting that smudge of rersed herb. Oh, we were just... Moo. She trails off, green eyes wide. Papa! Mira reaches for me. Lyra's teaching us medicine! I cross the kitchen in 2 strides, taking Mira when she launches herself from Lyra's arms. The motion brings me close enough to catch Lyra's scent. Herbs and honey and something uniquely her. My free hand moves on its own, thumb brushing away that rersed herb smudge. Her breath catches. The blush deepens. Marcus's threats echo in my mind, but looking at her now, at my children's happiness, at the way she's brought light back into our home, I know with bone-deep certainty I'll tear apart anyone who tries to take this from us. That night, after tucking the children into their beds and watching their peaceful faces in the soft glow of the nightlight, I make my way to the study. The house is quiet, the only sound the distant hum of the city beyond our walls. I pour myself a glass of dark spiced jisk, the liquid burning a trail down my throat, grounding me. The study door creaks open and Lyra slips in, her bare feet silent on the cool stone floor. It's a testament to how comfortable we've become with each other that she does this. She's changed into a simple nightgown, the earthy green fabric highlighting her eyes. Her copper hair is loose, cascading over her shoulders, catching the firelight like a waterfall of embers. She smiles at me and the tension in my shoulders eases. The children are fast asleep, she says, her voice a soft melody in the quiet room. She moves closer, the scent of herbs and honey enveloping me. I set the glass down, reaching for her. My hands find her waist, pulling her to me. She comes willingly, her arms wrapping around my neck. Lyra, we need to talk about... I start, but she silences me with a kiss. Her lips are soft, insistent, filled with the trust and love that steals my breath. My worries about Marcus, about the threats looming over us, fade under the pressure of her mouth, the sweet taste of her. She deepens the kiss, her fingers playing with the hair at the nape of my neck. I growl low in my throat, lifting her off her feet. Her legs wrap around my waist, her nightgown riding up, revealing smooth, creamy skin. I carry her to the thick rug before the fireplace, laying her down gently. Her eyes, those bright green eyes flecked with gold, hold me captive. She reaches up, tracing the curve of my horn, the silver rings catching the firelight. I turn my head, kissing her palm, feeling the calluses from her work, the strength in her hands. I trail kisses down her neck, her collarbone, my hands exploring her body. She arches into my touch, a soft gasp escaping her lips. Her response is honest, open, filled with the desire that matches my own. A tug at the neckline of her nightgown, exposing more of her skin, my mouth hungry for the taste of her. She pulls at my shirt, her fingers fumbling with the buttons. I chuckle, a low rumble in my chest, and help her, shrugging out of the fabric. Her hands roam over my chest, tracing the muscles, the scars. Each touch is a brand, a claim. I belong to her, just as she belongs to me. Our clothes disappear, piece by piece, until there's nothing between us but firelight and shadows. I kiss every inch of her, memorizing her body, the sounds she makes, the way she responds to my touch. She does the same, her hands and mouth exploring me, driving me to the brink. When I finally sink into her, it's like coming home. Her body welcomes mine, her legs wrapping around me, urging me deeper. Our rhythm is slow, intense, each movement echoing the beat of our hearts. I watch her face, her eyes closed, her lips parted, her expression a mix of pleasure and wonder. The firelight dances over our skin, casting us in a warm glow. The world outside the study fades away, leaving only us, only this moment. The pressure builds, our breaths coming faster, our hearts pounding in sync. When she cries out, her body convulsing around mine, I follow her over the edge, my roar echoing through the room. Tomorrow, I can deal with Marcus tomorrow.
Chapter 16. Lyra. The morning sun bathes the marketplace in golden light as I adjust my herb-filled basket. My braid swings against my back, the healing herbs woven through it releasing their subtle fragrance with each step. The usual bustle of the market surrounds me, the clatter of hooves on cobblestones, the calls of merchants hawking their wares. Something's different today. Old Greta, the spice merchant who always saves her best cinnamon for my healing teas, ducks her head when I approach her stall. Her massive horns cast long shadows across her goods as she turns away. Greta? I step closer, reaching for my coin purse. I needed to restock. Sold out, she mumbles, though I can clearly see the fresh spices laid out before her. Frowning, I move to the next stall. The herb merchant, who typically jokes about my tiny human hands being perfect for sorting delicate dried flowers, won't meet my eyes either. As I walk past a cluster of well-dressed Minotaur ladies, their silk skirts rustling, I catch fragments of their conversation. Living in that house. Just another of Blackhorn's servants, probably warming his bed. My cheeks burn, but I keep my chin high. The basket handle digs into my palm as I grip it tighter. A flash of steel-grey fur catches my eye. Marcus Steelhorn, his black horns gleaming with gold rings, stands near his usual gathering of merchants. His cold blue eyes meet mine for a moment, his lips curling into a satisfied smirk. Two younger merchants near him watch me pass, their whispers carrying clearly. Heard she's not even paid, just kept like any other human pet. I stop at the next stall, my knuckles white around my basket handle. The merchant there, who'd sold me Mekixter bark just last week with a friendly smile, now stares at his ledger as if it holds the secrets of the universe. These people know me. They've seen me heal their children, tend their elderly, deliver their babies. Years of building trust and respect, and Marcus has poisoned it all with a few well-placed whispers. The whispers follow me down the street like a toxic cloud. My last hope lies in Master Brimwell's apothecary. He's never cared about politics or gossip, only the quality of herbs and the knowledge of those who purchase them. The bell chimes as I push open his door. The familiar scent of dried herbs and healing tinctures wraps around me, but something feels wrong. Master Brimwell's shoulders stiffen at the counter, his grey-furred bulk blocking access to his rarest herbs, the ones he usually lets me examine freely. "I need snow blossom root," I say, keeping my voice steady. "We don't serve your kind anymore." His words hit like a physical blow. "Find somewhere else." "My kind?" My fingers dig into my basket. "I've bought herbs here for years. I saved your grandson when—" "Times change. He won't meet my eyes. Best you leave." "The hell she will." Maya's voice cuts through the tension as she strides in, her silver-blonde hair gleaming in the shop's dim light. The scar on her right hand stands out stark white against her skin as she plants both palms on Brimwell's counter. "Since when do you let Marcus Steelhorn's coin dictate who you serve?" Brimwell's ears flick back. "This isn't about—" "Save it." Maya's grey eyes flash. "I've already heard about his little scheme. I sell around here too, Brimwell. Offering merchants better trade rates if they shut Lyra out. Threatening to raise shipping costs for anyone who keeps serving her or anyone helping Blackhorn." She leans forward. "How much did he pay you to turn away the best healer in Corona?" The truth of Marcus's manipulation hits me like ice water. All this because he wants to force Theron's hand. Is he punishing him, or is this some merchant's feud? I don't understand it. Brimwell's tail lashes once, betraying his discomfort. "You don't understand the pressure. I understand perfectly." Maya's voice could freeze flame. "And I'll remember who stood their ground and who folded like cheap parchment when this is over." Maya links her arm through mine as we leave Brimwell's shop, her presence a shield against the market's hostility. "Come on, I've got fresh mechix to bark at my farm." "You don't have to—" "Don't start." She squeezes my arm. "That's what friends are for." Each step past shuttered stalls and turned backs chips away at the confidence I've built over 5 years in Corona. The copper threads in my braid catch the sunlight, a gift from Theron last week, woven through with the same gentle care he shows in everything. My throat tightens as I think of Cassandra's portrait hanging in the main hall. I've passed it countless times, but now her perfect features seem to mock me. Light brown fur groomed to silk, delicate features set in aristocratic lines, those striking blue eyes that Kai inherited. Everything a proper Minotaur lady should be. "I can hear you thinking." Maya's voice breaks through my spiral. "Stop it. You didn't see their faces." I gesture at the nearly empty street ahead, merchants suddenly finding urgent business elsewhere as we approach. Years of building trust, gone because Marcus decided I'm a convenient weapon against Theron. "Since when do you care what Marcus thinks? Or anyone for that matter?" "I care what he can do." My fingers twist in my skirts. Theron's already fighting an uphill battle in the Merchant Council. Having a human— I swallow hard. Having me, it makes everything harder for him. A group of noble ladies crosses the street rather than share the sidewalk with us. Their silk skirts swish as they hurry past, whispering behind ornate fans. One glance at my herb-stained dress and practical boots tells me everything about where I stand in their eyes. Cassandra's face floats in my mind again, perfectly composed, perfectly proper, perfectly Minotaur. Everything I can never be. "Maybe caring about him means knowing when to step back," I whisper, more to myself than Maya. Maya admonishes me, but I can't shake the idea out of my head. Not even after she gives me the bark and sends me back to the house. I keep it together through the rest of the day before slipping out to the garden after dinner, avoiding Theron altogether. The garden's shadows offer little comfort as I sink onto the stone bench, my shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The herbs I'd so carefully tended mock me with their vitality, thriving despite being transplanted from their native soil, just as I'd thought I could. A gentle hand touches my shoulder. Mrs. Bramble's familiar rasped herb scent wraps around me as she settles beside me, her black dress rustling against the bench. "Now then," she says, pulling a handkerchief from her ever-present apron pocket. "What's all this about?" "I'm ruining everything." The words spill out between hiccups. "The whole market turned against him because of me. Marcus is using me to—" "Marcus Steelhorn," Mrs. Bramble sniffs, "has been trying to ruin Theron since he was still just a boy. He'll find any excuse, but you can't let him tear you two apart." She pats my hand, her weathered fingers strong and sure. "Maybe it's better," I whisper. She turns to me. "Did I ever tell you about Thomas?" I shake my head, wiping my eyes. He was a merchant's son, 7 feet tall, fur like burnished copper. Her brown eyes grow distant. "We met at the docks. I was delivering linens. He was checking cargo manifests. He'd quote poetry while helping me carry my baskets." A soft smile plays across her lips. "His family had other plans, of course. Proper Minotaur wife, proper bloodline. He chose duty over love." "What happened to him?" "Married some noble's daughter. Had 3 children. Died young. Merchant ships are dangerous things." She straightens her pristine apron. "I've spent 40 years wondering what if. What if we'd been brave enough to choose love over tradition?" Heavy footsteps in the doorway make us both turn. Theron fills the frame, his black fur silvered by moonlight, amber eyes intense as they fix on my tear-stained face. Mrs. Bramble rises with remarkable grace for her age. "Well, these old bones need their rest." She squeezes my shoulder as she passes. "Don't make my mistake, dear." She slips past Theron with a knowing look, leaving us alone in the garden's growing darkness. And thankfully, he doesn't press. I'm sure he knows why I'm upset, but Theron just sits with me in the garden like he does every night, and I savour it, because I don't know how much longer I'll have him.
Chapter 17. Theron. I sit through the monthly Merchants Guild meeting, my mind half on the trade reports and half on getting home to the kids and Lyra. The familiar mahogany-paneled chamber feels stuffier than usual today, weighted with the stares of 24 merchant families. Marcus rises from his chair, his steel-gray fur gleaming in the lamplight. The gold rings in his horns catch the light as he adjusts his perfectly tailored vest. Before we conclude, I must address a concerning development, one that affects the reputation of our entire guild. My fingers tighten on the arm of my chair. I know that tone. The same one he used when he drove Dex's wife away. Our esteemed colleague Theron seems to have acquired a pet. Marcus's cold blue eyes fix on me. A human female, living freely in his home with his children. One must question his judgment, allowing such a creature near. The chair clatters behind me as I surge to my feet. The room falls silent. "Choose your next words carefully, Steelhorn." My voice comes out as a low growl. "Come now, Theron. We all understand the appeal of exotic pets, but to let one near your children? What would Cassandra think?" The mention of my late wife shatters what remains of my control, not because of my feelings for her. No, I know that what I have with Lyra is true, unlike what I had with Cassandra. It's what she reminds everyone else of, what Marcus thinks he's proving by bringing her up. I cross the room in 3 strides, my horns lowering. Lyra is not a pet. Each word drops like a stone. She is a skilled healer who has done more good for the city in a month than you have in your entire privileged life. Marcus's lip curls. Defending a human's honor? How far the mighty have fallen. First you dragged common blood into noble circles, now this. My fist connects with his jaw before he can finish. He staggers back, knocking over a chair. Blood trickles from his split lip into his steel-gray fur. They all see me as a commoner? I'll give them something to set me apart then. If I'll never be on their level, then why do I try their damn politics? If you ever speak about my family again, I snarl, standing over him, I will remind you why the Blackhorn name was feared in the trading routes before it was respected in the guild halls. The other merchants watch in stunned silence. I've just violated about a dozen guild protocols, but right now, watching Marcus wipe blood from his mouth, I don't give a damn about protocols. Marcus struggles to his feet, dabbing at his bloodied lip. His composure cracks, revealing the sneer I've always known lurked beneath his polished exterior. At least I understand the importance of maintaining our bloodlines. Those poor children forced to endure a human's attempts at mothering. Shut your mouth. My chest heaves as fury courses through my veins. They deserve a proper Minotaur mother, someone who understands our ways, not some common human playing it. I roar and charge, my horns catching him in the midsection. We crash through the guild table, sending papers flying. My fist finds his face again and again. Years of loading cargo and working the docks have given me strength his soft merchant's life can't match. Marcus kicks up, catching me in the ribs. He may be privileged, but he still has a Minotaur's natural fighting instinct. Look at you, he spits, proving exactly why you're unfit to raise them. Nothing but a common thug. I grab his horns, slamming his head back against the floor. My children are none of your concern. He headbutts me, stars exploding behind my eyes. We roll across the floor, scattering chairs, each trying to gain the upper hand. Blood, his or mine, I can't tell, stains the expensive carpet. Theron, stop! Dex's massive arms wrap around me from behind, hauling me off Marcus. I struggle against his grip, my hooves leaving gouges in the wooden floor. Let me go! Not until you calm down. Dex's voice is steel. Two other merchants grab Marcus, who's still trying to lunge at me despite his bloody nose and swelling eye. I strain against Dex's hold, my vision red with rage. You want to talk about unfit parents? I snarl at Marcus. Ask your wife about the bastards you've sired in every port from here to... Enough! The guildmaster's voice thunders through the chamber. It takes 3 more merchants to help Dex drag me toward the door, while Marcus shouts threats through his broken teeth. Dex drags me all the way home, and I finally stop fighting halfway. I let him get me inside, slipping into my study before my kids can see the mess I've made, the blood matted in my fur. Immediately, he goes to the bar on the wall, and I watch him pour 2 generous measures. You look like crap. He slides 1 glass across my desk. You should see the other guy. I wince as I reach for the drink, my bruised ribs protesting. Oh, I did. Pretty sure he'll need new teeth. Dex settles his bulk into the chair across from me, the wood groaning beneath his weight. His green eyes study me over the rim of his glass. Want to tell me what that was really about? I drain half my whiskey in 1 swallow. You were there. He called Lyra a pet. Marcus has been calling people worse for years. Never saw you lose control like that before. I run a hand through my fur where the blood has matted it. He brought the children into it, said they needed a proper Minotaur mother. Lyra does just fine. But she's not their mother, something I keep forgetting. She's just healing Mira. Ah. Dex leans back, his horn rings catching the lamplight. And you realized you'd burn everything to the ground to protect what you've built with her. The truth of his words hits harder than Marcus's headbutt. My fingers tighten around the glass. I would. Gods help me. I'd watch every trade route and contract go up in flames before I let him hurt them. The admission scrapes my throat raw. And that terrifies me because Marcus won't let this go. He'll use it against us somehow. Of course he will. Dex tops off my glass. That's what snakes do. But you're not alone in this fight, my friend. I stare into the amber liquid, seeing Lyra's face, hearing the children's laughter. Everything I never knew I needed until it was right in front of me. I can't lose them, Dex. And we'll make damn sure you don't. The study door opens and Mrs. Bramble bustles in, Lyra close behind her with a healing kit. My housekeeper's stern expression could curdle milk. "I'll leave you to it." Dex rises with surprising grace for his size, shooting me a knowing look. "Try not to break any more merchants this month." Lyra sets her kit on my desk, copper red hair falling loose from her braid as she bends to examine my face. I notice that Mrs. Bramble slips out with Dex and shuts the door. Her fingers brush my jaw, gentle but sure. "What were you thinking?" "I was thinking some people need to learn when to keep their mouths shut." I try to turn away, but she catches my chin. "Hold still, you stubborn man." She dabs the stinging herb paste on my cuts. "Fighting in the guild hall? You could lose everything you've built." The warmth of her touch seeps into my bones. Her green eyes flash with both worry and exasperation as she works. "I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but there are better ways to—" "He called you a pet." The words scrape out of my throat. "Said the children needed a proper mother." Her hands pause on my face. Something fierce and protective flashes across her features before she resumes cleaning my wounds. "And you thought the best response was to redecorate the guild hall with his face?" A laugh rumbles in my chest despite the pain. Seemed like a good idea at the time. "Impossible, man." She presses harder than necessary on a particularly tender spot, making me wince. But her other hand strokes soothingly through my fur, contradicting her stern tone. "What am I going to do with you?" The gentleness in her touch, the worry in her eyes. It crashes over me like a wave. No one since my mother has fussed over me like this, has cared enough to scold and tend to me in the same breath. Even Cassandra kept her distance when I was injured, sending servants instead. My chest tightens with an emotion I'm not ready to name. I catch Lyra's hand against my cheek, holding it there. The size difference between us still startles me sometimes. Her delicate fingers nearly lost in my grip. Everything I've built, everything I care about suddenly feels as fragile as her bones beneath my calloused palm. Our eyes lock as I hold her hand against my face. Her pulse flutters beneath my fingers like a trapped bird. The scent of her healing herbs mingles with something uniquely Lyra. Sunshine and wildflowers and determination. "I would do it again," I murmur, watching the candlelight dance in her green eyes. "Anyone who threatens what we've built here—" "Shh." She traces the curve of my horn with her free hand, a touch so gentle it makes my breath catch. "No more fighting tonight." I lean into her touch, drawn by the warmth radiating from her small frame. She steps between my knees, tilting my face up to examine her handiwork. The size difference between us should make me feel monstrous, but somehow she makes me feel cherished. "Your ribs need tending too," she whispers, fingers trailing down to the buttons of my shirt. I catch her hands, pressing a kiss to each palm. "Lyra." She meets my gaze steadily, unflinching. "Let me take care of you, Theron." The last of my resistance crumbles. I stand, sweeping her into my arms as I rise. Her surprised laugh warms something deep in my chest as I carry her toward my chambers. There's only one thing I need right now, and it's her.
Chapter 18. Lyra. The sound of a crash followed by a terrified scream sends me sprinting from the kitchen. My heart pounds as I race through the manor's halls, herbal tea splashing from the cup I'd been preparing for Mira's afternoon treatment. I round the corner to find them at the bottom of the grand staircase. Kai's lanky body curls protectively around his sister, his black fur matted with sweat. One arm juts out at an unnatural angle beneath him. Mira's silver-white fur trembles against his chest, her tiny form completely engulfed by her brother's protective embrace. "Don't move!" I drop beside them, hands hovering as I assess the damage. "What happened?" I wanted to help her exercise. Kai's voice breaks, blue eyes wide with panic. "Like you do with her, but I tried to carry her down like father does and—" His words cut off in a pained gasp. It's my fault. Mira's amber eyes fill with tears. I asked him to pick me up. I wanted to be tall like everyone else. Shh, neither of you are at fault. I gently begin separating them, noting how Kai winces but refuses to release his sister until I've checked her over first. Mira, can you wiggle your toes for me? Any pain? She demonstrates perfect movement, though her breaths come quick and shallow. The fall clearly scared her more than it hurt her. Kai's broken arm becomes fully visible as I help Mira stand. The sight makes my stomach clench. A clean break through both forearm bones. Yet he'd somehow managed to twist mid-fall to take the brunt of the impact, protecting his sister despite his own injury. I'm sorry. His serious little face crumples. I just wanted to help like you do, to make you proud. Oh, sweetheart. I brush his dark hair back from his forehead. I'm already proud of how you look after your sister, but next time, let's stick to the exercises I've shown you, okay? The manor's massive front door crashes open just as I'm finishing my preliminary examination of Kai's arm. What happened? Theron's heavy footsteps thunder across the marble floor. His imposing frame fills the entryway, amber eyes wild as they lock onto his children at the bottom of the grand staircase. Then he freezes. His massive shoulders go rigid, muscles tensing beneath his tailored dark jacket. The rings in his horns catch the afternoon light as he stares at the scene before him, chest heaving with rapid breaths. Father! Kai's voice wavers. The word seems to snap something in Theron. His jaw clenches, nostrils flaring as he takes a halting step forward. Another, then stops again, his powerful frame trembling. I recognize the signs of panic taking hold. I can't imagine how many times he's seen Mira collapsed and fear it would be her last. I can't fathom the terror that grips him, even now, probably worse after the hope he'd never come home to something like this again. But they will both be all right. I just need him to see that, to distract him from that fear. Theron. I keep my voice steady, pitched low like I used to calm spooked animals. I need you to come hold Kai still while I set his arm. Can you do that for me? His amber eyes lock onto mine, desperate for direction. Just here. I pat the spot beside me, kneel down and brace his shoulders. The familiar task of protecting his child breaks through his paralysis. He moves with sudden purpose, dropping to his knees beside us. His large hands engulf Kai's slim shoulders, steadying him. Like this? Perfect. I nod, maintaining eye contact. Now keep him still. This will hurt, but it needs to be done quickly. Theron leans forward, creating a protective wall around his son with his broad chest. His usual gruff demeanour softens as he presses his forehead against Kai's temple. You're being so brave, he rumbles. I'm proud of you. I don't hesitate. With practiced movements, I realign the broken bones, my small hands working surely despite the size difference. Kai lets out a sharp cry, but Theron's steady presence keeps him from jerking away. Almost done, I murmur, reaching for the splinting materials I'd sent Mira to fetch from my bag. You're both doing wonderfully. After securing the splint on Kai's arm, I guide everyone to the sitting room where the afternoon light streams through tall windows. The familiar space with its worn leather chairs and shelves of trading ledgers feels more welcoming than the formal parlour. Here, drink this. I press a cup of tea into Kai's hands. Small sips. Theron paces behind his son's chair, his massive frame casting shifting shadows across the carpet. His rings catch the light with each turn, marking his agitation. Father? Mira's tiny voice breaks through his brooding. She sits curled in her favourite spot by the hearth, silver-white fur gleaming. Are you angry with us? His pacing stops. Something vulnerable flickers across his face as he kneels beside her chair. No, little one. His usual gruff tone softens. That staircase. I had my own fall there when I was about Kai's age. Both children lean forward, even Kai momentarily distracted from his pain. You fell too. Kai's blue eyes widen. Theron settles onto the floor, legs crossed. The position makes him seem less imposing despite his size. Was trying to slide down the banister to impress a girl. Broke both horns clean off. But your horns are so big now. Mira reaches toward the silver rings adorning them. Took years to grow back proper. His large hand engulfs hers. My father was furious, but my mother... He swallows hard. She sat up with me all night, singing old songs until the pain eased. The longing in his voice makes my chest ache. I hate to think of times when he was in pain, when he needed someone, but at least his mother was there. Like Lyra does for us, Mira asks. Theron's amber eyes meet mine across the room. Something unspoken passes between us. Yes, he says softly, just like that. Not too long after, we get the kids into bed for the night. I know that Kai needs the rest, but it takes him some time to go to sleep, and I find myself checking on him constantly. The evening shadows stretch long across the hallway as I finish checking Kai's splint one last time. His breathing has finally evened out, the tea doing its work. Even in sleep, his good arm curls protectively around Mira, who insisted on staying with her brother. I close their door with a soft click, turning to find Theron leaning against the wall. His massive frame seems smaller somehow, shoulders slumped with exhaustion. The silver rings in his horns catch the dim lamplight as he scrubs a hand over his face. You're good with them. His voice rumbles low, mindful of the sleeping children. They make it easy. I step closer, drawn by the vulnerability in his amber eyes. You did well today too, you know, breaking through that panic to help Kai. His jaw tightens. I froze, saw them at the bottom of those stairs, and all I could think was... He cuts off, massive chest heaving. Without thinking, I reach up to touch his cheek. His black fur is softer than I expected, warm beneath my fingers. He goes completely still at the contact, but doesn't pull away. You protected them, I whisper. That's what matters. His large hand engulfs mine, keeping it pressed to his face. The size difference between us should be intimidating. My head barely reaches his chest. But I've never felt safer than in this moment. You protect them too, he murmurs. I'm not sure who moves first. One moment we're standing apart. The next, his lips find mine with impossible gentleness. His free hand cups the back of my head, careful of his claws as they tangle in my copper braids. I rise on tiptoes, steadying myself against his broad chest as he bends to meet me. The kiss is sweet, tender in a way that belies his imposing presence. A soft sound escapes him when I press closer, his fingers tightening in my hair. A discreet cough breaks the moment. We spring apart to find Mrs. Bramble standing at the end of the hall, her expression carefully neutral despite the knowing glint in her eyes. Don't mind me, she says softly, though I swear I catch the hint of a smile as she turns away. I was just coming to see if the children needed more tea, but I guess not. I fight back a giggle, and Theron meets my eyes, chuckling. I feel like a child who has been caught, but it is a little funny. I'm going to check on them one more time, I say, and he nods, following me in. Theron immediately goes to Kai's side, adjusting his arm. His movements are precise, gentle despite his size. The silver rings in his horns catch the lamplight as he smooths Kai's dark hair back, checking for fever. Without speaking, I move to Mira's side. Her silver-white fur gleams in the dim light as I count her breaths, timing them against her pulse. The routine is familiar now, but something has shifted. Each time I glance up, I catch Theron watching me with those intense amber eyes. We orbit each other like twin moons, our paths crossing and weaving as we tend to the children. When I reach for more pillows to elevate Kai's arm, Theron is already there, passing them to me. As he adjusts Mira's blankets, I'm ready with her favourite stuffed toy. The silence between us holds no awkwardness, only understanding. Each shared look carries the weight of that kiss, of boundaries crossed and new possibilities blooming. Standing in the doorway, I watch him make one final check of both beds. His broad shoulders block most of the view, but I can see how his large hands move with such care, how his usual gruff demeanour melts away when he thinks no one's watching. He turns, amber eyes finding mine in the darkness. The space between us feels charged, electric with unspoken words. My copper braids brush his arm as he moves to stand beside me, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his fur. Together we watch our sleeping charges, his children who've somehow become mine too, somewhere between healing sessions and bedtime stories. The realization settles in my chest like a warm stone. There's no going back to being just their healer, not when my heart has already claimed them as family. Theron's hand finds mine in the darkness, engulfing it completely. His thumb traces gentle circles on my palm, and I lean into his solid presence, accepting this new reality we've created. From the depths of the darkness of Proththea,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Proththea fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Proththea at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofproththea.com. Proththea's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 19. Theron. Rain lashes against the library windows, each flash of lightning casting dramatic shadows across the towering bookshelves. I sink deeper into my leather armchair, Mira's tiny form curled against my chest. Her silver-white fur gleams in the firelight as she clutches her favorite blanket, her amber eyes wide with each thunderclap. And then the brave healer ventured into the dark forest. Lyra's voice carries through the room, her copper hair glowing like embers in the warm light. She sits cross-legged on the thick carpet, gesturing with animated hands as she weaves her tale. Kai nestles against her side, his gangly limbs folded underneath him. My boy's face holds that serious expression he wears too often for a 6-year-old. But there's a spark in those blue eyes I haven't seen before. His black fur matches mine, but the way he hangs on Lyra's every word, that's all his own. What happened next? Mira's tiny voice pipes up as thunder shakes the manor. She burrows closer, her little hands gripping my shirt. The healer found a magical herb, Lyra continues, reaching out to smooth Kai's fur when he startles at a particularly loud crack. Its leaves sparkled like starlight. My chest tightens watching them together. Lyra's presence fills a void I hadn't realized was there, her gentle authority drawing my children like moths to flame. She belongs here, among the leather-bound books and flickering candlelight, telling stories that chase away storm shadows. The fire pops, sending sparks dancing up the chimney. Kai's shoulders finally relax as Lyra's fingers card through his fur, his usual rigid posture melting away. Even I feel the tension easing from my muscles, lulled by her melodic voice and the steady drumming of rain. "Papa, are you listening?" Mira peers up at me, her tiny nose scrunched. "Every word, little one." I adjust her blanket, marveling at how perfectly she fits in my arms. Another flash illuminates the room, but this time neither child flinches, too absorbed in Lyra's storytelling to notice the storm's fury. As Lyra's story winds down, Mrs. Bramble appears in the doorway, her silver bun gleaming in another flash of lightning. She balances a heavy tea tray with practiced ease. "Thought we could all use something warm." She bustles in, clearing space on the side table. The familiar scent of spiced tea fills the air. Lyra rises to help, our fingers brushing as we both reach for the pot. Heat rushes up my arm at the contact. Her green eyes meet mine, gold flecks dancing in the firelight, before she turns away to pour. "Sugar for the little ones," Mrs. Bramble announces, dropping extra cubes into 2 smaller cups. She settles into her usual chair by the fire, smoothing her impeccable black dress. "Never seen weather like this in all my years here." Mira scrambles down from my lap to accept her cup, careful not to spill as she's learned. Kai takes his with a polite "thank you," his serious expression softening when Lyra ruffles his fur. The perfect day for breaking routine. Lyra perches on the arm of my chair, close enough that her herb-scented braid tickles my shoulder. The casual intimacy of it steals my breath. Thunder crashes overhead. Without thinking, I steady her with a hand at her waist. She's so small compared to me, yet she fits perfectly against my side. Her quiet inhale tells me she feels this too. This growing thing between us. Mrs. Bramble catches my eye over her teacup, one eyebrow raised knowingly. I clear my throat and accept the cup Lyra offers, but don't remove my hand from her waist. The storm rages on, but in here, time seems to slow. Mira sprawls on the carpet with her drawing supplies while Kai reads quietly nearby. Every so often, Lyra shifts slightly, leaning into my touch. Each small movement sends sparks through my palm. Mrs. Bramble launches into tales of storms past, her stern demeanor melting as she describes the time lightning struck the old oak tree. But I'm only half listening, too aware of Lyra's warmth against me, the way her fingers occasionally brush mine as she gestures during conversation. We take dinner in here too, making it like a picnic. Lyra makes the children laugh as they pretend to hide out in the forest, playing like they are hunting and vanquishing a beast afterward. Once it is finally defeated, she takes the 2 little warriors to bed, and I retreat to my study, unable to shake the lingering warmth from Lyra's touch. The storm continues its assault, but the sound feels distant now, muted by thick stone walls and racing thoughts. I stand at the window, watching raindrops trace patterns down the glass. The door creaks open behind me. Her scent reaches me first, healing herbs and honey. "They're finally asleep," Lyra says. "Even Mira went down without a fight." I turn. She's silhouetted in the doorway, copper hair falling loose from her braid. My study suddenly feels too small, too intimate. Every step she takes toward me shortens my breath. "You're good with them." The words come out rougher than intended. "They make it easy." She stops before me, head tilted back to meet my gaze. Even in the dim light, those green eyes spark with gold. "Though I suspect they get their gentleness from you." My laugh rumbles deep. Gentleness isn't a word most would associate with me. Most don't look past the surface. Her small hand finds my chest, fingers splaying over my heart. "I do." That tugs at my heart, tells me that when we've come together each night, it's not just physical for her either. I am taking every stolen moment I can get, greedy for her to see that she is meant to be right here. I cup her face in my hands, marveling at how delicate she feels, how her cheeks flush at my touch. When our lips meet, it's different from before. No hesitation, no uncertainty. She rises on her toes as I bend down, our bodies finding that perfect middle ground. Her fingers tangle in my fur, tugging me closer. I growl against her mouth, backing her against my desk. Papers scatter. She tastes like spiced tea, her small frame pressing against mine with surprising strength. "Too tall," she murmurs between kisses, nipping at my lower lip. I lift her onto the desk, bringing us level. "Better?" She answers by pulling me back to her, legs wrapping around my waist. Her hands trace the silver rings in my horns, sending shivers down my spine. Each touch speaks volumes: trust, want, understanding. Rain lashes against the windows, echoing Lyra's soft gasps as I explore her body with a tenderness that surprises even me. Her hands, those small, capable hands that heal and comfort, trace the lines of my muscles, guiding me closer. I'm a massive beast compared to her, yet she shows no fear. Instead, she pulls me down, her lips finding mine in the dark. Her copper hair spills across my desk, a stark contrast to the faded parchment and worn wood. She tastes like summer rain and herbs, a refreshing change from the stale air of my study. Her legs wrap around my waist, drawing me in. I'm gentle despite my strength, mindful of her size, but she's having none of it. She nips at my lip, her nails digging into my back, urging me on. "Don't hold back," she whispers, her voice barely audible over the thunder. "I won't break." As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofproththea.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Proththea.
Prothea's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Not wanting to let her go, I gather Lyra in my arms, her small form light against my chest, and carry her to the leather couch by the fire. Her copper hair spills across my fur as I settle us both down, careful not to jostle her. The flames have died to embers, casting a soft glow that catches the gold flecks in her half-lidded eyes. "Stay," she murmurs, fingers curling into my fur as I try to reach for a blanket. We usually go to our separate rooms after, but it's like she said, today is a good day for breaking routine. I'm not going anywhere. I pull her closer instead, marveling at how perfectly she fits against me. Her head tucks under my chin, her breath warm against my chest. The storm rages on outside, but in here, wrapped in each other's warmth, it feels distant, like thunder from another world. Lyra's fingers trace idle patterns through my fur, each touch both soothing and electric. "Your heart's still racing," she whispers, pressing her palm flat against my chest. I rumble a laugh. "You tend to have that effect." She shifts, looking up at me with those striking green eyes. No fear, no hesitation, just that quiet strength that drew me to her from the start. "Good." Her smile holds a hint of mischief before she settles back against me. My arm drapes over her waist, engulfing her smaller frame, but she doesn't seem to mind being surrounded by me. If anything, she presses closer, tangling her legs with mine. The contrast of her soft skin against my coarse fur should feel strange, but instead it feels right, like puzzle pieces finally clicking into place. Rain drums against the windows, a steady rhythm that matches our slowing breaths. Lyra's hand finds mine, her fingers
Chapter 20. Lyra. I'm setting down a platter of freshly baked sweetbread when the front door bursts open, 4 pairs of clicking hooves announcing our unexpected visitors. My heart sinks at the sight of the imposing Minotaur women filling the doorway, their elaborate silk dresses and glinting horn jewellery marking them as nobility. Theron, a sleek furred female with piercing blue eyes, sweeps into the dining room. "We thought we'd pay you a visit." Theron stiffens beside me, his massive frame tensing. "Emkia, aunts, what brings you here?" 3 older Minotaur women follow in who I can only assume is Emptiness. Their horns adorned with so many golden rings they must weigh heavy on their heads. Their gazes cut through me like knives as they take in my simple dress and the herbs braided in my hair. "Can't we check on our nephew?" The tallest aunt sniffs, her nose wrinkling at Mrs. Bramble, who's serving tea. "Though I see some things haven't changed, still keeping human help." Mrs. Bramble's shoulders square as she continues her work, every movement precise and dignified. I admire her composure. Decades of service have given her an armour I'm still developing. "Theron," another aunt says, her voice dripping honey-coated venom, "why is this healer seated at the family table?" Mira chooses that moment to reach for me. "Lyra, can I have more bread?" The silence that follows could freeze flame. 4 pairs of eyes lock onto my hand as I pass Mira the basket, my casual familiarity with the child clearly shocking them. "She's having breakfast with us," Theron rumbles, his tone daring them to comment further. Emkia just studies me, not saying a word. I don't see any malice in her eyes either. The same can't be said for his aunts. Another aunt's tail lashes. "Really? What would Cassandra say?" I feel the tension radiate through Theron's body, though his face remains impassive. The children shrink in their seats, and even Mrs. Bramble's steady hands falter for a moment as she pours the tea. The third aunt, who hasn't spoken yet, eyes the healing herbs drying on the kitchen windowsill with clear disdain. "I see you've allowed quite a few changes to the household." I pour tea with steady hands, though my stomach churns at their scrutiny. The eldest aunt, her horns nearly scraping the ceiling as she sits ramrod straight, pins me with a stare. "So, girl, what exactly brings a human healer to serve in a respectable Minotaur household?" "I trained with healers all over Milthar," I say, keeping my voice even. "It's given me quite a unique experience." Her lip curls. "Theron, surely you could afford proper Minotaur healers." Theron's massive hand clenches around his teacup. "Lyra's skills are unmatched in the city." "But what of tradition?" The second aunt leans forward, her horn jewellery jangling. "The Blackhorn name carries weight. Having a human so intimately involved with the children's care." "Look what I made." Mira bounces in her seat, oblivious to the tension as she waves a piece of parchment. Her silver-white fur practically glows in the morning light. "Lyra helped me draw Papa's shop." The aunts exchange dark looks at her familiar use of my name, but Mira's already sliding from her chair, her small hooves clicking against the floor as she toddles toward the stairs. "Watch this!" She grabs the railing, determination lighting her amber eyes. "I can do it myself now." My heart swells with pride as she carefully navigates each step, something that would have exhausted her just months ago. The aunts can't hide their surprise at her progress. "I see you've been active in the children's development," the third aunt says, her words careful but cutting. "Lyra makes my medicine taste like honey," Mira announces from the top of the stairs, "and she never tells me I'm too weak to try things." The silence that follows feels like a physical weight. I catch Mrs. Bramble's approving nod as she refreshes the tea, her experienced hands never wavering despite the charged atmosphere. Mira's hooves click against the wooden steps as she hurries back down, clutching another piece of parchment to her chest. Her silver-white fur catches the morning light streaming through the windows, making her seem to glow. She's wearing the amber dress I helped her pick out this morning, her favourite because it matches Papa's eyes. "Look what else I drew!" She spreads the parchment across the table, narrowly missing the teacups. "This is our family." My heart catches at the childish figures scratched in charcoal. There's Theron, towering over everyone with exaggerated horns. Kai stands next to him, holding what appears to be a wooden sword. And there, beside Mira's own small form. This is Mama Lyra. Mira's finger jabs at a figure with long, wavy lines for hair. See the herbs in her braid? And look, she's holding my medicine cup. The eldest aunt's teacup hits her saucer with a sharp crack. Tea sloshes over the rim, staining the pristine tablecloth. Selina's tail goes rigid, the fur standing on end. "Mama?" The second aunt's voice rises to a pitch that makes my ears hurt. "Child, what did you just say?" "Mira." Theron's low warning comes too late. "Mama Lyra makes everything better," Mira continues, oblivious to the horror rippling through her relatives. "She sings to me when I'm sick and teaches me about plants and... This is unconscionable." The third aunt surges to her hooves, her horn jewellery jangling violently. A human, playing at being mother to Cassandra's children. "Have you lost all sense of propriety?" The last aunt's words slice through the air. What would people say? A merchant-class widower letting his children call some wandering herbalist Mama. Mrs. Bramble's hands are steady as she wipes up the spilled tea, but I catch the tight set of her jaw. She positions herself closer to Mira, who's starting to pick up on the tension, her small form shrinking against my side. "I won't have my niece and nephew raised by..." The eldest aunt's words cut off as Theron's massive fist slams onto the table, rattling every dish. The aunts huddle near the window, their whispers sharp as daggers. Theron leads the children upstairs with Mrs. Bramble, leaving me to gather the breakfast dishes with trembling hands. "Here, let me help." A soft voice startles me. Emkia. Her amber eyes hold none of the earlier hostility as she stacks teacups. "Thank you." I study her, noting the differences from her sharp-tongued aunts. Where they are precise and cutting, Emkia has a hesitant grace. Her horn jewellery is simpler too, just a single copper band, rather than the elaborate golden rings favoured by the others. "Walk with me." She gestures to the garden door. While they deliberate. The morning air carries the scent of my herb garden. Emkia trails her fingers over a flowering moonbloom, her tail swishing thoughtfully. "I know what it's like," she says finally. "Loving someone they don't approve of. My brother and I were always different from them. So she is his sister. I can see it now, how similar they look, and I'm relieved she isn't here to admonish her brother too." My hand still on a blooming leaf. "What do you mean?" "His name was James." Her voice catches. "A human merchant who traded spices from the other continents. He had the most beautiful laugh. But the aunts..." She swallows hard. "After our parents died, they became our guardians. They said it would ruin the family name." "What happened?" "They arranged a proper marriage instead. He's in the southern part of the continent now, with a wife and children of his own." Her fingers tremble on the moonbloom petals. "Sometimes I wonder if I should have fought harder, been braver." "I'm sorry." "Don't be." She turns, gripping my hands. Her eyes shine with unshed tears. "That's why I can't let them do the same to Theron, or those children, the way Mira looks at you. It's how I used to look at my mother." The weight of her words settles between us like a physical thing. In the distance, we can still hear the aunt's harsh whispers, but they seem less threatening now. "They won't understand," she says softly. "But I do." Emkia's words linger in the garden air as shouts erupt from inside. The aunts' voices rise in a crescendo of outrage, punctuated by Theron's deeper rumble. I hurry back through the kitchen door, Emkia close behind. This discussion is finished. Theron blocks the dining room doorway, his massive frame casting a shadow over his relatives. His tail sweeps back and forth, a warning sign I've learned to read. It most certainly is not. The eldest aunt jabs a bejewelled finger toward the stairs, where Kai and Mira peek through the railings. Those children deserve peace in their own home. Mrs. Bramble's calm voice cuts through the chaos as she appears with a fresh pot of tea. Her grey hair remains perfectly pinned despite the morning's upheaval. Perhaps we should all take a breath. One aunt's nostrils flare. You forget your place, servant. And you forget whose house this is. Mrs. Bramble sets down the teapot with a decisive clink. I've served 3 generations of Blackhorns, and I know when guests have overstayed their welcome. The aunts gather their skirts in a rustle of silk, horn jewellery jangling as they toss their heads in unified disapproval. They sweep toward the door in a wave of perfume and prejudice. Emkia hangs back, her simpler copper hornband catching the light as she kneels to hug Mira and Kai. Be good for your father, she whispers, then louder. And Miss Lyra too. The pointed addition makes the aunts' tails lash as they wait impatiently by the door. But Emkia takes her time, squeezing my hand and touching Theron's arm before joining her sisters. Mrs. Bramble closes the door behind them with quiet finality. Her brown eyes, sharp as ever, sweep over us all before she straightens her pristine apron. Well then, who's ready for fresh sweetbread?
Chapter 21. Theron. The morning sun filters through the dining room's tall windows as I scan the urgent message for the 3rd time. The trade routes to the south, completely open. No competition. The potential profits make my head spin, but the timeline... Papa, don't go! Mira's tiny hands clutch my forearm, her big amber eyes, so like mine, brimming with tears. The sight twists something in my chest. It's only for a few weeks, little one. I stroke her dark curls, so different from her mother's straight blonde hair. You'll barely notice I'm gone. A few weeks? Kai pushes his porridge away. You're never gone that long. I catch Lyra's gaze across the table. She's trying to keep her expression neutral, but worry creases the corners of her bright green eyes. Her fingers fidget with the herbs braided into her copper hair, a nervous habit I've noticed. We'll be all right, she says softly, though her small frame tense. Your father will be back soon enough. Neither of my kids look very convinced, and I'm just grateful she's willing to. Mira crawls into my lap, her small body barely covering one of my thighs. Kai pretends to be too old for such displays, but he edges his chair closer to mine. I have to go. My voice softens as I wrap an arm around Mira. But I'll bring back shells from the southern beaches, and new charcoals for you, Kai. Promise you'll be careful? Lyra's question carries more weight than she probably intends. Her hands grip her teacup too tightly, knuckles white against the porcelain. I always am. I meet her gaze steadily, watching the gold flecks in her eyes catch the morning light. The household will be in good hands while I'm gone. After breakfast, I retreat to my chambers to pack. My weathered travel chest sits open on the bed, its brass fittings gleaming dully in the morning light. The familiar routine of gathering supplies does nothing to settle the unease in my gut. I fold my best trading coat, can't look shabby in front of potential partners. But pause when a dried sprig of roused herb falls from the collar. Lyra must have slipped it in. The gentle scent reminds me of her quiet humming as she worked, her afternoons spent drying and blending herbs. Mira's latest drawings spill from my ledger as I pack it. Bright splashes of color depicting our family, my horns always exaggerated, her own figure tiny beside mine. She draws Lyra with a crown of flowers these days. I tuck the pages carefully between contracts and manifests. A letter from Kai catches my eye, his careful script filling the page with updates about his studies. My boy tries so hard to be grown up, to fill the spaces I leave behind. The thought sits like lead in my stomach. The chest fills steadily. Spare clothes, navigation tools, trading licenses. Each item feels heavier than it should. My fingers brush the silver rings on my horns, counting them by habit. They're supposed to be a sign to others of my strength, my success, but what is it all worth if I have to leave my family behind? Movement in the doorway draws my attention. Lyra stands there, arms full of dried herbs wrapped in cloth. For seasickness, she explains, not meeting my eyes. And some healing poultices, just in case. The bundles join my other supplies, their sharp green scent mixing with the leather and metal. Her small hands linger on the chest's edge, and I fight the urge to cover them with my own. Instead, I focus on securing the latches, each click echoing in the growing silence between us. Soon enough, I'm on the ship, heading around the edge of the continent, left alone with my thoughts. And I do something that I never thought I would do. I try to write a letter. Soon, sheets of parchment scatter across the desk like fallen leaves. Each one started with Dear Lyra before being crumpled and discarded. I'm not even sure why I'm trying to do this. I pull out fresh parchment, the scratch of my quill mixing with the creak of timber and distant waves. Dear Lyra, the sunset here paints the clouds in shades that match your hair. I caught myself searching the market in Port Westerly for those herb bundles you always weave into your braids. The letter joins its brothers in the waste bin, and yet I dive into another attempt. The children would love the flying fish that dance alongside the ship. Mira would call them silver birds, I think. And Kai, he'd want to know exactly how high they leap, probably try to measure it somehow. That one burns in the lamp flame. I'm not sure what I'm doing or why I'm doing it. I guess I don't know how to live my life without looking for her to share it with, without seeing my children's wonderment in everything. Each port brings new temptations. In Coral Bay, I find delicate shells in impossible spirals that would look perfect woven through copper-red hair. The market in South Haven overflows with healing herbs I've never seen before, plants that would make those green eyes of hers light up with curiosity. My business correspondence grows shorter, more perfunctory. Instead, I fill pages with descriptions of everything I wish I could share. How the morning mist turns the harbor into a dream world. The way local children play games with painted stones that Mira would adore. Stories of clever merchants that would make Kai lean forward in his chair, eager to learn. But it's the quiet moments that fill most pages. Thoughts I can't voice aloud. All of them filled with Lyra. How her fearlessness both irritates and captivates me. The way she stands up to me despite barely reaching my chest. Her hands, so small yet so capable, whether brewing medicines or wiping away Mira's tears. These letters pile up in my sea chest, bound with string and hidden beneath ledgers. Each one carries words too raw, too honest to send. I miss your stubborn chin lift when you disagree with me. I miss how you hum while working. I miss the scent of herbs that follows you through my home, our home. The business deal that brought me here seems hollow compared to what I left behind. A sharp rap at my cabin door breaks through my brooding. Ship approaching, captain needs you on deck. The southern winds whip my coat as I emerge. Through the spyglass I spot a familiar flag that makes my blood run cold. Marcus Steelhorn's personal merchant vessel. What in blazes is he doing this far south? Quite the coincidence, finding you here. Marcus's smirk stretches across his face as he boards via gangplank, his steel-gray fur gleaming with oils and his horns dripping with gold rings. The sight of him sets my teeth on edge. No coincidence at all, I'd wager. My voice comes out as a low growl. He circles me like a predator, those cold blue eyes calculating. You always were clever, Blackhorn, though not clever enough to see through that forged trade notice. My fists clench. What game are you playing? While you're chasing phantoms in the South Seas, your household lies unprotected. He adjusts his silk cravat with manicured fingers. Such a shame about that new human woman you've taken in. The council might need to investigate her fitness as a caretaker for noble-born children. The deck boards crack under my hooves as I advance. If you dare touch them... You'll what? You're already a week away from home, exactly as planned. His smile widens, showing too many teeth. Your reputation or your family, Blackhorn. By the time you make it back, either your trade contracts will be in shambles or that pretty little human will have met my friends on the council. Your choice. The ship's railing splinters in my grip. Every instinct screams to throw him overboard, but that would only prove his point about violent merchant stock to the council. Marcus knows exactly how to play this game. He's had years of practice wielding propriety as a weapon. I turn to the captain. Plot a course for home. Full sail. Running back to your human? Marcus laughs. And here, I thought you had your father's business sense. Seems you inherited his weakness for their kind instead. My response is lost in the crack of canvas as the crew scrambles to change course. Let Marcus have his moment of triumph. Some things matter more than pride or profit. The southern wind whips through my fur as I stand at the helm, my silver rings catching the harsh sunlight. Each nautical mile north feels like an eternity. Marcus's words echo in my head, mixing with memories of copper hair and defiant green eyes. We're losing the favorable winds, the captain's voice carries across the deck. The southern route. To hell with the southern route. I want to get home. Now. He doesn't argue. No one has ever seen me like this. I've spent years building up my reputation, proving that I am worthy of the merchant rank. Now I'm throwing it all away for a human healer who barely reaches my chest. The thought brings an unexpected smile to my face. Father would understand, I think. He chose duty over love and regretted it until his dying day. I watched the horizon, remembering his haunted eyes whenever he spoke of the human woman he left behind. I've spent years building walls, protecting myself with gruff words and stern looks. Yet somehow Lyra slipped through them all, armed with nothing but herb bundles and that stubborn tilt of her chin. The thought of Marcus's cronies threatening her, having anyone go after her. A growl rumbles in my chest. Let them try. Let them come after my family with their proper bloodlines and ancient traditions. They'll learn why merchants who cross me never try twice.
Chapter 22. Lyra. The morning sun streams through the tall windows of Theron's home, casting long shadows across the polished wooden floors. I kneel beside Mira, my hands steady as I press them against her small chest, counting each beat of her heart. The rhythm is strong and even, so different from the erratic flutter I first encountered months ago. Deep breath for me, sweetheart. Mira inhales dramatically, her amber eyes twinkling with mischief. Her silver-white fur catches the light, healthy and lustrous where it once was dull. She's wearing her favourite yellow dress today, insisting it matches the morning sun. Can I go play now? She bounces on her toes, barely containing her energy. One more. I listen to her chest again, though I already know what I'll find. Each strong beat confirms what I've been seeing over the past weeks. She's ready. The medicine regimen is working exactly as intended, and she doesn't need me hovering over her. Not when Theron and Mrs. Bramble can make her tonics. Not when Kai knows her stretches and she's well enough to run around, to keep her heart rate up that way like a normal kid. The moment I nod, she's off like an arrow, her hooves clicking against the floor as she races down the hallway. The sound of her laughter echoes through the house, pure and unfettered by the breathlessness that used to plague her. I gather my herbs and supplies with trembling fingers, tucking them into the various pockets of my dress. The leather-bound notebook where I've tracked her progress sits heavy in my hands. Every measurement, every improvement, every setback, documented in careful detail. Maya will need these notes to continue preparing Mira's medicine that Mrs. Bramble will get because they won't need me anymore. A crash sounds from somewhere in the house, followed by Mira's giggling, "Oops!" I turn away quickly, pressing my palm against my mouth. These aren't the tears of worry I've shed so many times before. These are different, joy mixed with an ache I hadn't expected. My copper braid falls forward as I bow my head, and I catch the scent of the healing herbs woven through it, a reminder of my purpose here. I've done what I came to do. Mira is thriving. Her heart condition will always need monitoring, but she no longer needs daily observation from a healer. The thought should bring nothing but satisfaction, yet each beat of her running hoofsteps feels like it's counting down our remaining time together. Wiping my eyes, I head to the kitchen to gather my composure, only to find Mrs. Bramble already there, her steel grey hair perfectly arranged in its usual bun as she methodically kneads dough on the worn wooden counter. Her brown eyes catch mine with that knowing look I've grown familiar with over these months. "Sit." She points to a chair with flour-covered fingers. "You look like you need tea." I sink into the offered seat, watching as she moves with practiced efficiency, her black dress and white apron a stark contrast to the warm wooden tones of the kitchen. She sets a steaming cup before me, then resumes her position at the counter. "That little one's running about like new today." Her hands never stop moving as she speaks. "Thanks to you. She's strong. She just needed the right medicine." She gives me that penetrating look that makes me feel like a child caught sneaking sweets. "And now that she's well, I expect there are other folks needing those skilled hands of yours." The tea scalds my throat as I take too large a sip. "I suppose." "You're a gifted healer, dear. Can't keep those talents all to one household, can we? Though we both know healing's not what's keeping you here anymore." Heat floods my cheeks. Trust Mrs. Bramble to strike right at the heart of things. "I've watched that man retreat into himself for years," she continues, her voice softening. "But lately, well, changes are coming one way or another. Best to face them head on, wouldn't you say?" I stare into my tea, unable to meet her knowing gaze. She's right, of course. I can't keep pretending I'm still here purely as Mira's healer. But admitting the truth means confronting feelings I'm not sure I'm ready to face, especially if I'm not sure Theron will ever let me all the way in. Mrs. Bramble's words follow me as I wander the familiar halls, my feet carrying me to the library without conscious thought. The scent of leather-bound books and aged paper wraps around me like a comforting embrace. I find Kai in his usual spot by the window, perched on the wide sill with a thick tome balanced on his knees. His black fur gleams in the sunlight, making him look so much like his father it catches my breath. At 6, he's already growing into those long limbs, though his small horns are just beginning to show through his fur. He looks up as I enter, those blue eyes far too serious for such a young face. "Are you leaving us?" The question hits like a physical blow. Of course he'd know. Kai notices everything. My throat closes around the words. "Is it because we weren't good enough?" His voice cracks. "Like Mother said?" I cross the room in 3 quick strides, kneeling before him. The book slides from his lap, forgotten. "No, Kai, never that. You and Mira are..." I swallow hard. "There are different kinds of love. Your mother didn't want us." His words come out flat, rehearsed. "But you do. I see how you look at Mira, at father. You love us." "I do." The truth slips out before I can stop it. "But Mira's better now. She needs space to grow strong on her own. That doesn't mean I'm leaving you. I'm just letting you live. Because they aren't really my family. That's what Mother said too. That she needed space." His shoulders hunch. "From us." My hands shake as I reach for him, but he pulls away. The rejection stings, but I understand. Every word I'm saying, about love, about leaving being the right thing, sounds hollow even to my own ears. How must they sound to a child who's already lost one mother? "I'm not your mother, Kai." "No." He slides off the windowsill, standing straight and tall like I've seen Theron do countless times. "You're just someone else who's leaving." The library door clicks shut behind Kai with devastating finality. His words echo in my mind as I sink onto the windowsill he vacated, the warmth of the afternoon sun doing nothing to chase away the chill in my chest. A soft knock interrupts my brooding. Mrs. Bramble enters, holding a letter. "From Miss Meyer, dear." The familiar sight of Maya's precise handwriting usually brings comfort, but today the words blur before my eyes. Lyra, Marcus Steelhorn's been making his rounds at the Merchant Council. He's spinning tales about the impropriety of an unmarried human healer living under a widowed Minotaur's roof. Claims you're taking advantage of Theron's grief to worm your way into a noble house. You know I don't give two figs what that pompous ass thinks, but his words carry weight with the old families. He's threatening to bring it before the council formally. I don't want to see you run out of town or worse, punished by those who are too stubborn and stuck in their ways. You need to decide what you really want, how you really want to live, because the way you are now will get you nowhere. Be careful. Maya. The paper crumples in my grip. Of course Marcus would do this. My fingers brush the healing herbs in my braid, a habit when I'm distressed. The irony tastes bitter. I have to leave to protect their reputation, to protect Theron, but leaving will destroy the fragile happiness we've built. I smooth the letter, folding it carefully. 3 months ago, I would have laughed at anyone suggesting I'd find a home here, among these towering halls and even taller minotaurs. Now the thought of walking away makes my chest constrict worse than any of Mira's attacks. But I'm not fit to be their mother, to be Theron's bride, and this is only a reminder of it. Mrs. Bramble's hand settles on my shoulder. Whatever's in that letter, dear, remember, sometimes the hardest path is the right one. And sometimes, I whisper, doing the right thing feels like tearing your own heart out. She squeezes gently before leaving me alone with Maya's warning and the weight of impossible choices. Through the library window, I watch darkness creep across the gardens. I walk to the desk in the corner where Kai left a family portrait he drew, his careful lines capturing details only a child would notice. The way Mira's dress always has mud at the hem, how Theron's horn rings catch the light. He even included me, standing beside them, herbs woven through my copper braid, just as I wear them now. My fingers trace the charcoal lines. Such a simple thing, to be drawn as part of their family, yet it cuts deeper than Marcus's threats ever could. Rising from the window seat, I make my way to my chambers. Each step echoes with memories. Teaching Mira to identify healing herbs in the garden, reading stories with Kai. Those moments when Theron's gruff exterior softened into something warmer. My healing supplies lie arranged on the dresser, each bottle and packet meticulously labelled in my flowing script. Everything I did because I cared for them. My hands shake as I wrap each bottle in cloth. The glass clinks softly, a discordant melody to match my fractured thoughts. The wooden box Maya gave me years ago, my first proper healer's kit, seems too small now. How did so much of my life become entwined with theirs in just a few months? I fold my spare dresses mechanically, leaving behind the ones Mrs. Bramble had made for me. They belong here. Like so many pieces of my heart I'll have to abandon. The practical earth tones I arrived in feel coarse against my skin after months of finer fabrics. A dried sprig of reared herb falls from between the folds, the first herb Mira successfully identified on her own. I press it between the pages of my notebook, next to the detailed records of her recovery, the evidence of my success, the proof I'm no longer needed. The thought brings fresh tears, but I force myself to continue packing. Each item I place in my bags feels heavier than the last, weighted with memories I'll have to leave behind. I'll wait until Theron comes home, and then I'll go. I just wasn't ready for it to be so soon.
Chapter 23. Theron. I shake off the road dust as I enter my home, expecting the usual chaos that has started to fill my home. Instead, silence greets me, too much like the way it used to before Cassandra passed. My hooves click against the wooden floors, each step echoing through the empty halls. The dining room door stands ajar. Inside, my children sit around the long table, heads bowed over their plates. No squabbling, no laughter, No tales of their day's adventures. Just the soft clink of silverware against porcelain. My chest tightens. The scene strikes too close to memories I've tried to bury. Of formal dinners where Cassandra's disapproving gaze kept everyone rigid in their seats, afraid to speak out of turn. Those blue eyes of hers could freeze a summer day. What's this? I loosened my traveling cloak, letting it fall heavily across the back of my chair. Did someone die while I was away? Neither of them look up. Kai, gods, he has his mother's eyes, pushes his food around his plate. Even little Mira, usually bouncing with energy, sits still as a statue. The silence claws at me. Our home has become so much better than this, quiet, the kind that followed me through my own childhood and into my marriage. Yet here it sits at my table like an unwelcome guest. My rings catch the lamplight as I grip the back of my chair, the silver bands marking my merchant status, suddenly feeling heavy. What's going on? My voice comes out rougher than intended, scratching against my throat like sandpaper. I look around, searching for Lyra, but she's not here. I see Mrs. Bramble in the kitchen, her face grim. Papa? Kai's voice finally breaks through the tension. Lyra is... she's leaving. The words hit harder than any physical blow. My fingers dig into the chair's wooden back, threatening to splinter it. Is she now? Not a question. I straighten to my full height, horns nearly brushing the ceiling beams. She's leaving. Was she just waiting for me to come home to pack up her things? I hate the way I feel so blindsided, rushing all the way home to her only to find that she's trying to get away from me. Mira's bottom lip trembles. Don't let her go. I force my expression neutral, the same mask I wear during difficult trade negotiations, because I can't force her to stay. If that's her choice. But she doesn't want to! Mira's outburst sends her into a coughing fit. Kai immediately moves to rub her back, shooting me an accusatory look with those damn blue eyes. Finish your dinner. I turn sharply, my hooves striking the floor with controlled precision as I head toward the study. Each step feels heavier than the last. The door is open. Lyra kneels by her healing chest, methodically sorting dried herbs into labeled pouches. Her copper hair falls in a messy braid down her back, threaded with sprigs I now recognize. She doesn't look up when I enter. So, my voice comes out clipped. Professional. You're leaving. It's for the best. Her hands don't pause in their work, but I catch the slight tremor in them. I've written down all of Mira's treatments. You just have to give them to her. Are you just... I cut myself off, forcing down the growl building in my throat. Very well. I'll have your payment ready in the morning. I'll need one more day to finish getting everything in order, if that's okay. Fine. My voice is so low that it sounds like it's anything but fine. I'll have your payment then. She finally looks up, those green gold eyes flashing. Is that all this was to you? A business transaction? Wasn't it? The words taste like ash, but I keep my expression stern, distant. It's easier this way, safer. I hired you to heal my daughter. You've done that. Contract fulfilled. Her jaw tightens. She turns back to her herbs, shoulders rigid. Then I suppose there's nothing left to discuss, Mr. Blackhorn. The formal address stings more than it should. I give her a curt nod she doesn't see and stride out, leaving the door open behind me. Better to end it clean. Better to let her go before... Before what? Before she leaves on her own? Before she realizes a human healer could do better than attaching herself to a widowed Minotaur merchant with 2 young children? I stalk through the darkening halls, not even sure where to go. Each step feels heavier than the last, my rings clicking. I've been restless in the hours since I've been home, avoiding everyone else as I wander, trying to place the feelings that have been tearing at me. The children should be asleep by now. Another day ending without their customary bedtime stories. Another tradition slipping away. A whispered conversation stops me outside their rooms. My ears flick forward, catching Mira's trembling voice through the partially open door. "Did we do something wrong, Kai? Is that why Mama's leaving?" That guts me. I stop, leaning in to listen, knowing that Mira has asked me before why Cassandra left her. But this is so much worse. "No, silly." Kai's voice carries that forced maturity no 6-year-old should need. Lyra's not our real mama anyway. But she braids my fur and sings the moon song, and Mira's words dissolve into wet coughs. I should move. Should stride in there and comfort them, explain things properly. Instead, I stand frozen, my shadow stretching long and dark across the hallway floor. She makes Papa smile. Mira's voice comes smaller now. He doesn't smile like that at anyone else. "Stop it, Mira." Kai's tone sharpens, so like his mother's, it makes my chest ache. "You'll just make yourself sick again. Lyra's leaving, just like..." He catches himself, but the unspoken comparison hangs in the air. Just like everyone else leaves us. The wall creaks under my grip. I force my fingers to relax before I put a hole through the paneling. My children shouldn't have to comfort each other in the dark, shouldn't have to brace themselves for another loss. But what can I offer them? Empty promises? Pretty lies about how everything will be fine? I've seen what false hope does to a household. Watched my own father retreat further behind his ledgers each time my mother's disappointment carved another piece from him. I retreat from their door like a coward, my hooves silent now on the thick carpets. The familiar path to my study offers no comfort. Every shadow, every corner holds some memory of Lyra. Here's where she scolded me for working too late. There's where she balanced precariously on a chair to hang drying herbs, refusing my help with that stubborn tilt to her chin. The study door creaks as I push it open. The scent hits me first. The herbs tangled together in a symphony that makes my throat tight. She's marked this space as surely as if she'd carved her name into the walls. Even my leather-bound ledgers carry traces of her presence. Small dried petals pressed between pages where she'd absently tucked them while we talked late into the night. I sink into my chair, the wood groaning under my weight. The lamp casts dancing shadows across my desk, illuminating the careful organization she's brought to my chaos. Each quill lined up precisely, ink bottles grouped by color. Even my trade manifests sorted by date instead of scattered wherever I'd dropped them. My fingers brush the small tin of healing salve she insisted on keeping here, for emergencies, meaning the paper cuts and ink stains I regularly collected. The metal is cool against my palm, but I swear I can feel the warmth of her hands from the last time she cleaned and dressed a particularly nasty slice across my knuckles. "Honestly," she'd muttered, her small fingers so gentle against my rough hide. "For someone so skilled with numbers, you're remarkably careless with sharp objects." The memory twists like a knife. I shove the tin away, but her presence lingers in every corner. In the cushion she added to my chair, "Your back will thank me." In the fresh water pitcher she never let run dry, in the dried rearsist herb sprigs tucked into my letterbox. "To help you sleep, you stubborn man." A bitter laugh escapes me. Even now, hiding in my sanctuary like the coward I am while my children comfort each other down the hall, I can't escape her. She's woven herself into the fabric of our lives so thoroughly that trying to remove her will leave us all in tatters. I see in the family portrait that is laid on my desk, drawn in Myra's wobbly hand. 5 figures, she included Mrs. Bramble, stand in a row, but my eyes keep returning to how she drew Lyra. The copper-haired figure holds hands with my hulking black form, her stick-figure smile reaching past the page's edges. My daughter even added tiny herbs in Lyra's hair, green squiggles that somehow capture the healer's habit of tucking sprigs into her braid. I grab my ledger, the leather binding creaking under my grip. Numbers. Numbers are safe. Numbers don't leave. They don't weave themselves into your life with gentle hands and fierce determination. Don't teach your daughter to braid ribbons into her fur, or help your son overcome his fear of thunder. The columns blur before my eyes. Where there should be neat rows of figures, I see Lyra perched on my desk's edge, lecturing me about working too late. The way she'd tap her foot when I tried to argue, completely unfazed by my size or status. How she'd sometimes fall asleep in that oversized chair by the window, medical texts open in her lap, copper hair catching the lamplight like living flame. My quill snaps between my fingers. Ink splatters across the page, obscuring last month's shipping manifests. I shove the ruined ledger aside, but my gaze catches on Mira's drawing again. She drew us all holding hands, a chain of stick figures with me in the middle. Even on paper, I tower over Lyra's small form. Yet somehow she looks like she belongs there, like she's always belonged there. The rings on my horns catch the lamplight as I lower my head into my hands. I could ask her to stay. 3 words. That's all it would take. But the words stick in my throat, tangled with memories of Cassandra's cold disdain, of my father's quiet desperation as he watched my mother retreat further into her noble pride. Better to keep my distance. Better to let her go now, before she realizes what a mistake it would be to tie herself to a widowed merchant and his half-broken family. Before the whispers start about the Minotaur merchant who couldn't keep his noble wife alive, now trying to replace her with a human healer. I reach for another ledger, but my hand betrays me, brushing against the tin of healing salve instead. Her voice echoes in my memory.
Chapter 24. Lyra. The kitchen bustles with familiar energy as I gather ingredients from the shelves. My hands move with practiced ease, selecting dried herbs from their labelled jars, while Mira perches on her special stool beside me. I'm trying to soak up every last second I get with the kids. Kai has been unusually quiet, but Mira is clinging to me. I'm hoping that this farewell dinner I've invited both of them, but Kai declined, to help make Will give them a sense of closure. Not that it's helping me. This one smells like summer. Mira holds up a sprig, her silver-white fur catching the late afternoon light streaming through the window. That's right, little one. And what do we use it for? I weave through the kitchen, my skirt pockets heavy with fresh herbs from the garden. Her amber eyes light up. The roasted vegetables, like Papa likes them. My throat tightens as I nod. 3 months of teaching her about herbs, and she's absorbed so much. I pull out the wooden cutting board, its surface marked with countless knife scores from previous meals. Watch carefully now. I demonstrate how to strip the leaves from their stems. See how gentle you need to be? Just like when we're picking flowers. Mira mimics my movements, her small fingers working with surprising delicacy. Her breathing remains steady, a good sign. I've learned to watch for any signs of strain. Can I stir the pot? She peers at the simmering broth. Not today, sweet one. Remember what happened last time? I tap her nose gently, earning a giggle. But you can help me sort these leaves. Every drawer I open, every spice I measure feels like counting down moments. The copper pots hanging overhead catch my reflection, my red hair escaping its braid, green eyes perhaps a bit too bright. I blink hard and focus on chopping vegetables. Lyra. Mira's voice is small. Will someone else teach me about herbs when you're gone? The knife still's in my hand. I set it down carefully, turning to face her. Your papa knows quite a bit about cooking, and I've written down all our special recipes, see? I pull out the small leather-bound book I've been filling with notes. Everything we've learned together is right here. She runs her fingers over the pages, tracing the drawings I've made of different herbs. Her lower lip trembles slightly, but she straightens her shoulders, so much like her father in that moment. A gentle knock at the kitchen door announces Kai's arrival. His serious expression softens at the sight of his sister helping me plate the food. Papa says I needed to come down for dinner, he announces, his lanky frame hovering in the doorway. Perfect timing. Could you help carry these? I hand him the lighter dishes while balancing the heavier platter. In the dining room, we settle into our usual spots. Mira chatters about her herb lessons, while I reach into my satchel, fingers brushing against the worn leather binding I've carried since childhood. Theron is noticeably absent, but I'm not too surprised. Not after the way he acted last night. Kai, I have something for you. I slide the book across the table. Its corners are soft from years of eager page-turning, the spine cracked in places where I'd spent hours studying particular entries. He opens it carefully, black fur contrasting against the yellowed pages. His blue eyes widen at the detailed sketches, creatures both common and rare, each annotated in my childish scrawl that grew neater as the years progressed. These are all real. His fingers trace a drawing of a frost wolf, careful not to smudge the ink. Everyone. I documented them during our travels. I point to a note in the margin. See there? That's where I wrote about seeing my first shadow cat when I was just a little older than you. Kai pulls the book closer, hugging it to his chest. The way his arms wrap around it, protecting it like a treasure, makes my chest ache. His usual composure cracks just slightly. I catch the slight tremble in his lower lip before he masters it. Thank you, he whispers, eyes fixed on the table. I'll take really good care of it. I know you will. I reach across to squeeze his hand. You can add your own notes too. There's still plenty of blank pages in the back. The weight of unsaid goodbyes hangs over dinner. Mira insists on sitting beside me, her small hand finding mine under the table whenever she thinks no one's looking. Even Kai's usual composure wavers as he sneaks glances between his father and me. As I take the children reluctantly upstairs for bed, Theron appears at the top of the stairs. Come with me for a moment. I nod, sending the kids to their rooms, and then he leads me to his study. The familiar room with its dark wood panels and towering bookshelves feels different tonight. Every shadow seems deeper, every familiar object more significant. Theron moves behind his massive desk, his broad shoulders tense as he pulls out a leather pouch. The rings on his horns catch the lamplight as he turns. Your payment, as agreed. When he extends his hand, the pouch is heavier than I expected. The brush of his fingers against mine sends warmth racing up my arm. His amber eyes flick away from mine, focusing somewhere over my shoulder. This is too much. My voice comes out rougher than intended. I try to push the excess gold back, but his large hand closes over mine. It's what you're worth. His deep voice catches slightly. He clears his throat. What you've done for them. For us. The professional mask I've worn all evening threatens to slip. His thumb grazes my knuckles, probably unintentionally, but the gentle touch makes my breath catch. I force myself to look down at our hands, his dwarfing mine, black fur stark against my pale skin. Theron, The words stick in my throat. What could I possibly say? That 3 months of caring for his children has made them feel like my own. That leaving feels like tearing out a piece of my heart. That I want him, but I can't jeopardize him, especially when I never know what I mean to him. I'm his stolen moment, his secret, but not someone that could be more. He pulls back first, straightening to his full height. Even with the desk between us, I have to tilt my head back to see his face. The lamplight catches the silver sheen in his dark fur, highlighting the tension in his jaw. We stand there, trapped in a moment neither of us seems willing to break. The heavy purse a tangible reminder of all the reasons I need to walk away. So I do. The weight of the coin purse drags at my skirts as I climb the stairs to say my final goodnights. Before I reach the children's rooms, muffled sniffles drift from Mira's chamber. My heart clenches. I push open the door to find both children huddled on Mira's bed. Kai sits straight backed against the headboard, one arm around his sister while he clutches my bestiary book to his chest. His blue eyes shine with unshed tears. I don't want you to go. Mira launches herself at me, her silver-white fur damp where tears have already fallen. I catch her, checking her breathing automatically, a habit formed over months of watching for signs of strain. Shh, little one. I settle onto the bed, gathering her close. She burrows into my chest, small fingers tangling in my copper braid. Kai maintains his distance, jaw set in that stubborn way that reminds me so much of his father. But when I open my other arm, he breaks. The book tumbles to the covers as he presses against my side, his lanky frame shaking with silent sobs. "Who's going to help me with the herb garden?" Mira hiccups against my dress. "Who's going to make Papa smile at breakfast?" My throat burns. I stroke her fur, remembering countless mornings teaching her which plants were safe to touch, which needed gentle hands. "You will, sweet one. You know all the important herbs now." It's not the same. Kai's voice cracks. He tries to wipe his eyes discreetly, still attempting to maintain his composure, even as tears streak through his black fur. "You make everything better." Movement catches my eye. Theron fills the doorway, his massive frame blocking most of the hallway light. His expression remains shadowed, but I catch the way his hands clench at his sides, the slight forward tilt of his horns betraying his distress. But he doesn't want me to stay, so I can't. Not when this is all I can be for them. And my heart can't take it. Not when there's too much pressure from the other merchants and Theron won't withstand it. This will have to be goodbye. I hold his children closer, breathing in the scent of the resid herb soap we made together last week. Mira's sobs gradually quiet into hiccups, then into the deep breathing of exhaustion. Even Kai's rigid posture softens as sleep claims him, though his fingers remain twisted in my skirt. With both children finally asleep, I ease away carefully, tucking blankets around them. My fingers linger on Mira's cheek, brushing away the tear tracks matting her silver fur. Theron has disappeared from the doorway, leaving me alone with the weight of goodbye pressing against my ribs. The house creaks familiar notes as I make my way through shadowed halls. My hand trails along the banister, worn smooth from countless trips up and down. Here's where I caught Mira when her legs gave out during those first tentative steps. The polished wood still bears a tiny scratch from where her hoof slipped. I'd held her while she cried, not from pain but frustration, until she was ready to try again. The library door stands ajar, lamplight spilling across the threshold. I step inside, inhaling the comforting scent of leather bindings and parchment. The oversized armchair near the window, Kai's favourite spot, still holds the indent where we'd squeezed together, poring over books about distant lands. He'd point to illustrations with careful fingers, asking questions that revealed a mind as curious as it was gentle. My herb basket sits forgotten by the kitchen hearth, half full from this morning's gathering. The copper pots overhead reflect fractured lamplight, dancing like the tears I refuse to let fall. Every drawer holds a memory, teaching Mira to sort dried flowers, showing Kai how to measure spices. Even the burn mark on the counter tells a story, from the day Theron tried to help with dinner and we ended up laughing so hard we forgot about the bread in the oven. I pause at his study door, my fingers hovering over the carved wood. Behind this door, I watched him work late into the night, bringing him tea he'd forget to drink. Here's where I first noticed how his shoulders tensed when he was worried, how his voice softened when speaking of his children, where I learned that behind his gruff exterior beat a heart vast enough to love fiercely, protect completely. Each step feels heavier than the last as I make my final rounds. 3 months of life have seeped into these walls, turning a job into something achingly close to home. But home isn't mine to claim, no matter how perfectly my heart fits here.
Chapter 25. Theron? I grip the edge of my desk, the polished wood creaking under my fingers as Lyra's voice filters through the study door. The sound of her gentle goodbyes to my children tears at something deep in my chest. I'll visit soon, I promise. I'll need to keep an eye on you to make sure that everything goes well. Her words, meant to comfort my daughters, slice through me instead. My reflection in the window shows exactly what I am, a coward. 7 feet of muscle and pride hiding in my study, while the tiny human who turned my world upside down walks away. The gray clouds outside mirror the storm in my gut. "But why can't you stay?" Mira's small voice breaks. "Papa doesn't want you to go either." I heard him. I slam my fist against the desk. The silver rings on my horns catch the dim morning light as I bow my head. Every instinct screams at me to wrench open that door, to stop her. But what right do I have? I'm the one who drove her away with my temper, my inability to handle these feelings that threaten to consume me. Besides, why would she want me? She's a great healer. She doesn't need to be held back by a beast like me, a widow and the 2 children he doesn't even know how to let in. I was nothing more than a distraction, a release for her. And I know that. "Your father," Lyra's voice catches. "Your father needs someone more suitable, someone who won't complicate things." The lie in her words tastes bitter even from here. Suitable. As if any of the highborn Minotaur. Ladies. Marcus keeps parading past me could hold a candle to her fire. Her determination, the way she stands up to me despite barely reaching my chest. Footsteps approach my door. My breath catches, but they pass by, heading toward the main entrance. The sound of her boots on the floors grows fainter with each step. I press my forehead against the cool glass of the window. Outside, the first drops of rain begin to fall, distorting my view of the courtyard where her small figure will soon appear, walking away from everything I'm too much of a coward to admit I want. The rain picks up, drumming against the window pane. Each drop mirrors the pounding in my chest as memories flood back. Cassandra's ice-blue eyes narrowed in contempt as I dared suggest she hold our newborn son. The way she turned away, declaring a merchant's hands weren't fit to touch her noble flesh. My fingers dig into the wooden windowsill. The scars are still there, carved deep, not just in the wood, but in my soul. Every cutting remark about my common blood, every time she rejected our children's attempts at affection, even in death, she haunts these halls. I catch my reflection again, broad shoulders hunched, amber eyes haunted. The silver rings in my horns mark me as what I am, a merchant. No matter how much gold I earn, how many trade routes I establish, I'll never be good enough for the likes of Marcus and his ilk. And Lyra, sweet, fierce Lyra, deserves better than a broken Minotaur twice her size with more emotional baggage than his merchant ships can carry. The way she tends to Mira's weak heart, how she stands toe-to-toe with me despite barely reaching my chest, unafraid to call me out on my crap. She's everything Cassandra wasn't. But it doesn't matter. I have to remind myself that I can't move, can't speak, can't beg her to stay. Not when she deserves so much more. The main door creaks open below. My muscles coil, every fiber screaming to charge down those stairs. But Cassandra's voice whispers in my head, "A merchant playing at nobility. Did you really think I could love someone like you?" I press my forehead against the cold glass, horn rings clinking softly. The rain blurs everything beyond, just like the memories blur the line between past and present, between what was and what could be. The front door's final thud echoes through my empty study. I remain frozen at the window, watching Lyra's small figure disappear into the rain-soaked streets. My chest feels hollow, like someone's carved out everything inside. A gentle knock breaks my trance. "Master Theron?" Mrs. Bramble's voice carries that particular tone she uses when she thinks I'm being particularly thick-headed. Not now. My voice comes out rougher than intended. The door opens anyway. Mrs. Bramble's never been one to take my order seriously, not since I was a calf stealing cookies from her kitchen. She crosses the room, her practical black dress rustling with each determined step. "She left this." A cream-colored envelope appears on my desk. Lyra's neat handwriting spells out my name. My fingers shake as I pick it up. The paper carries the faint scent of the healing herbs she always weaves into her hair. Theron, I know you're afraid. I see it in your eyes every time you look at me, every time you pull away. You think I'll be like her, cold, distant, using your children as pawns in some game. I'm not Cassandra. I don't care about your rings or your merchant status. I care about how you read to Mira every night, even after exhausting trade meetings. How you teach Kai to be strong without losing his gentleness. How you pretend not to notice when I rearrange your entire healing supplies because your organization is terrible. I would choose you, all of you, over anyone else. Not because you're the richest merchant in the city, but because you're you. Gruff and stubborn and wonderful. But I won't force my way in where I'm not wanted. I won't watch you hide behind your walls, keeping me held away from you. I'd brave everything else. If you just wanted me to, the choice is yours. Lyra. The paper crumples in my grip. Each word strips away another layer of the armor I've built around myself since Cassandra's death. A roar tears from my throat, primal and raw. The walls shake, papers scattering from my desk like startled birds. My horns catch the edge of a shelf as I slam my fist into the wall again, sending books tumbling. The letter flutters to the ground, Lyra's words burning in my mind. Each careful stroke of her pen strips away another layer of excuses I've built. The door flies open. Mrs. Bramble stands there, her gray bun slightly askew, brown eyes sharp as ever. She takes in the chaos, the dent in my wall, the scattered papers, my shoulders heaving as I struggle to contain the storm inside. You're not the beast you think you are, sir. Her voice carries the same steady tone she used when I was a calf scraping my knees in her garden. I bare my teeth, but she doesn't flinch. Never has. Look at this. I gesture to the destruction around me. I'm exactly what they say I am. A common merchant who can't control his temper. What I see, she steps over a fallen ledger, is a father who loves his kids. A widow who deserves someone to really care for him. My legs give out. I sink into my chair, the wood groaning under my weight. I'll destroy her just like Cassandra? Mrs. Bramble's voice turns sharp. That woman destroyed herself with her own pride. Miss Lyra isn't made of porcelain, and you're not the monster you pretend to be. She shakes her head. You're both so worried of not being right for the other that you won't even get out of your own way. Maybe she's right. But I'm not willing to corrupt Lyra. To drag her down where she doesn't belong. So if it's for her own good, I'll keep standing in my own way.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Proththea, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Corthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Proththea audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Prothea's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Proththea bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 26. Lyra. I trail my fingers along the freshly painted walls, the scent of herbs from downstairs mixing with lingering paint fumes. My new healing practice, the one I opened with Theron's money, should represent everything I've worked toward: independence, purpose, a chance to help others. But these bare rooms above the shop mock me with their emptiness. A copper pot catches the late afternoon sunlight streaming through the window, and for a moment I see phantom reflections of Mira's copper curls as she danced through the mansion's halls. The silence presses in where her giggles should be. Even little Rowan's thundering footsteps are missing. No more races down corridors or hiding behind curtains. I pull herbs from my pocket and begin weaving them into my braid, letting the familiar motions ground me. The window beckons, and I find myself drawn to it, hoping to catch a glimpse of something familiar. But instead of Theron's meticulously tended roses with their climbing trellises, I see only the dusty street below. No towering figure moving between the bushes, checking each bloom with those surprisingly gentle hands of his. The room feels too small, the ceiling too low after the mansion's soaring heights. I've arranged my healing supplies with precision, bandages rolled tight, tinctures lined up by ailment, poultices ready to be mixed. But without Theron's presence filling every space with his quiet authority, without the children's energy brightening each corner, it's just stuff. This is what you wanted, I remind myself, voice sharp in the quiet. Your own practice, your own space. But my fingers keep reaching for herbs that aren't in their usual spots, and my feet keep trying to take paths through rooms that don't exist here. The golden light slants through windows that face the wrong direction, painting unfamiliar shadows on walls that don't feel like mine. A knock at the door startles me from my brooding. Maya bustles in, arms laden with fresh herbs from her farm. Brought you some of that feverfew you wanted. She dumps the bundle on my work table, sending up a cloud of earthy scents. And don't argue about payment. Consider it a shop-warming gift. I try to smile, but it feels brittle. You don't have to. I know I don't have to. She starts sorting the herbs with practiced efficiency, her scarred hand moving swift and sure. But you're going to need stock, and I need someone to offload these on before they wilt. We work in companionable silence, arranging dried bundles and fresh stems. Maya doesn't push conversation. It's one of the things I love about her. She just keeps shooting me those knowing looks as I pause too long over certain herbs. The bell downstairs chimes, and voices drift up. My first patients. A woman leads in 2 children, a boy with a scraped knee and his younger sister hovering anxiously nearby. The boy's serious expression, the way he tries not to wince as I clean the wound, hits too close to home. Kai wore that same look whenever Mira fell, trying to be brave for her sake. You're being very brave, I tell him, voice steady despite the ache in my chest. The sister peers around him, amber eyes bright with curiosity, and suddenly I'm seeing Mira's face instead, the way she'd watch me mix remedies in the mansion's kitchen. Maya squeezes my shoulder as she hands me a clean bandage. I focus on wrapping the knee, on explaining proper care to their mother, on maintaining my professional mask. But after they leave, I have to grip the edge of my work table, breathing deep. They're not them, Maya says quietly. I know. The words come out rough. I didn't expect it to be this hard. Maya doesn't offer empty comfort. She just hands me more herbs to sort, letting me lose myself in the familiar motions while tears I refuse to shed burn behind my eyes. The bell chimes again, just as Maya and I finish organising the feverfew. Heavy footsteps climb the stairs, each deliberate step making the wooden boards creak. The sound reminds me of Theron, but lacks his natural grace. Marcus Steelhorn fills the doorway, his steel grey bulk blocking most of the light. Gold rings glint on his horns, too many, gaudy against the polished black. His perfectly tailored jacket stretches tight across his shoulders, the fabric so fine it probably cost more than my first month's rent. Healer. His cold blue eyes sweep the room, lip curling at the simple furnishings. I find myself in need of your services. Maya's hand brushes my arm as she slips past him. I'll bring up more supplies later, she murmurs. I straighten my spine. What seems to be the problem, Mr. Steelhorn? Just a touch of indigestion. He settles into my strongest chair, which groans under his weight. Though I must say it's quite convenient finding you here. Much more accessible than your previous arrangement. My fingers clench around a sprig. My words come out like venom. I'm so glad I can be of service to you now that my previous contract is up. Ah yes, your previous client. His smile doesn't reach his eyes. Poor Theron, letting such a valuable asset slip away, though I suppose he's grown used to loss by now. I busy myself grinding herbs, refusing to rise to his bait. How long have you had the indigestion? Speaking of Theron, he continues as if I hadn't spoken. We've been discussing a potential merger of our trading companies. Well, less discussing, more inevitable acceptance on his part. These things go smoother with a united front, especially now that he's lost his... His gaze flicks over me dismissively. Support system. The pestle nearly cracks in my grip. Your indigestion, Mr. Steelhorn. When did it start? Oh, just this morning. He waves a hand, rings catching the light. Though I expect it will clear up once certain business matters are settled. Theron's always been stubborn about maintaining independence, but without distractions. His smile widens, showing teeth. Well, let's just say he's more amenable to tradition these days. My hands shake as I measure out the herbs, anger burning in my chest at his smug satisfaction. This isn't about indigestion. It's about marking territory, about showing me how easily he can manipulate Theron, manipulate me. I just don't know what he wants besides being a goddess-damned bastard. I mix a simple digestive tea, keeping my movements precise despite my trembling hands. Marcus takes it with barely a nod, making a show of sipping slowly while watching me over the rim. After what feels like hours, he finally leaves, his parting smile sharp with victory. The rest of the afternoon passes in a blur of minor ailments and herbal remedies. When the last patient departs, I bolt the door and drag myself up the narrow stairs to my new quarters. Moonlight spills through the window, turning everything silvery and strange. The small room feels even more foreign in the darkness, my few possessions casting unfamiliar shadows. I sink onto the narrow bed, finally letting my careful composure crack. My hands fumble in the drawer of my bedside table, pulling out the folded paper I'd tucked away this morning. Kai's careful lines stare back at me. He'd spent hours getting the proportions just right. In the drawing, Mira's silver-white fur practically glows, her smile taking up half her face. Kai drew himself serious and tall beside her, already protective at 6 years old. Behind them all towers Theron's broad form, his strong hands resting on his children's shoulders. And there I am, holding Mira's tiny hand in mine, herbs braided through my hair just the way she loved. A tear splashes onto the paper. I quickly dab it away before it can smear the charcoal. Kai had been so proud when he presented it to me, his blue eyes earnest as he explained how he'd practiced drawing hands for days to get them right. It's our family, he'd said simply, and those words break me now. I curl around the drawing, pressing it to my chest as sobs rack my body. The emptiness of the room echoes back my grief. No thundering footsteps, no childish giggles, no rumbling voice calling my name with such tenderness. Just silence and shadows, and the bitter taste of doing what I thought was right. A sharp rap at my door startles me from my misery. I quickly wipe my tears, stuffing Kai's drawing back into the drawer. Through the frosted glass, I make out Mrs. Bramble's distinctive silhouette, straight-backed despite her age. But she's already retreating when I make it to the door. My heart leaps as I retrieve the letter she slides underneath. Her neat handwriting fills the page, starting with clinical details about Mira's herbs, measurements for her heart tonic, timing for the strengthening tea, just making sure that everything is still right. But between those careful instructions, other words catch my eye. The halls seem longer these days, she writes. Master Theron's footsteps echo through them late into the night. The study door remains closed, though light spills from beneath until dawn. My fingers trace the words, imagining Theron's powerful frame moving restlessly through empty corridors, his amber eyes haunted in the lamplight. Miss Mira asks for her bedtime story. The letter continues. The one about the brave healer who saved the silver fawn. Master Kai tries to tell it, but she says it's not the same without the proper voice. Fresh tears blur my vision. I'd created that story for Mira during one of her bad nights, weaving herbs into my hair as I spoke to distract her from the pain. She'd loved watching the dried flowers fall like snow when I shook my head at the exciting parts. The roses droop despite proper care, Mrs. Bramble notes. The kitchen herbs wither. Even the house itself seems to have lost its shine, as if missing a vital spark. I pressed the letter to my chest, breathing in the faint scent of Mrs. Bramble's rersed herb soap that clings to the paper. My narrow bed feels cold and strange as I curl up, still clutching her words. In my dreams, I walk familiar halls where children's laughter echoes. Strong arms wrap around me from behind, and a deep voice rumbles my name with such longing it aches. But when I reach for that warmth, my fingers find only empty air and tear-dampened paper.
Chapter 27. Theron. I stand in my study doorway, staring at the row of herbs drying in the window. Lyra's delicate handiwork, each bundle tied with precise knots, labeled in her flowing script. The sight twists something in my chest. My heavy footsteps echo through empty halls that once carried the melody of her humming. The kitchen, usually filled with the scent of her healing brews, sits cold and unused. Even Mrs. Bramble's attempts at cooking lacked the warmth Lyra brought to every meal. "Papa!" Kai's voice draws my attention to the library. My son hunches over his desk, quill untouched beside his practice sheets. Dark smudges under his blue eyes match the ink stains on his fingers. He hasn't written a word all morning. "The letters look wrong today." He pushes the parchment away, shoulders slumping. Mrs. Bramble tried to help, but she's not Lyra, who would sit beside him for hours, praising each wobbly attempt until he got it right. A crash from upstairs sends me running, Kai close behind. We find Mira in her playroom, silver-white fur standing on end as she stares at the shattered remains of her favorite tea set. I just wanted to make tea like Lyra does. Her bottom lip quivers. But I couldn't. I scoop her up before she can step on any pieces, feeling her tiny heart racing against my chest. She's been so happy and full of life, but without Lyra, I've seen less of those improvements in Mira. Now my daughter buries her face in my shirt, her words muffled. When is she coming back? Kai wraps his arms around my leg, and I feel his silent question too. The mansion looms around us, too big, too quiet, too empty without the tiny healer who somehow filled every corner with life. I carry Mira to her bed, her small form still shaking. Kai helps tuck her in, his serious expression a mirror of my own as she drifts into an exhausted sleep. In the hallway, Mrs. Bramble's footsteps click against the wooden floors with sharp, deliberate strikes. The sound follows me down the corridor like an accusation. She yanks open the curtains with more force than necessary, her usual grace replaced by rigid movements. The children barely touched their breakfast again. She slams a silver tray onto the side table. Her steel gray bun, typically pristine, has loose strands breaking free. And young Miss Mira's heart medicine is running low. We need... She cuts herself off, but I hear the unspoken word. We need Lyra. Mrs. Bramble comes closer, adjusting my collar with sharp tugs. The children need stability, sir. Her fingers pause on my lapel. They need... I know what they need. My voice comes out rougher than intended. She steps back, pressing her lips into a thin line. The same expression she wore when I made mistakes as a calf. Do you, sir? Do you really? Mrs. Bramble's words follow me through the day, haunting my thoughts until evening falls. The dining room gleams with polished silver and fresh flowers, her attempt to impress the Ironhoof Trading Company representatives. The northern route shows promising returns. Marcus's nasal voice grates across my nerves as servants bring the first course. I hate that he's here, but he's a member of the guild's council, so I'm stuck with him. His horn rings catch the candlelight, too numerous, too showy. though some say the area's grown unstable since you withdrew your presence. I grip my fork harder. The metal bends. Kai sits ramrod straight beside me, copying my posture as he always does. But his eyes keep drifting to the empty chair where Lyra used to sit, helping Mira cut her meat into tiny pieces. "Papa, my chest feels funny." Mira pushes her plate away, her silver-white fur dull in the lamplight. "Just a few bites, sweetheart." I reach for the patience Lyra always showed. "Like we practiced." "No!" Mira's lip trembles. "I want Mama! I want Miss Lyra!" The words echo through sudden silence. Marcus's wife gasps softly, her perfectly manicured hands flying to her throat. The daughter whispers something behind her napkin. "Poor dear," Marcus's wife simpers. "It must be so difficult, without a proper mother figure." Mira's sobs grow louder. Tears mat her fur as she hiccups. She always knew how to make the medicine taste good, and she braided my fur special so it wouldn't tangle. "Perhaps," Marcus drawls, "it's time to consider a more suitable arrangement. My sister knows several excellent governesses." The crystal goblet shatters in my grip. Red wine spreads across white linen like blood. "Papa's hand!" Mira wails harder. Kai jumps up, napkin already out to stem the bleeding, but I barely feel the cuts. All I see is the pity in their eyes, the knowing looks, the silent judgment. And for once, I can't blame Marcus's schemes or Cassandra's ghost or the cruel whispers of society. This wound, this emptiness in my home, in my children's hearts, I carved it myself. After Marcus and his family finally leave, I retreat to my study. The cut on my palm throbs, poorly wrapped by my own clumsy attempts. Lyra would have cleaned and bandaged it properly, scolding me the whole time about my temper. The house creaks with midnight silence. My rounds take me past empty rooms, each step heavier than the last. The children's beds lie cold and untouched. A faint herbal scent draws me toward Lyra's old room. The door stands ajar, moonlight spilling across the simple furnishings she left behind. My breath catches. Kai and Mira lie tangled together on her bed. Mira's silver-white fur glows in the darkness, her tiny form curled protectively around her brother's middle. Kai's black fur blends with the shadows, but his blue eyes, so like his mother's, flutter beneath closed lids. Dried tear tracks mat both their faces. Bundles of dried herbs still hang from the ceiling. Rursed herb, blue frost, moonbloom, their lingering fragrance a ghost of Lyra's presence. A half-empty jar of heart medicine sits on the bedside table, the last batch she made before I drove her away. My children shouldn't be seeking comfort in an empty room, clinging to fading memories of warmth. The sight cracks something deep in my chest, shattering the walls of pride and fear I've hidden behind. Mira whimpers in her sleep, one small hand clutching the herb-stained apron Lyra forgot in her haste to leave. Kai's arm tightens around his sister, even in sleep trying to protect her from the hurt I caused. I sink to my knees beside the bed, careful not to wake them. The truth I've been fighting crashes over me like a wave. I've made a terrible mistake. My stubborn pride, my fear of appearing weak, I've let it hurt the very ones I swore to protect. The emptiness in my home, the pain in my children's eyes. It's not just about losing a healer or even a friend. We've lost the heart of our family, and I'm the fool who pushed her away. The floorboards creak under my weight as I rise from beside the children's sleeping forms. My knees protest. I've been kneeling there longer than I realized. A knock at the front door echoes through the quiet house. Dex's massive frame fills the doorway, his horn rings catching the lamplight. "You look like crap," I grunt, stepping aside to let him in. His green eyes scan the entrance hall, taking in the wilting flowers Mrs. Bramble hasn't replaced, and the thin layer of dust on the banister. "Heard about the dinner disaster." He follows me to my study, his usual jovial demeanor subdued. Marcus is spreading it around that Mira had some kind of fit. My hand finds the bottle of brandy without looking. The cut on my palm stings as I pour. This place... Dex trails off, running a finger along the herb-drying rack Lyra installed. It stands empty now, the twine hanging limp. It's like all the light got sucked out, even your staff moves different, like they're walking through fog. I down my drink rather than answer. Remember when you used to be this miserable all the time? He settles his bulk into the chair across from me, the wood groaning. Before she came, then suddenly there was laughter in these halls. Life. Your children started blooming instead of just surviving. If you came to lecture me, some beasts are meant to be tamed, old friend. His voice carries none of its usual playful edge. Not broken or changed, just gentled. Given a reason to lower their horns and let someone close. The brandy burns in my throat, but it can't touch the cold emptiness inside of me. Dex's words hit deeper than Marcus's sneers, or Mrs. Bramble's disappointment. Because he's right. I'd let Lyra gentle me, let her warmth thaw the ice around my heart. And in return, The children were sleeping in her room again, I manage. Dex nods, his expression heavy with understanding. They miss their mother. The word strikes like a physical blow. Because that's what she'd become to them, hadn't she? Not just a healer or a friend, but the mother they'd never truly had. And I'd taken that from them too. Chapter 28. Theron. I stand at the head of the Merchant Guild's grand table, surrounded by the finest silver cups and imported delicacies money can buy. The contract sits before me, its fresh ink glistening, my name bold against the parchment, claiming exclusive rights to the southern trade routes. Marcus's face twists as he raises his cup in a forced toast. To Blackhorn Trading Companies. Innovation. The word drips with venom. Several of his supporters shift uncomfortably in their seats, their horns catching the lamplight as they exchange glances. Your father would be proud, Elder Thornhaven rumbles, clapping my shoulder. His massive frame towers even over mine, adorned with gold rings that mark decades of successful trades. But all I can think of is how Lyra would have squeezed my hand under the table, her tiny fingers warm against my palm. How Kai would have peppered me with questions about the island's strange beasts, while Mira begged for stories of the sea. Tell us your strategy, Blackhorn. A younger merchant leans forward, his fresh horn rings marking him as newly elevated. How did you secure the Southern Chief's support? I take a slow drink, buying time. The imported wine tastes flat. Persistence, respect for their customs. My voice sounds distant to my own ears, mechanical. Understanding their needs. The irony isn't lost on me. I can navigate delicate negotiations with foreign powers, but I couldn't keep one small human healer from walking out my door. Servants weave between the gathered merchants, replacing empty plates with exotic fruits and spiced meats. The scents that should make my mouth water only remind me of Lyra experimenting in the kitchen, trying to recreate healing recipes from distant lands. A toast, someone calls out. To the most profitable trade deal of the season. Cups raise, horns gleam. Wealthy merchants who once sneered at my common background now smile and scrape. Everything I've worked for, everything I thought I wanted. But without 3 sets of eyes lighting up at my return home. Without gentle hands checking me for injuries after long journeys. Without that copper hair catching the sunset as she waits on the front steps. What's the point of any of it? Marcus swirls his wine, his steel-gray fur bristling with barely concealed malice. Such a shame about your domestic situation. As I tried to tell you, my wife knows several excellent governesses that could help. Pure-blooded Minotaur, of course. Not some human playing at being a proper lady. He's pushing me again, this time where everyone else can watch. And I don't care about letting my ruthlessness out if it'll teach him to keep his mouth shut. The merchants around us fall quiet, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Those poor calves. Marcus adjusts his gold horn rings, a calculated gesture. They need a real mother figure. Someone who understands our ways, our traditions, not some herb witch who'll fill their heads with human nonsense. The chair crashes behind me as I surge to my feet. 7 feet and 2 inches of fury tower over the table, my shadow falling across Marcus's suddenly still form. The rings in my horns catch firelight as I lean forward, letting him see every hard-earned mark of my success. Say another word about my family. My voice drops to a rumble that vibrates the silverware. Just one more word. Marcus's blue eyes dart to the other merchants, seeking allies, but finds none. Even his usual supporters stare into their cups, unwilling to back this particular fight. I only meant... My fist slams the table. Plates jump. Wine sloshes. You meant to do what you always do. Poison everything you touch with your bile. The words tear from my throat, years of accumulated rage breaking free. You lost Cassandra to me. You lost the southern trade routes. And now you dare speak of my children? The gathered merchants press back in their chairs as my bulk casts longer shadows. Some of them have seen me in the arena. They know what happens when I lose control. Their mother, I snarl, will be someone who loves them, someone who sees their worth beyond their bloodline, someone nothing like you or your poisonous ideas of tradition. Theron. I shake my head. We've done this over and over. I'm sick of it. He wants to put on a show for the guild? Fine. I'll give them a damn show. Let's go outside now. Marcus's eyes widen. I challenge you. Maybe it's the commoner in me, but I want to put this to an end. And even though most merchants, anyone who isn't willing to get their hands dirty, don't challenge a rival, it is the Minotaur way. It's the only way for me to put an end to all of this. The guild's courtyard fills within minutes, torchlight casting long shadows across ancient stone. Merchants crowd the covered walkways, their horn rings glinting as they jostle for position. No one wants to miss this. A formal challenge hasn't been issued in the guild for over a decade. I strip off my formal jacket, the cool evening air raising goose flesh on my arms. Across the fighting circle, Marcus removes his own finery with deliberate slowness, each movement calculated to project confidence. Terms? Elder Thornhaven steps between us, his weathered face grave. When I win, Marcus's steel-gray fur bristles as he stretches. Blackhorn Trading merges with my company, under my leadership naturally. My jaw clenches, and when I win, you never come within sight of my family again. No messages, no proxies, no chance. Meetings at social gatherings. You leave Corona. Marcus's jaw clenches, but he nods. What a fool. Witnessed and bound. Thornhaven raises his massive hands. Challenge issued under the old laws. Victory by submission or unconsciousness only. The crowd shifts closer as we take our positions. Marcus circles left, his movements fluid despite his softer physique. He's fought before, we all have. It's in our blood. You always were too emotional, Blackhorn. He feints, testing my guard. That's why you'll never be true nobility, letting a human into your home, raising your pure-blooded children with foreign ideas. I don't rise to the bait. Instead, I plant my hooves and wait, letting him waste breath on words. The same patience that built my trade empire will win this fight. Marcus lunges, leading with his horns. I sidestep, noting how his expensive lifestyle has slowed him. His attack leaves him off balance. Exactly what I need. My fist connects with his ribs. He stumbles back, eyes widening as he realizes his mistake. I'm not the same merchant who married Cassandra. Years of working alongside my crews, loading cargo and fighting off raiders, have hardened me beyond his soft, noble lifestyle. Your problem, Marcus? I advance, my bulk casting a shadow over his retreating form. You never learned the difference between being born to power and earning it. Marcus charges again, this time aiming lower. His polished horn rings flash in the torchlight as he tries to gore my midsection. I pivot, grabbing his shoulders and using his momentum to slam him into the ground. Dust billows around us. Oh, those fancy rings. I drive my knee into his back, pinning him. But when's the last time you earned one? He bucks, trying to throw me off. His expensive silk shirt tears as he writhes. Get off me, you common-blooded. I wrench his arm behind his back. Common blood built this city. Common blood loads your precious cargo. Each word punctuates another twist. Common blood keeps your soft hands clean. Marcus thrashes, but years of desk work have left him weak. His steel-gray fur is caked with dirt now, his carefully maintained appearance crumbling like his dignity. He tries to roll, exposing his side. My fist finds his ribs again, and again. Each impact carries the weight of every snide comment, every veiled insult about my children, every attempt to undermine my family's happiness. Yield! He spits blood onto the stones. I yield! But I'm not done. I haul him up by his horn rings, the symbols of status he's so proud of, forcing him to face the gathered merchants. Look at your pure-blood champion now! My voice carries across the courtyard. See what his traditions are worth against someone who actually works for a living. The crowd shifts uncomfortably. Many of them share Marcus's views about humans, about keeping bloodlines pure. But none step forward to help him as I drop him face first into the dirt. The challenge is satisfied. Elder Thornhaven's voice rings with finality. Marcus Steelhorn is bound by his loss. Let it be recorded. I leave Marcus lying there, his fine clothes ruined, his reputation shattered. As I retrieve my jacket, I hear him whimper something about his status, his family name. Even now, he can't see past appearances. That's the difference between us. Everything I have, I built. Everything I love, I earned. And I'll fight anyone who threatens that. With my horns, my fists, or my trading ships. Blood trickles down my arm as I stride through the darkening streets. But I barely notice the sting. My mind races faster than my hooves against the cobblestones. Merchants and craftsmen clear a path, their eyes widening at my disheveled state. Let them stare. Let them whisper about how Theron Blackhorn beat Marcus Steelhorn into the dirt. But with each step away from the guild, my rage cools, replaced by a different kind of ache. Lyra's words echo in my head. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is admit when you're wrong. I'd scoffed then, told her she didn't understand Minotaur honor, but she'd understood better than I did. While I was defending my family's honor in the arena, she was actually protecting our children by leaving before my stubbornness drove her away completely. My hooves crush fallen leaves as I cut through the merchant district's central garden. The evening air carries the scent of moon blossoms, Lyra's favorite. She'd point them out on our evening walks, explaining their healing properties, while I pretended not to be fascinated by how her eyes lit up. The white petals glow in the fading light. I pause, remembering how she taught Mira to weave them into chains. They're like you, she'd said to my daughter, delicate but stronger than anyone knows. My fingers, still swollen from the fight, look ridiculous trying to pluck the delicate stems. But I gather them anyway, along with the purple thorn hearts she uses in her strongest medicines. The thorns draw fresh blood, a fitting punishment for my pride. The flowers tremble in my grip. Fighting is easy. Trading is easy. But this? Admitting I was wrong about keeping my heart locked away, about letting fear of loss rule my choices. This is the kind of battle Lyra tried to teach me how to fight.
Chapter 29. Lyra. The summer breeze carries the scent of crushed herbs and fresh-baked bread through the festival grounds. I arrange my display of medicinal plants, tucking sprigs of herbs into neat bundles. My fingers work automatically while my mind drifts, wishing that I wasn't alone working this stall today. Having my own practice at the healing festival should be a dream. But I've learned dreams aren't worth having without them to share it with. A group of Minotaur children dash past my stall, their hooves kicking up dust. One small calf trips, scraping her knee. I reach for my healing salve before their mother can even call out. Here, let me help. I dab the mixture on her wound. The little girl's eyes widen as the scratch fades. Thank you, she whispers, then bounds away to rejoin her friends. My chest tightens. Mira would love the colourful banners and flower garlands decorating the square. She'd probably beg to wear one of those crowns the vendors are selling. And Kai, he'd be asking about each herb's properties, soaking up knowledge like a sponge. Remarkable healing properties in that salve, an elderly Minotaur matron comments, examining my display. Where did you study? I learned from a band of wandering healers. I demonstrate how to grind moonflower petals into a fine powder. The crowd nods appreciatively, but their polite interest feels empty compared to Kai's intense focus when I taught him to identify healing herbs last week. A child's laugh rings out across the square. For a moment, it sounds just like Mira's giggles when I tell her stories during her treatments. I almost turn to look for her silver-white fur before remembering she's home resting. The festival continues around me. Demonstrations, sales, networking opportunities I should be grabbing. But my hands keep straying to the pocket where I keep the drawing Mira made me, stick figures holding flowers under a bright blue sun. Next to my herbs sits the leather-bound notebook where Kai carefully copies down healing recipes, his neat, childish script filling the pages. I've spent years working toward this moment, my chance to establish myself as a respected healer in the city. Yet all I can think about is rushing home to check on my two favourite patients. A commotion near the festival entrance pulls me from my thoughts. The crowd parts like a wave, and my breath catches in my throat. Theron strides through the gap, his massive frame commanding attention, even with his arms full of blooming roses. His jaw looks swollen beneath the fur, and a fresh cut mars his forearm. But he's dressed in his finest merchant clothes, a crisp black jacket that emphasises his broad shoulders. His amber eyes scan the crowd until they lock onto mine. Kai and Mira flank him, each clutching their own bounty of flowers. Kai's serious expression mirrors his father's as he carefully balances his arm load, checking every few steps to make sure no petals fall. His small horns catch the sunlight when he ducks his head, concentrating on his precious cargo. Mira practically dances beside them, her silver-white fur glowing in the morning sun. She's wearing the blue dress I helped her pick out at the market just before I left, the one that matches her brother's eyes. Despite her usual frailty, she bounces on her hooves, scattering rose petals with each step. Lyra! Mira's voice rings across the square. She breaks formation, rushing toward my stall with her flowers clutched to her chest. Kai calls out a warning about running, but she ignores him. Careful, little one. Theron's deep voice rumbles as he quickens his pace to keep up with his daughter. The movement makes him wince. Those bruises must be worse than they look. My heart thunders against my ribs as they approach, these three impossible creatures barging into my carefully ordered life with armfuls of roses and unspoken promises. Theron's gaze hasn't left my face, and the intensity in those amber eyes makes my knees weak. "We brought you flowers," Mira announces, presenting her contribution with a flourish. Papa said roses are proper courting gifts, and Kai helped pick the prettiest ones from the garden. The festival crowd falls silent as Theron clears his throat. His massive frame towers over my stall, yet there's a vulnerability in the way he shifts his weight. "I've been a fool, Lyra." His deep voice carries across the square. Like the cursed beast in the old tales who pushed away his chance at love because he thought himself unworthy. Theron's amber eyes lock with mine, raw emotion making his usual gruff demeanour crack. I let my pride tell me I could do it all alone. Let my fear of being hurt again keep me from seeing what was right in front of me. My hands tremble as I clutch Mira's roses. The little girl beams up at me, while Kai watches his father with solemn understanding beyond his years. You walked into our lives with your healing herbs and fierce spirit, refusing to be intimidated by this old bull's temper. Theron winces as he lowers himself to one knee, his bruised body protesting. The movement brings his face level with mine. You mended more than just our wounds. You brought light back into our home, gave my children the mother's love they deserved. The roses in his arms perfume the air as he holds them out. I'm not asking you to be our healer anymore, Lyra. I'm asking you to be my mate, to make official what my heart already knows. You're the missing piece of our family. Tears blur my vision. Through them I see Mira bouncing on her hooves, scattering petals everywhere. Kai stands straighter, hope breaking through his serious expression, and Theron, proud, stubborn Theron, kneels before me in front of half the city, his heart bare in his amber eyes. My voice catches as I reach for him. Yes. The word bursts from my heart, carrying years of loneliness and newfound hope. Yes. Cheers erupt around us, but I barely notice them. Theron's smile transforms his entire face, softening the hard lines and battle scars into something radiant. His amber eyes shine as he starts to rise. Before he can stand, two blurs of motion hit me, one black, one silver. Kai wraps his arms around my waist while Mira scrambles up to perch on my hip, her small weight familiar and precious. Their combined impact nearly knocks me backwards, but Theron's massive hand steadies my shoulder. Does this mean you're really staying forever? Mira's bright eyes search my face. Her silver-white fur gleams in the sunlight as she bounces in my arms. It means we're going to be a proper family. Kai's serious tone can't hide his joy. He presses closer, his growing horns barely reaching my ribs. Theron rises to his full height, his shadow falling over us protectively. My neck cranes back to meet his gaze. Those fierce amber eyes that once intimidated me now hold such tenderness it steals my breath. His rough palm cups my cheek, my fierce little healer. When he leans down, I rise on my tiptoes to meet him halfway. His kiss is gentle despite his size, tasting of hope and promise. Roses scatter at our feet as the children squirm between us, turning our embrace into a family huddle. Someone in the crowd mutters about improper displays, but I feel Theron's chest rumble with a warning growl. I smile against his lips, knowing his protective instincts now extend fully to me. We break apart, but Theron keeps one arm around my shoulders, while the other supports Mira. Kai stands straight and tall beside us, every inch his father's son as he glares at anyone who might disapprove. My heart swells. This is what home feels like. Not a place, but these three impossible creatures who've claimed me as their own.
Chapter 30. Theron. I stand before the temple altar, my heart pounding beneath my formal black jacket. The marble columns soar overhead, sunlight streaming through stained glass windows and casting rainbow patterns across the stone floor. The scent of incense mingles with fresh flowers. Kai walks down the aisle with careful, measured steps, his small chest puffed out with importance as he carries the cushion holding our rings. His black fur is neatly brushed, though a stubborn cowlick still sticks up between his budding horns. The formal white tunic he wears makes him look older than his 6 years. "Papa, am I doing it right?" he whispers as he takes his place beside me. "Perfect, son." I rest my hand on his shoulder, feeling him stand even straighter. Behind him, Mira toddles down the aisle in her pale blue dress, silver-white fur gleaming. Her tiny hands scatter a mix of rose petals and healing herbs, Lyra's special touch to the traditional ceremony. Some petals catch in her fur, making her giggle as she tries to brush them off without dropping her basket. "Look, Papa, I'm helping." Her amber eyes shine with joy as she reaches us, nearly tripping over her own hooves in excitement. Mrs. Bramble sits in the front row, already dabbing at her eyes with an embroidered handkerchief. About time, she mutters, loud enough for me to hear. 3 generations I've served this family, waiting to see a proper love match. Her stern expression softens as she watches Mira spin in place, making her skirts twirl. The temple priestess takes her position at the altar, arranging the ceremonial herbs for burning. The traditional 7 veils shimmer as Lyra appears at the temple entrance, each layer holding meaning, from the peach of birth to the deep red of passion. My breath catches at the sight of her. "Papa!" Kai tugs at my sleeve. "You're supposed to breathe." His serious reminder breaks through my trance, bringing a chuckle from those close enough to hear. Through the shimmering veils, I catch glimpses of movement in the temple pews. My sister Emkia stands tall and proud in her formal merchant's robes, her black fur adorned with the traditional silver rings of our trade house. Her presence as witness wasn't guaranteed. She'd been hesitant about my choice to marry a human healer. "The herbs are ready," the priestess announces. Mira bounces on her hooves. "Can I help light them, Papa? Please." She tugs at my sleeve with one hand while still clutching her flower basket. "Careful now." I guide her small hand as we light the first bundle together. The sweet smoke curls upward, and I hear a collective sigh from my aunt's corner. Aunt Tara and Aunt Maris, who initially refused to even meet Lyra, lean forward in their seats. Their stern expressions soften as they watch Mira's delight in participating. Kai steps forward with the rings, his movements precise and practiced. "The bonds of family," he recites clearly, "strengthened by love, freely given." The traditional words carry extra weight coming from my son, who's known so little of unconditional love before YRA entered our lives. "Well said." Emkia nods approvingly. Her own horn rings catch the light as she moves to stand beside us. "I speak as witness to this union," she declares, then adds in a softer voice, "and as sister to a brother who finally follows his heart." And Thera dabs at her eyes with a handkerchief. "Just like Emkia always wanted as well," she whispers to Aunt Maurice, loud enough for the front rows to hear. "Perhaps we were wrong back then, too." The children's participation in each small ritual, Mira sprinkling herbs, Kai presenting the rings, both of them helping to light the sacred bundles, transforms what could have been a scandalous union into something pure and joyful. Even the most traditional members of my family can't maintain their disapproval in the face of such innocent happiness. The priestess begins the ancient rites, but I barely hear the words. My focus narrows to Lyra as she moves through the 7 veils, each one falling away to reveal more of her radiant smile. Her copper-red hair catches the sunlight streaming through the windows, the healing herbs woven into her braids adding touches of green that match her eyes. Those eyes, they've never shown a hint of fear, not even when I first towered over her in the marketplace. Now they sparkle with gold flecks as she takes her place beside me, her small hand finding mine without hesitation. "The joining of 2 hearts," the priestess intones, but I'm lost in memory. Lyra standing firm against Marcus Steelhorn's threats, her chin lifted in defiance despite barely reaching the merchant's chest. Her gentle patience with Mira's illnesses, spending nights mixing remedies while teaching my daughter the properties of each herb. The way she won Kai's trust by letting him help in her workshop, never pushing, just being there until he was ready to open up. My chest tightens as she squeezes my hand. The top of her head barely reaches my sternum, yet she fills every corner of my life with her presence. The practical earth-toned dress beneath her ceremonial veils bears multiple pockets, each one stuffed with healing herbs, ready to help anyone in need, even on her wedding day. "Papa," Mira whispers loudly, tugging at my jacket. "You're crying." I hadn't noticed the moisture in my eyes until my daughter's observation. Lyra reaches up, her fingers brushing my cheek with the same tenderness she uses to handle her most delicate herbs. "Your father's just happy, little one," she says, and her voice holds all the warmth my home has lacked for so long. She's right. This fierce, independent healer who stands eye level with my children has given me everything I never dared hope for. A partner who matches my determination, A mother who loves my children unconditionally, and a home filled with laughter instead of cold silence. The temple ceremony flows into the celebration at our mansion's grand hall, where Mrs. Bramble has outdone herself with garlands of healing herbs and traditional flowers woven through the chandeliers. The scent reminds me of Lyra's workshop, that first day I ducked through her door seeking help for Mira's fever. May I have this dance? I offer my hand to my bride, careful not to overshadow her smaller frame. The musicians strike up the traditional first dance, and Lyra's fingers slip into mine with familiar trust. We've practiced this, late at night after the children were asleep. Now muscle memory takes over as I guide her through the steps. Her copper braids swing with each turn, those clever green eyes never leaving mine. The gathered crowd murmurs, some in appreciation, others in lingering shock at seeing a human and Minotaur move so naturally together. "Papa, our turn!" Mira's voice pipes up as the song ends. She tugs Kai behind her, his serious expression melting into a rare smile as they join us on the dance floor. I lift Mira onto my shoulders while Lyra takes Kai's hands, teaching him the same steps she learned. His initial stiffness fades as she guides him through the movements, just as she guided him past his walls of hurt and distrust. Look how tall I am. Mira giggles from her perch, her silver-white fur catching the lamplight. Her small hooves tap against my chest in time with the music. Hours later, after carrying 2 exhausted children to bed, I find Lyra in the nursery. She tucks the blanket around Mira while checking her breathing. Always the healer, even now. Kai clutches his favorite book even in sleep, finally secure enough to let his guard down. Drawing her close, I breathe in the herb-scented warmth of her hair. My trading empire brought me wealth, but it took this tiny human with her fierce heart to show me what true riches feel like. The cold halls that echoed with Cassandra's disdain now ring with children's laughter and the soft humming of healing songs.